Alright, if we break down here, guys, I'm sure for the same cash flow targets. I appreciate you for being here.
I'm sure right now target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
Alright, I'm taking this.
Upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live price and historical data, right?
Right there.
Welcome, this is PackTV. Sit back, relax, and watch how we day trade with statistics.
PackTV, God-given, so I gotta make it happen, I'm on mission. Not like them, I'm different, that bag come with a pension. Talk about that business, shit like on hard all in the pain. Shining hard, don't need no chain, all this drip, it feel like rain. Everything on me, got it on my name. They don't got it like this, they don't talk it like this. I was built for this. That TV not like us, take it away.
Stop me, it's me. If you're doing this for the women, you're losing. Do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself.
They rigged the race long before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Puppet masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. A lead over production, too many mouths out thrown. Shine a rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain.
welcome. This is PackTV. One more time, it's the plan. Drez catches sings on my brothers in the rain. Karl with the boomer going in, turn the page. Miguel catching 10 points, me and not the same. It's the Mary guy where all the money getting made. Drez catching strings on my brothers in the rain. Karl with the boomer going in, turn the page. Miguel catching 10 points, me and not the same. It's the Mary guy where all the money getting made. Magical, hey, magical, hey, PackTV, hey, PackTV, hey, magical, hey, magical, hey, PackTV, hey, PackTV.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this week PackTV. Right after Easter Sunday. Hopefully, everybody had a good Easter or a good weekend if you don't celebrate Easter. Yeah, we are live. Currently, we're gonna go into some analysis, waiting to see if Karl rejoins. He was on, but had a little bit of a connection issue right before we went live. But I'll hold the fort while he connects. Right. So first of all, good morning, everybody. If you don't know who we are PackTV. We go live every single day, but we do it for free on every Monday on YouTube, and I believe we also share the stream on Twitter as well, and we do it free for everybody to come in and join and see how we execute our trade lives. We try to do a bell to bell stream. We usually have our London trader Bowie that comes in during the London session, which is like 2 a.m. Eastern time to like 5 a.m. But we are coming up a holiday, so he took the day off for family purposes, so understandable. And then after that is us here, the pre-New York traders. This is called Magic Hour with Karl, myself, and I should say Karl, Drez, and myself. Drez works. He has his 9 to 5 or his company, pretty much, that he has to attend on Mondays. So he's usually a little busy early Mondays, and then he joins a little later during the stream. And then we have Karl. He's having a little bit of connections issues at the moment, and myself. So we come here, we come live, and we start our daily analysis and showcase our live performance and our trading and all that stuff, right? So really quick, again, we are here for free every Monday. We have a free Discord as well that you can join and get some more information. And if you like what you see and you find some value, first of all, hit the like button, share it with other people, and scan the QR code for more information in our website, thedailyprofiler.com. Karl seems to be having an issue. Karl, I don't know if you can hear me. Hold on, let me type something for Karl. Yeah. Okay. I gave him a little pointer. Hopefully that might help him. Yeah. So what I'm seeing here, guys, if you're new, we are looking at the dailyprofiler.com. What is the dailyprofiler.com? Is our database that we use to look for probabilities during the daily candle, right? It's simple as can be. There we go, Karl. See, there goes Karl. I can see him. Hopefully, he's not frozen because he doesn't look like he's moving. Oh, and we lost him. Okay. Going back here. So the daily profiler helps you. Us as day traders, our job is to trade the daily candle, right? And the daily profile helps you navigate that daily candle by giving you if and then statements like if this happens, then this most likely has this probability to happen next. And we have it all inside this dashboard here called the daily profiler, and pretty much we use it to navigate and enter reasons to enter and reasons to head towards a direction. Like for example, this morning around 5, I was pretty sure we were gonna make an attempt to go to the P12 mid. The P12 mid is the previous 12-hour mid right here. You can see is 24,190 on NQ. And the reason I was pretty convinced was because if you look at the data, right now, this variables that we have is London long true. Asia long true, London is long. And when you come to the daily profiler and you look at the levels probabilities, you can see that P12 mid, previous 12-hour mid, with those current variables, had a 78% to get hit from 6 to 8:45. So that's the reason I got in this short right here at 5 a.m. Once we make the Q1 high, try to take it, couldn't take it, rejected, came back, closed below the mid of the 5 o'clock hour, gave me a little pullback. I got in on that pullback at 8:30, cover 830 380. I'm sorry, the price 24,380. Then I cover the Queen at 7 points because to cover my stop loss, and then I let the rest ride. It gave me around 50 points towards that P12 mid, and it started coming back, and it came halfway back. So I decided to end the trade and wait for more confirmation to continue to the downside, right? So right now, so far, just that one trade, and I used the daily profiler that was telling me that we had a 78% chance to from 6 to 8:30 to go and make that down movement towards that P12 mid, right? So long story short, we use this database to guide ourselves and find what has the highest probability so we can position ourselves and target realistic daily probabilities. Karl, are you there? Can you hear me? I see you moving.
Yeah. I'm back now.
Welcome.
I still had the Discord stream going. I didn't realize it.
Yeah.
Point that out. That was killing me.
Yeah.
I got stopped out of that short. I re-entered. It was going crazy, man. So I'm back in that short again. We'll see if we break this 6 o'clock low again. I think if we do, we'll put in a Q4 low. Let's get cash flow out of it. So, I took
right now,
similar trade as I took a similar trade as Eldianis on that short. I had 3 in. It happened real fast, so I wasn't able to split my contracts up. I probably would have took 2 out, where I got this at 43 and had a runner. But regardless, I'm back in short now, looking to see the 6 o'clock low get taken. I'm a little early.
Ooh.
On it. There it is. Boom.
Ooh.
I only have 1 contract on. What in the? Closing that.
Well, that was awesome.
Oh no, I didn't have 3.
What time is it? 6:46? Yeah. I wonder if there's any tweets from Trump. Because that is
close it out.
unusual for 6:46.
Yeah. Oh.
Do we get any headline event?
All right, I did have 3.
Let me see. Who tweeted what? Who said what? What happened?
We bounced right at the 3 a.m. mid. So we crossed the previous mid, but that's a really good bounce right at the 3-hour mid. Let's see what happens here. See if we hold it. We got a volume profile shelf right here. Hold on, that's just the chart volume. Let me see what the session looks like. Trade full $200.
Yeah, awesome. Let me see. What do we have on the chat here? What in the world? How many countries are on this trade? How many countries is the queen? So my queen, I had 8 contracts total, and I took 7 to cover the queen, and then I just wrote one more contract. So I'm up $200, and it's a small account, so I have to play it like that. I have to cover the queen at a highly probable place where it will get hit, and then I let one contract ride, and then if it comes back without invalidating the trade, I could add like more contracts and cover them as it keeps going against me, type of thing, right? That's how I work it. Hopefully that makes sense. Horizon. Good stream. See the mattress. Good morning, Aisha. Good morning. Good morning, Jeff. Yes, sir. So that was nice, Karl. That was like a nice, painless TP. Right?
Oh, dude. It happened real fast. Once again, barely got to split up my my trade. I was having so many technical problems there. But yeah, that's exactly what I was looking for. That 6 a.m. break on the low there, to get below it. I was front running it, and I got stopped out of my first trade. That cost me $90, but made it all back here. We're up 217 now.
So there was an attack on Iran South Pars petrochemical facility. So that's the news. That's the drop. See. Thank you, the Macris Brian, for letting us know. Yeah, funny thing is, price, when we get those news event, price just accelerates to those probabilities. It looks crazy, and not all the time, obviously. Sometimes you get the news and we hit the probability and just keep on ripping or keep on dropping. But for the most part, what I noticed throughout my experience on the charts is that, let's say we have a 88% probability to hit the midnight open after 9:30, right? And then we get a tweet or a news, it'll just instantly drop there. It will teleport to that area
and then from there it will bounce or slow down and keep going or whatever, right? So so yeah, those news events.
Oh, I guess that's it. Magic hour's done, man. I mean, that was the move.
Well, I'm
What are we
not.
doing?
I'm still looking for more trades. I just
No,
Karl took that short earlier that he said that he got stopped out and cost him $90.
yeah, it's
So
right
it
here on my
was well,
screen.
Yeah,
You can see I was going in right here, right before it broke the 6 o'clock hour. I was front running it, you know, but I was pretty confident what I was seeing on the book map. There was a 40 lot order that was higher up here, and they just kept slamming it down, moving it down. So, you know, to me, that gave me the confidence to go in and second time that I felt like they were going to press it down. I wasn't expecting any move like this at all. I was, you know, I was simply looking for a cash flow trade, 15, 20 points max, you know, this time frame. So, yeah, that was it.
Now what I was waiting for, because I was looking to get back on the short as well, but what I was waiting for a close below the 6 a.m. open, which we got, and then price to come back towards it and reject it, like meet that giant wick, couldn't close above it and close back to the downside, and then that was my cue to, okay, now I can go ahead and keep going short. Obviously, that didn't happen on the first stride, and then on this stride, we could still come and do the rejection for sure, but it's close to the 7 o'clock opening, so I'll probably just wait for the next hourly open. But if we do come here and we reject that 6 a.m. open, then I'll be looking to re-enter for shorts again, going back towards the P12 mid. We might not hit the P12 mid before 8:30, and the reason is, if you look at the daily profiler, we are past the time where we tend to make London a fall session, and if you don't understand what that is first
You
of all,
need to join the boot camp. Join the boot camp.
just keep showing up on Mondays. You're gonna slowly start getting the terminology, but pretty much we have ranges that we have for 4 major sessions: Asia, London, New York 1, and New York 2. And those ranges, if you look at the daily profiler, you can actually see it right here. What happened to my data right here? There we go. So Asia is from the entire session is from 18 to 2030. 230. But the range that we measure is from 1800 to 1930. Then London, we measure from 230 to 330, and New York 1 is from 7:30 to 8:30, and New York 2 is 11:30 to 12:30, right? So those ranges right here, this gray boxes. Actually, I think I could just change this to the 15-minute, and then you guys will be able to see it even better. It's not on. What's happening? Where's my boxes? Oh, there they are. Okay, cool. So this is the London range, right? It's from 230 to 330. So if once we build that range from that 230 to 330 time, if we take the upside, we'll be long. If we take the downside, we'll be short. And then during that window from 2:30 to 7:30, before the new session starts, if we don't take the opposite side that it first took, so in this case, example,
we took the upside, so we're long. So during that whole period of time, that whole session window, if we don't come back and take the opposite, aka the low side now, then that will be a long true. If we were to come down and take the opposite side before the new session starts, that will be a long false. So in our cases, for today, we have A shot is long true because we took the upside of the range from 18 to 1930. We took the upside and never came back and took the opposite side in the bottom, right? And then for London, we have long because London is not finished till 7:30. That means that, we don't know if it's long true or long false yet, but we do have probabilities. So our probabilities say that for the past 10 years worth of data that we have in this dashboard, 488 days to be exactly. Well, actually, it's more days than that, but because that's only counting the true. So you can see that overall for our whole dashboard here, true tends to have a slight advantage over false for London, aka London tends to take one side and stay on that side without taking the opposite one until it finishes, right? So it's 66% over 33%, especially with HF being long true, right? Because that will also change the variations here. And then, so what about that? What about that 33% chance to be false? Well, we have probability for that as well. The mode and median, aka the most likely time window, the highest probable time window where that false will take place, that 33% is between 4:15 and 5:15. You can say 4:15 to 5:30, right? That's the normal, right? Like that's the mode and median. That's where most of the time the probability takes place. The majority of the data, right? So if by 5:30 we haven't make it false or are close to making it false, then the 66% to be true is more likely to play out, right? So you have more confidence to say, okay, this is not going to be false anymore because it's past the probable time to make it false. So it's going to be a true session, right? And what's happening here? The P-total mid is below that, making a false, right, for London. And we're past the time for London to be false. That means that P-total mid probability is getting pushed to the 8:30 to 9:30 time window. Because if we respect London being true, then that minimum has to be after 7:30 that we make the attempt for P-total mid, right? So that's why I was not marrying the whole move and holding it till it hit it, because I knew I had the London being true probability against me, right? But so when it dropped 50 points and bounced half of it back, I was content at taking my profits, right? And then I was waiting for this 6 a.m. to give in and give me the other green light. Like, okay, you know what? We open at 6 a.m. We try to go back up. We couldn't, and now we're rejecting it. So that's the go ahead, keep going short. And even if we don't make it before 7:30, we most likely are going to get there by 8:30 to 9:30, right? So that's what I was waiting for, to jump back on the shorts. And the shorts are still looking good for me, but I do need to...
Go ahead. Finish up.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
What were you saying? Okay, no, I didn't want to cut you off, but Horizon Trades was asking how many contracts in that trade. I think.
Oh, I already answered her. Yeah.
Okay. You got it.
Yeah.
I was out. And let's introduce our buddy, our guest host here who decided to show up, Mr. Drez. What's up, my man?
I mean,
Oh, he's in the room, man. Come on, the goat's here, maybe. Slipped in the back door.
Yes, sir.
He may be busy though.
He might still be putting all his stuff together.
Yeah. But yeah, I just got lucky on that. I was looking to load up another 3 contracts actually on that trade, but I was having all kinds of freaking issues, so I was only able to get 3 on. But
Yeah.
and I was, and that's why I took that one out, because it looked like, because it went so far down, it should contracts in one shot, and I was still holding one. So that's why I just closed that one out right on the spot, because it looked like I only had 1 contract on for that trade. So that's why I was kind of confused at that point, because when it happened, my screen was in a way where I couldn't see entries. So it was just holding one, and this bar was all the way down here. So I actually wanted to see what it looked like. 5 seconds. It happened so fast. Yep.
Yeah.
And they literally got taken out at the same spot, even though I just exited that one. So I couldn't even grab that, that stab down. It was so fast and violent. But that's where I got out 302. So I was in at 342, right around that area, and got full TP down at 302. 40-point banger in a couple seconds. Not bad.
Good.
There he is. What's up, my man? You get that short? Come on. You get that?
Hell yeah. Yeah, I did.
You did? You got the 6 a.m. break?
I got it early. Yeah, I got short like around 5:15.
Yeah. Gotcha.
And I trailed it down, and I took it.
Did you capture any of this?
Yeah, I got that crazy move. I don't know what happened though. Yeah, what happened?
Red news. There was a tech.
It's,
It's an oil field.
Yeah.
A gas field.
Yeah.
U.S. detective.
Okay. Yeah, I got short because if you see my charts, it came up to the weekly MAE situation here. We
Yep.
form a swing. Right here. Now show at 5:15 right here. And whoom. Also that was the higher day for candle signs right here.
Gee, that was my reason to enter it.
This area right here, and then boom. Yeah. So this candle,
Yeah.
I don't know what happened here.
Yeah, it's the
But
news.
yeah.
That's news, man. I got in like about a minute and a half before that. 2 minutes.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. So right now let me see what I see. I haven't done nothing. I just got back. But we got Friday little session on Friday. We got NFP. And we already took both sides. We took London yesterday low, Friday's low, and Friday's high. So right now we got the highs right here, right now. Let me see. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah, we took yesterday high right here. And now we're fighting 6 a.m. opening price. So let's see if we can get to P2 mid or not. And if we do, we're going to get short to go to P2 mid.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sure.
sir. We got 202 lots at 480. Drez, 200. That's the big player on the board, and 51 lots down at 2450, and 24 flat is another 50 lots. So, but the big player on the board is up at 2480 from the overnight, 202 lots.
Okay, so to the upside. Got you.
Yeah. That's why I was, I like LD Nodis and I were talking about it this morning that we like longs, right? Ultimately, that this is we're in a bullish structure here, and that we wanted longs, but it looked like we were going to pull back, and I was suggesting we could probably pull back to the previous 3-hour mid. That was my target on that and man, we just blew right through it. So now the structure's kind of changed, right? Especially with the news. So now I'm actually more interested in seeing that P12 mid get interacted with at this point. That's when I'm content to wait even till maybe Q4 of 7, see what we get on the back half of 7 o'clock. I'm just waiting right now.
Trader Sorrow. Yes, we do take live entries. The problem was, Karl was live when he took TP here. The problem is that the stream started at 6:40 something, and we took the entries in our chart. You can see we took it at 5:27. It wasn't up yet. We are traders before streamers, so we are going to execute if the trade is there, even though we're not live. But
yeah, my trade was we were up. I was up and I took it. It was I think like what happens too when that heavy volume comes in. Sometimes that restream will mess up. Here, I'll bring my trade over that I took. There it is, and I put it down to the 5-second just because it happened so quick. And you can see I put it in 1, and it wasn't correct because it should have been at 3. So I came in right after that, a couple seconds later, down another 2. But this was me front running the break of the 6 o'clock hour. And LD Nodis and I were talking about it. He was waiting for the break patiently, and I was chomping at the bit. And you can see I got stopped out right here on my previous 3. So I went after it here where it did break, but then it came back up, stopped me out, and then I really liked what I was seeing on the Bookmap. So I was using Bookmap to see a 40 lot order that was just sneaking down, right? They were pressing it down. So when I saw that action, that got me to jump back in. I was about to load up another 3, but it happened too quick. So it's like only about 20, 30 seconds later, and then whack, that news came in. So I was about to go 6 contracts deep on that, but I wasn't able to get them on. So, and then when that spike happened, I was explaining it before, it went so low that I didn't understand why I only had 1 contract on still, because I looked like it went low enough to take all 3 of my contracts. So I just closed it out right on the spot right there. So, because I really didn't know what the hell was going on, and I wanted to come all the way back up just like it did. Just to make that money.
Yeah.
And for me, I'm waiting for price to come back and reach 6 a.m. and reject for me to short again. That's what I want to see. So we do take trades live, Trader Sorrow. But for me, in order to take my trade, I need to see 6 a.m. get retested and rejected, and then I'm sure again, going back towards P12 mid. So right now is 7:10. I'm most likely to be waiting. Well, let's see how we do here. If we start rejecting hardcore here, I might start taking a dab at it. But if not, I'll probably wait for New York Open, 7:30. See, because that New York one Open for us, the daily profiler, our ranges, that is where volatility starts to pick up. And it gets a little bit aggressive, so we can easily at 7:30 just wake all the way up to 6 a.m. and reject it and stuff like that. So I'm not gonna rush into failure here. I'm waiting, being patient, and if it doesn't give me the trade, if it goes without me, that's all right. I'm already $200 for the day.
a small account, and there's gonna be more trades to take later on. Like I was saying, we have an out of stat higher day at 504, so we have a pretty good in stat lower day at 1800.
Yep.
So we are, well, I'm anticipating based on the probabilities and what the daily profile is calling for. It's gonna be a higher day at 9:30 or end of day, right? And you could just come down here and look at the data, right? We have just with this right here, just with London being long all and long true Asia, none. We have higher day, low day probabilities. Right down here. It says 9:30 to 11:30 is most likely with the low of the day will be with that high of the day will be put in, and we have a good chance that the 1800 is the low day. But if we do make a new low day, it will be around the 9:15 to 9:30 window, right? So I'm expecting us to come to the P2 mid, maybe even a little lower than that. We had the 5-week EMA here. We can come and retest that, and then bounce back to the upside to make that new higher day, 9:30 to 11:30, right? But we adjust the live price as well, right? We have historical probabilities here, but live price is the king. So if live price is saying no, we're gonna take the mid, we're gonna take the 5-week EMA, and now we're breaking the A-sharp OU, and we're gonna close below it. Well, now you're looking at new lows of days, right? This is counting that in as of right now, right? Mode is 1800, but there's a median, aka there's a probability that we make one around 9:15 to 9:30. So that is not out of the question, even though the highest probability is that the low is in based on the current variables.
Yeah, we got long true, long.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
9:30, market open, higher day.
Mm-hmm.
See,
So what would be my
We're right
other
at the
trade?
top of London right now. We're right at the top of London right now. Let's see if we pierce into it.
Mhm. Yeah.
yeah,
What would be my other trade scenario to take, right? Besides the short. Well, it will be we go to the P2 mid without me, and then we reject from it. We can close below it, or we close below it, come back, take it, try to go back, and it gives me a bullish entry, and now I'm looking for that new higher day, right? That would be the, if this short leaves me, then my next best setup, looking at the probabilities, will be that long to retake for new highs of days. So that's how I'm navigating it, right? I'm letting live price tell me what to do. Right now, I'm already up for my early trade, and I'm not in a rush. Right?
you got your capital. That's good, bro.
That's right.
Karl, you killing, Karl. What's up?
Yeah, dude, I hit what do you call it last night too. I hit the overnight trade, the long, so I'm up like 800 on the day. That's on 2 accounts, so pretty good.
Yeah, I got a long last night as well.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Drez while doing a real job too. So this guy's the freaking goat. Eldianis is driving, so I'm the guy sitting at home chilling.
Well, today I'm home, right? Because I can stream and drive at the same time. Maybe I'll get a setup that I'm able to do it later.
Yeah, I don't see any reason to get involved at this point right now. So I'm the same with you, I'll be honest. I'm just waiting. We got the previous 3-hour mid right here sitting at 302. And we're just tucked right underneath it, consolidate after that heavy move. So you can get a really easy situation where you start working through this 05 box, retake that 7 o'clock open and start working higher.
Yeah.
So I'm not looking at short. When you get big impulse candles that come in like this, they kind of disrupt the structure of things, right? I mean, they're kind of fun if you're in it, but I would have rather seen a more organized move to the downside, because now that it did this, and it came down, you could see 3 o'clock, 50% bounced right at it, right? So it's kind of done. And if you look at these zones that are here for the 6 a.m. that I have, these are the MFE MAE zones. So it came down and took them all, right? So it's done the work that it needs to do. Price has to go 408 lot now came in. Drez, if you hear me, 408 lots at 274.75. So somebody's forming a base right here. Right, you got a very large player coming in, looking to defend this area. So right now, and you can see price is running away from it because they don't want any part of that 407 lots if it's real right now. So we'll see. If they want it, they're going to turn around. They're going to come back and get it. It looks like they're going to start moving through the 05 box and attack that 7 o'clock open. So
yeah, for me, the key opening price here is 6 a.m. That was what was holding price before that giant news drop, right? So I want, if I'm gonna go short, I need to see us go back to 6 a.m. and show rejections from it, and then I'm short back towards B12 mid. If we stay here till 7:30, which we have 12 minutes, and it just goes to the P12 mid without me, well, amen. You know, that's fine with me. I'm not going to rush. There's the market is gonna do whatever it wants. You know, I just gotta see my setup, and if my setup is there, I'll take it. If it's not, I'll just keep waiting and look for the next one.
yeah, something I can see coming out of this, like if we retake this 7 o'clock open, what are we in here? Q1, Q2. So we'll have a Q1 low. We could end up with a Q1 low, Q4 high, right? A standard candle. And if we take this 7 o'clock open, you could structure a trade that could get you about 15 points right up into the 6 a.m. open, right? Because that's where I think you'll see some resistance. You get up into the 6 a.m. area. Typically, this 6 a.m. is a big candle, right? So marks the start of the 12, so the middle of the day, so the daily. So I expect price to come up in here and either through it, or it's going to reject right off. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, crazy how we bounce off the London OU so perfectly. Like we couldn't even.
We didn't get it. We didn't get to London OU.
NQ did. Yeah. Well, I have the adjustment.
Get out of here.
So you might have slightly different things than me. But yeah.
Yeah. I got London at 48. Yeah, price is.
But I have it all for MEQ, and we did not take it on MEQ. But we did take it on NQ. So, good morning, Astar. And for those of you guys that are new and don't know, we based all the data is based off NQ, not MEQ. So that's the big dog that you gotta
Yeah, I trade MNQ right now, so I can cut up my contracts and stuff like that. And these accounts are only 50Ks, and I don't recommend trading NQ on 50K accounts.
No, well, to each his own, right? Maybe it'll work for some people, but yeah, I think that will be based on the way I trade. Anyways, it will be a little bit too tight. That will be a tight ship. I usually
100%.
Yeah, I usually don't touch NQ on anything smaller than 150. Right, so 150, then you could maybe go and do one NQ or two. For me, anyways, for me.
Oh, I tried it, man. It's not worth the stress, man. Like
you can.
drawdowns.
Yeah, I have large positions with small accounts all the time. Like a whole mini, like 10 micros, but those are like when I'm scaling in, right? Like, okay, I'm gonna enter one here, two here, and then eventually it equals like a whole mini, but the stop is very calculated.
So let's see what they do. They pulled those lots there, those 400 lots, probably going to flush down below. So if you notice, we couldn't even get up to the 7 o'clock open. We didn't even get there. Then we started reversing back down. Hold. I could see this now flushing down and getting to the bottom of that impulse candle down at 262.
My only concern is we have 7 minutes for 7:30, which is the New Year One opening for us. The New Year One session, daily profiler opening, and that tends to be volatile. So we could do anything. We could right now it's just sit on your hands, watch price, because we could 7:30 could come and we could just shut down, take those levels to the downside, like Karl was saying, or we could shut up all the way back to 6 a.m. or even go and take the peak to a high. I seen it. I seen it happen within those first 10 minutes, right? So we're gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna sit on my hands, watch price, and keep analyzing the charts. Oh, that's midnight open. Okay. I think the better trade for the day overall is no higher day, right? So I already got cash flow.
That's what I like too. Before that news candle came in, that was definitely in the cards. I still think it is.
Yeah, I do believe it's on the cards.
All right, now we got 713 lots at 250. So try to bait it down. That's what it looks like to me. They didn't trade any of that out. The previous one that was there was at 500 lots or so, 400. So now they got 711 lots down at 250. See if they try to go get it.
Yeah, I'm not excited for taking a short here. Yeah, I had to see that pullback. 7:30, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, guys. That's gonna be aggressive.
And if you look also, like smart about the honest waiting, a lot of these candles they'll come back into the previous hour mid, and this candle has a very small wick at the top, 7 o'clock, and so it hasn't come back in the 6 o'clock candle yet at all. So I could definitely see the back half of this candle working its way up, and then pulling a fake out and then ripping it back down.
Mm-hmm. See.
Yeah, the longer we stay around the top of this, top of London too, just building. I think that's going to be the impulse to crush right into London.
Sorry, Karl. Yeah, I was answering you that. Yeah, for me, London is already a true session, right? Long true. Because even if we, it's after like 7 o'clock, 7:15, if we are above it, I just change it to true.
Oh yeah. That I think it's a long true as well. Even if it does, I don't think we're going to get a move until the back half here, the 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
I don't think
We
we're
only
going to
have
turn that
2
false
minutes,
until
2
8.
minutes left now, so. So let's look at the P12, how it changes, right? After London being long true, well, now it flips, right? The highest probability is the P12 high, which is 90%, and from 7:30 to 7:45, right? That's the median, and then the P12 mid is still pretty nice. It's a 71% probability, but the mode and median changes from 9:15 to 9:45, so after market open, or right before. So we can easily just from here go back and make a new high, or go back and take the P12. It could do either or. I just don't want to short here, and I don't want to long until that P12 mid is out of the way, right? Or at least the time for it, right? Like if it's 9:45 and we are above 9:30 and we can take that P12 mid, well, now I'm not gonna keep waiting for it. I'm just gonna take buy price to the upside. But now I don't want to do anything here. Here I want to wait, see how we react from 6 a.m. Maybe go short again towards that P12 mid, or let the P12 mid get taken out and then go for the longs. That's the plan here.
Yeah, that candle brought us to a spot where it's looking like 9:30 is going to be the impulse to either get us to P12 high or P12 mid. right, 209 lots now at 270.
Yeah, New York 1 open.
So I got to combine about 900 lots here between 250 and 270.
Let's see what I believe the probability for New York 1 to be a short is a little, not super higher, but it has a little advantage. Let's see. New York 1 session has a 50.20 over 49.80. So it's,
Oh, bro, that's 50-50, baby.
yeah, so it could go either or. But now we do have more data for the London OU to be broken. Because that did not happen, because it has to happen after that session is over for the probability to start counting. And we have London broken time 9:30 to 9:45. Yeah, 9 to 9:45. Mode and median. That's the time window, which also agrees with that. P-total mid 70 something percent. What's the probability here for broken? 73. So yeah, so two high 70s for the London OU and the P-total mid. So they'll probably get broken on the same move. So like if we start dropping, we'll probably take the London OU, break it, and then also take the P-total mid on that same move. So that's another cue, right? Like if you get left behind but you see that London OU get taken out, well now you know most likely that's where it's gonna start heading towards that P-total mid, and you know that there's still 76 points in between them, so you can definitely find yourself a trade there. But for now, we're pumping New York 1. We're putting the high. Putting the high for New York 1. Let me see the 15 minutes, how it looks.
Morning, Ricardo. How you doing?
Good morning, Ricardo. Sir. All right. So, 15 minutes. Yeah, I seen this. I seen this before, Karl. We do
What's that?
this giant wick here, and then we start
Mm-hmm.
a little bit, and then we just keep making even a bigger one. So
Yeah.
that happens all the time.
That's what I was saying. Probably the previous hour's mid is a good spot to come up to.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was saying I think you could, if somebody was to look craft a trade, I would be looking to break a long break here, 7 o'clock open, up to 7 o'clock open to the 6 o'clock open. That's all I can see a trade on the long side right now. But I wouldn't be looking for much more than that. I don't know if it's gonna keep going right now.
Yes, sir. Looks like we're going for the highs of New York 1, aka put in the highs first. of the range.
New York one's typically what, 300 for a Monday, 336 points.
Well,
That what we've been
the
doing?
whole session, right? Yeah,
Us, yeah.
not the first hour box that we go by.
All right, so the average, so between 6 and 8, the average range is 0.44 in the last 73 days. So, and on Monday, 0.61. It's actually a lot higher. It's over a percentage if you go to more recent. We'll just take 0.61. That's 148 points between 6 and 8. That's what that looks like right here. So now if we take that from or 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock is here. That can take us down close to the P12 mid, or if we've seen the bottom where that wick is, that brings us up to the P12 high by 8 o'clock. At 7:30, and we'd have to start jamming. We'd have to start jamming pretty good for that to start happening.
Mm-hmm.
I think the first step is going to be breaking 7 o'clock high. You got to take 6 o'clock open. I mean, 7 o'clock open, then 6 o'clock open. And I think you got a case where we may end up there.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you.
Waiting right
Good
now.
morning. That was an easy short. We came. There was multiple things that played out all at once. First of all, we came up from the 5-week EMA, which is our weekly levels, right? We had an 88% chance to make it to the 1.1%, right? And we actually made it to 1% right here, which is that 88%, right? And then what you usually see is retracements after hitting those levels before continuing. If it's gonna continue to, like, let's say the 1.5 up here. We also had this is the candle science. The way I understand candle science, it's not the official way. Go to the daily profiler and to the candle sign dashboard and use that. But for me, for my back testing, Drez uses it as well. This is how we understand candle science, and this is our candle science box. And we came to the 50% of it and rejected as well, which was right above that 0.1% of the 5-week EMA. And it was 5 in the morning, right? And 5:30, about to be 6. Usually where London starts slowing down and making that move towards that P12 mid.
So that was just an easy short. I just needed to see confirmation, right? We kept playing around the middle here of the scale of science zone and the 1 week EMA, and then finally we broke below it after not being able to make a new high over here, the 504. And I was like, okay, this is my go. So I waited for that little pullback, got in, stop loss right above the invalidation over here initially, covered the queen at 7 points, and then I let the red press ride, right? I was 50 points in profit, came back halfway through, stopped me out perfectly almost to the tick right here before that giant news event. You could argue, well, if you wouldn't have moved it, then you would have seen this whole move over here, but I'm happy. I'm up $200. Nice first trade of the day, of the week. And slow pace wins the race. So that was my trade so far this morning. And right now I'm waiting. I'm waiting to take a possible short to the P2 mid. Sweet.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Wanted to see that 6 a.m. Get taken. Not taken. Get retested before jumping in it. So patiently waiting to see what we do at 8 o'clock, 8:10, right? If we reject here from the 7 a.m. open, can take it, right? We can retake this high around 8 o'clock, and then that's the final goal. Take that short, or at least start positioning to it, right? We have a 73% chance to take that London OU right here, which you could argue we did take it on NQ with the B adjusted off, but that was before the 7:30 session, so that is not in the data. This actual bounce here they're not included on that 73% data. So we still have that 73% to come and take London. And yeah, we are rejecting 7 a.m. opening price. This is what I wanted to see with the 6 a.m. opening price, but it doesn't have legs to go up there. It's going down. So I might be looking at a pullback and jumping in on that short pretty soon. I'm just going to be a little bit more patient still and wait till 8 in the morning. And if it goes without me, just that is a probability, Like, oh, you waited till 8 in the morning and I already took it. Well, perfect. Now I'm looking back to new highs. So new highs of days because we have an out of stat high a day and a really good in stat high of low a day and low of a week. By the way, so I wouldn't be. I like that long. See?
That long number we didn't hit it on my end.
You have B adjusted.
Yeah.
What contract?
No, he probably doesn't have B adjust. I don't think he uses
No,
B
I do.
adjust.
I don't use it.
Yeah.
I hit it.
Are you looking at the hourly chart?
In the hour. I cannot see it there.
Yeah, you should.
15 minutes, we didn't hit it. We got close, but we didn't hit it.
Let me see. What contract are you using?
Thank you.
NQ1, right?
Yeah, he's using the continuous NQ. I see the same thing. It's about 15 points away from the London OU.
Yeah. Mine's 280, I think, yeah. 248.
Maybe
Yeah, London value is 248. We got to 260. 260, what, 250?
Mm-hmm. See,
I don't know what's the difference here. I don't have be adjust done for either chart, and I'm using
yeah,
this one.
I
Is
don't know.
you want.
See,
So I don't know what the difference is there. Maybe the daily profiler that you're using. Yeah, because I'm using the 2.2.3. Maybe there's a like miscalculation on different versions.
I mean, if I do a fib here, same thing. Let me see. Yeah, we didn't hit it.
No, but what I'm saying, let me see. Hold on. So I'm on the 1 hour, right?
Yeah.
The 1 hour is just measuring the 3 a.m. candle, pretty much. Actually, yeah, 3 a.m. So 3 a.m.
From 2:30 to 3:30.
Yeah, but on the 1 hour, you only got 3 a.m., right? That's what I was trying to get at. So if I go down to, but even if I go down to the 15-minute here, and I do on the 50 minutes, we did not hit it. We did not hit it on the 15-minute, but when you look at the hourly, it definitely touched it. But that's just because I'm looking at the higher time. See.
See.
But you said that when you put it on the hourly, yours doesn't hit it either?
No. Let me see. I mean, it's hard to do on the hour because it's gonna overlook.
No,
if you do the 30 minutes.
It is on the hourly. No, but you don't.
It didn't hit it.
That's not gonna work. I'm looking at the line that the indicator is giving you on the hourly.
Yeah, it's a little different the hour. See, the indicator is different on the hour. Yep.
Yeah, that's what it is.
It's like the market's waiting for something here.
8 o'clock, baby.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still in the bullish structure here. Outside of that news candle, you know, nothing's really changed. So I still think that it's a weak high at 505. So I'm still looking longs, even though I made money on shorts and took shorts all morning. But yeah, this is a bullish overnight. Very bullish overnight. So we'd have to come down and take out London low, you know, P12 mid. So first London low, then P12 mid for live price to suggest, hey, you know, we might be going short now. Otherwise, it's the long side. On the shorts, I mean, I know Aldion's interested in taking a short when he gets up here. I know he's looking cash flow shorts, not trying to catch something to the depths of hell or anything. It's more
So we have to reject 6 a.m. If we don't reject 6 a.m., I'm not sure.
And that's a specific thing we look for at like during the magic hour, right? It's a very powerful level during this time frame. But once 8:30 comes and those bigger news candles come in, 9:30 comes, 6 o'clock doesn't have that, doesn't have that power as much anymore, right?
Yeah.
So at this time frame, though, it's actually a really strong level.
See,
No, random says it all the time, right? Captain Mickey, like you gotta ask yourself, is the next trade I'm gonna take after I already took a nice trade better than the one that I just took? And if it's not, then why do that to yourself?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for me to find a 100, 60 point, 70 point banger in a 1 minute candle.
Well, what I mean, like, it doesn't have to be the result of that trade. It has to be the confidence that you have behind that trade, right? Like, do you feel
exactly.
more like your analysis is just as good or better for the next setup? Right here, taking anything here for me is iffy compared to what I took here. Over here, I was tempted to put in freaking 4 minis because I was so confident on it, right? But over here, it's like, it could work out, but it could also end up really bad. So why do that to myself?
Yep.
For the
But
right thing, I'm more.
Setup's coming right now. The setup long's coming right now off the gunship. The front run activation is on my screen right now. If it breaks price 24,315.50, right? That's the activation for a gunship long, front run long, right? And that cash flow be 0.91, 0.98, excuse me, at 24,339, which is aligns with what? 6 o'clock open. So that's exactly what I was saying before, without even using gunship, that if we broke to the upside from 7 a.m. open, which is exactly where that break is, I would be looking for cash flow at 6 a.m. open. That's exactly what the gunship is projecting as well. So that's a trade I could get interested in, right? But like you said, it's not as strong as the shorts we were looking at before, in my opinion. Even though I'm saying, hey, I'm looking long, I'm just not convinced right now at this time frame, right? We have news at 8 o'clock. Anything coming in?
I'll double check right now.
let me see. April. See.
Yeah, 6. Yeah, it's all later. It's all the core durable
We got
goods,
ISM,
1,500. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all later.
And we got your boy speaking at 1 o'clock.
My boy.
Trumpy.
Oh boy. You can drop some more bangers. Praise be Allah. That's going nuts.
This NFP was so small, it's not even fun. Well, technically, quote unquote, NFP hasn't come out yet. But I've been using just the first Friday of the month. Let's see. Doja Cat, I am an idiot. I've been waiting for Magic Hour in the Discord. Good morning, gang. Good morning, brother. Well, if you would have gotten there a little earlier, you would have caught a little snippet of that first Magic Hour in the Discord. Because we started it over there for a little bit before we came here.
See.
Hey, Jojo, you were late. But good morning. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Sir.
We're about to have a new hour.
Mhm.
Let me see.
We did make a new high for the 7 o'clock.
We got Q4 high, yeah.
Yeah, we got a Q4 high officially, but again, we rejected it pretty hard from the opening price again. But notice how we can break to the other side either. So it's definitely just ranging here. I'm gonna wait for confirmation. I'm gonna wait for the elephant to step in the room. Yes, sir. Good to see everyone. I hope everyone had a good Easter. You celebrated. Yes, sir. I did a lot of work here at home. I didn't go out and drive much. I worked Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday I just stayed home, and I was, with the family, and I also worked on some personal projects on the computer, so it went well. I know Mr. Drez was Aquaman.
What?
You had an Aquaman Easter.
Oh yeah, I went out.
See. Oh, we can hear you. You step away from the mic.
Oh my bad.
Yeah,
I
when
said
you
I
walk
went
30
away.
feet from the mic, we can't hear you, brother.
Yeah, this headphone getting me upset. About to bring it.
I'm pretty
Watch
sure
out.
it's the computer not picking up the right microphone.
Yeah, you might be on the wrong mic, dude, because we hear you at a distance. So if you're wearing something, change it, check it in, restream.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with that because this is the third time I've been doing this. It don't work. So, yeah.
When you see where you see your microphone
Yeah.
on the restream, you see that little arrow next to it?
Yeah.
When you click it, what options do you get for microphone there?
4. Default, AirPods, Surface,
So you want
stereo,
to be
and
on the
AirPods.
AirPods?
Can you hear me?
Now,
Boom.
okay.
There
Now
you go,
go
baby.
step away.
That's your problem.
Huh?
Go step away and talk now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You're loud and
Yeah, you're
clear.
fine. You ain't got to shout. Don't shout at us. We got you now.
Okay. Now
Now
that
you're
works.
good. Now you're good.
Now
Don't
you
get
got me right.
frustrated.
Yeah. Okay. E.
Now you can step away and talk. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Who we got? You in a trade, Drez? What you got?
Yeah, I'm long.
You took the long?
I'm long. Yeah, I'm long.
I'm waiting for it. I want to see that break. I want to see that 7
Yeah.
a.m. break.
But
I'll take it.
I think I'm gonna get stopped. I'm looking for 6 a.m. open to hit again. But this is giving me buys that is not gonna do it. We got 8 a.m. right now. Let me see. See.
See.
I'm long for 299.50.
299.50.
Yeah. Stop is 287.
Nice. That's a good entry there. See.
Yeah. We got new hour open right now. Let's see what happens. It's my stop is 287. Yeah, that's my stop. Where is that? I don't even see. Ahí me madre. Yes, sir. Come on, stop late. Let's see. Right here, yeah.
Let's have a great week, everyone. Yes, sir, Mr. Clark. Do so. Sir, we ready? We dropping. Dropping.
Yes, sir.
You might be making that 8 o'clock wick, that push to that peak till mid, create the wick before heading high. We'll see.
We get the hard right there. Yeah.
See.
Might get stop out right here.
You might be good. That's the mid wick right there. It bounced at 94.
It's
It's the middle of the 1 hour wick, previous to the 7 o'clock hour wick, right there.
See, come
Might
on,
be good.
baby. It's okay.
See.
No, maybe I gotta get above opening price here.
Yep,
I
now
feel
you gotta
better
take
about
the
it.
open. Yep, you need it in the first couple minutes here.
Mm-hmm.
See.
Yes, sir.
Bounce where you needed it to, though. That's for sure.
Yeah. We fighting this. This is the MAE. Where is it? Siontia.
We're fighting the London high right now. We're trying to close back inside. And we failed to do so 3 times with the giant wick. Candle after that barely missed it. And then we tried again, closed above it. So that's that area that's holding right there, that London session high. Well, not the session, the range, London range. 290.25.
My bad about that. See. We fighting here. It's a fight.
Hey, my mom is something else.
Why?
Let me send her the link that I'm live.
Your mom?
Yeah,
Shit.
just
About to get real here.
send this. I don't know what else to do. She tried me to go to. She's trying me to take her to the Dominican consulate in Patterson, New Jersey,
Okay.
and I told her I got a live show.
She don't believe you.
I don't know if she doesn't believe me. She
That's
just
funny.
doesn't-
Yeah, she don't believe you.
I sent her I sent her the last week's show. And I said, I do this every Monday. I'm on the computer. I can't take it. And now she's texting me again to go take it. I'm going to send her the link.
Doja Cat, make sure she hits the like button. You got some liquidity coming in at 290s, 27 lots, but then 285, another 28 lots. So this, see if they start peeling off and front running that, lifting it.
This AAM price is being annoying.
See.
We've been consolidating for an hour now.
Okay.
So we're gonna get a break somewhere.
Market waiting for something.
New York OU, New York 1 OU right here, right now.
Yeah. You gotta let the stop do the process. I'm gonna let my stop do the work. I'm not gonna worry about it.
I believe Austin is long too. He said he's in the same side as you, and we have a Drez AC SMT. I have no idea what that stands for. But
He's long from where?
it's long.
299? Or come on, babe. Stop playing with us. Let's go. We gotta get above 306. We get above 306, I can see us going higher. Come on.
Sí.
¿Cuántos chorizos? 9.
Adelante.
Sí.
They're just looking for the 8 o'clock open to be taken. I want to see a close above that. I'll probably get long with you guys because I do like that long. I've been hunting for it. Get it?
There you go.
Yeah.
And Karl.
We're getting low. I'm now on my screen. I'm letting my stop do the work.
Yeah, it's going in your favor.
It is.
Yeah, not crazy yet. It hasn't got back to 7 a.m. opening.
No, but I got 15 points. What's up?
Oh, there you go. Cash flow, baby.
No, not yet. I'm yeah, not yet.
Yeah. This is a little too rangy for me. Again, I'm waiting.
Yeah, I don't like it. But we're gonna play the statistic today. Let's go. Say, here we go. Gotta hold it here. This is the moment of truth. And he's losing it. About to get a nasty candle. I think it's gonna be stop out. I don't like with trade too long. It's not my style.
Yeah, it's rejecting the 8 a.m.
Yeah. Here we go.
It's playing games.
It's playing games.
Gee, I'm looking for that 8:30 breakthrough.
Playing games. Once we break from here, it's gonna be a nice break. I'm pretty short.
See.
Excuse me. Here we go. Come on, get over. Let's go. Push. Yeah, push. Should I take my $200 and leave it alone? No.
Yeah, I took the long. I'm in long at 3. Where did I get in? 308.
Okay.
308.75. Stop down at. My stop's a little lower than yours. I'm at 81. Let's do 165. I'm looking for a cash flow target at 336. Off the gunship level as well. That's right at the 6 o'clock open. So my cash flow right around 6 o'clock open,
Yeah.
and then hold one.
Come on, Karl.
I'm
We go push.
gonna push this.
Go.
I'm gonna push this one to P12 high. This runner.
Sorry, y'all can hear that noise? Sorry.
The hell, of course we can hear that noise. That microphone's working now.
See, that's alright though. Projecting that 8 a.m. opening. It's ranging between that opening and that 50%.
Yeah, I wanted to get out of here.
Once we close above it, it's game over. It's gonna be to the upside at least till the 6 a.m. But if we can't take it, then it's gonna be London or you. He told me. So either way it decides to go, it's gonna have probably that direction. Drez, who are you finding in there? Oh yeah, those are the dishes. For those of you guys that wait, we're closing. We're closing above.
There we go. We're starting to push.
We're closing above. It's gonna be looking like a good, nice little C. I have to see it.
Got to get above these 310s here.
I have to see it to believe it. You gotta close. No close, no believing. Look at all those wicks there. Boom, boom. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it looks like they want to sweep it down to the 290s.
Now it's going for the low. No bueno for long beats. Yeah. We'll see.
See what they do here. Let's see if they start front running these 290s. Yeah, we got 26 slots sitting at 302. If they buy those out, I think we'll be good.
Yeah, I'm gonna start short position towards that for mid. It's gonna be very light, 1 micro only, and I'm gonna start scaling in. Validation is right above that set, right almost to that 7 a.m. opening price. It's only gonna be 1 micro.
Okay, I'm back, guys. Not full. No, here I'm broke. I'm working, guys. Where we at?
Pretty much.
Looks like we're pushing.
Come on. Shout out to Cody.
Yeah, same spot, but it looks like we're gonna get a push.
Do their work. Don't stress no trade. You stop loss, do their work, man. Come on, man. Stop playing with me. Keep going. See.
Let me see.
This 5 minute was crazy. Look at this shot. What is this? Oh my god.
I'm gonna go for that London or you.
You short?
250. Yeah, I'm starting to.
Yeah, he's going short, man.
Starting to position for it. See.
He's in just in one right now.
We got a new 15 minutes. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, I'm watching the book map. If you want to go to me, Justin, because I guess starting to see right here 290, 26 lots, and 26 lots at 85. So that's why I think they're defending. That's what I want to see them front run.
Nothing
Once
to the
these mortars
upside.
start coming in. Oh no, we got upsides. Got the. You know, that's where the money is. 202 lots at 480. They've been sitting there for a while.
Here we go.
So 480 is yeah, I think that's P12 high, right? Close to it.
It's playing games, man.
Yeah, it looks like they didn't want any part of coming down to these 90s, these 290s flat. They came in, and they're starting to move away. So that's what I was saying. If we get above these 308s, 310 area, right, you can see if Justin pulls me up on the on the book map volume session volume profile here, you see there's a volume node. If we start working above that, we're going to jam to the upside. If not, we're going to slip below, and we're going to go after those 290s, 285s, and possibly deeper, right?
Gee. My stop loss is going to be right above the 8 o'clock high. So if we take that, then we're probably just going to start heading higher. And I'll add to this trade. Or flip.
We did get a close outside of the 05 box on the top side, so
Yeah,
that's good.
it did. Gee.
I mean, for the longs.
There we go. Especially now.
There we go.
If I can stop now,
That's what I want to see, above
on
10s.
the opposite side, I'll be reversing the trade. But for now, like Drez said, I'm gonna let the stop do the worrying. It's a very tight stop.
Yeah, buyers aren't stepping in yet. They're not stepping in the size yet.
Gee.
See, it's playing games, man. Yeah, 830 might be a nasty candle, guy. Which we're gonna break.
Yes. This is where I expected buyers to come in, right there, 310s. I want to see follow through.
Mhm.
Not getting it just yet. Not cratering out either, so.
Running two more. If we get back to the price. And those two will be covering 7 points. There we go. One tip more time here. And same stop.
They do. Bouncing right at VWAP as well.
Overnight VWAP?
Yep.
Okay.
Actually, not from 1800. I think it was like from 2000 when I started this. So. Close.
Yep. It's losing it.
There they go. They're going after the 90s now.
Is the target
Get a bounce
for London to use the target for this trade, which is now a free trade.
Nice one, Eldianis.
With one micro. Well, we don't know yet, right? But cover the queen there with those 2 micros. 7 points. Now the stop moves to 7 points with 1 micro left. stops me out. Then it was
All right.
Drez.
Looks like they swept it. Let's see if this is it. That was the move down. Drez, did you make it? 'Cause they came close to
I'm
you.
still
288.
alive.
There you go. You still alive?
280. Yeah, 287 is my stop. I haven't moved my stop. I'm believing.
There you go.
Don't stop believing.
You got
Now
close though.
rolling has it going lower. Get out of here, Pack Trades. We don't want to hear from you, Cody.
What he's saying?
He's saying the 3-hour rolling has this hour going lower.
Oh, might be. Yeah, he might be right.
Might be.
Yeah.
Might be.
See.
See if they firm it up now. That was enough.
Nah, 830 is gonna be a nasty candle. I mean, I don't know if are we gonna stay to 830 because magic hour is finished.
Oh, that's right. It's already 8:22.
Yeah. Time flies when you're having fun, huh?
Sir.
Well, we'll know when Justun and Austin take us out. Maybe he's not ready yet.
Oh, he's not? Okay.
I don't know. Oh, there he is.
Who? He's here?
There he is. Yep. All right, guys. I appreciate you all stopping by. Switch it over. Austin Clark. I think Matt Mick is going to be with him, but let's see if this holds. I mean, we got a good bounce here. So me and Drez are in longs. Eldianis already cash flowed his short, so he's winning right now. Let's see if we both make money on the trade. All three of us.
Well, I'm already. I cover the queen with 2 micros, and the top is 1 micro, so I'll make like $20 for taking this trade.
Hey man, extra 20
That's
bits.
an hour.
You know,
That's an hour.
that's a good sweep, Drez. Drez, you see what's happening, right? We're lifting right now. I think we're good. I think that was the sweep they needed. Let's go. If we get above these 10s, let's get above these 10s. This is where I want to step in right now, right here.
Yes, sir.
Good candle.
Shout out to
This is the
Cody,
follow-through I
man.
was looking for.
Cody, you let your stop do the worrying, right? Let's go, baby. Not have to worry about this trade no more.
Shout out to Cody. This guy's telling us this 3-hour rolling. Next hour is going to be lower. Get out of here. Get him out of here.
Nah. Let's go. All right, guys.
All right, guys.
Let's go.
I'm gonna be
We
joining
outta
you
here.
guys now. This long.
We out. I'll see you next week. Let's go, baby.
See you, people.
Did you find value in the Magic Hour trade team? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the Pack Trade Group Discord in the description.
That was a good one, Gary.
Sure.
Alright, if we break down here, guys, I'm sure for the same cash flow targets. I appreciate you for being here.
I'm sure right now. Target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
All right, I'm taking this.
The upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live price and historical data, right? Aligning.
Right there.
Welcome, this is PackTV. Sit back, relax, and watch how we day trade with statistics. PackTV, God given, so I gotta make it happen. I'm on mission, not like them, I'm different. That bag come with a pension, talk about that business. Like I'm hard all in the pain, shining hard, don't need no chain. All this drip, it feel like rain. Everything everything on me, got it on my name. They don't got it like this, they don't talk it like this. I was built for this. That TV not like guns, take it away.
Stop me, it's me. If you're doing this for the women, you're losing. Do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself.
They rigged the race long before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Puppet masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. A lead over production, too many miles out thrown. China rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. You were born in the crossfire, raised on a rerun line, told to choose a side.
Bro, that last song is exactly what we are living through. Game theory, all that stuff. Good morning. You there, Austin?
Oh, there we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, it really is. If you pay attention to the lyrics, it's I'm sitting here listening. Yeah. Morning, everybody.
Dude, you got your gamer lights, your Furu lights.
Dude, I'm getting more. My Furu evolution by the week is getting better. Just wait until next week. Next week we're gonna have even more stuff. What's up, everybody? Hey, listen, if you are new here for the first time, let us know in the chat. The one thing I always like to ask before we get started is anybody that is here for the first time, where are you watching from? You know, what's your experience level? What do you usually trade? Are you usually trading NASDAQ, ES, or something even outside of futures? If you are coming here and returning here, welcome back. Okay. Still like to see where you're coming from.
Let us know if you're here for the signals. Because just to give you like some advice, we are not the best traders in the world. We just know math good enough to make us profitable over time.
Yeah. Sorry. If you guys came here for the signals, I'm sorry, guys. Sorry. We do share executions though. If you are new here, what do? We come here every single Monday. PackTV from bell to bell. So from London all the way till market close, we're live streaming. We have different sessions. We have sessions led by the one, the only, Mr. Bowie himself at Live London. He uses volume profile and statistics. Then we got Miguel, Drez, and Karl. That was the Magic Hour team you just watched. Then we pop into the New York session. We have Mick and myself trading the live New York Open. Then we have Jesse and Cody trading the late New York AM session, otherwise known as the Ambiguous Hour. And then intermittently, we're going to have Justun, our admin guy, / PM trader / the glue that holds this community together. He does Bootcamp Focus sessions. I don't know if he's doing one today. He'll let you guys know. And that's what we do here every single Monday. We share our trades. We go over our analysis. We let you guys know.
And if you think that's cool, like that we do it every Monday, well, you can join and we do it every single trade day in the Discord.
Yep.
Same
links
way.
Up there, description. We got links everywhere. All right. Click on anything and it'll probably take you to the community, take you to the Discord, take you to the website right there. And yeah, we live trade Monday through Friday. Good morning, everybody. Let's do a quick rundown of all the people here. We got, starting up here at 8:30, we got yeah, let us know in the chat. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? Where y'all at? We got freaking gunship going off here. Let's go, baby. We got Numb Leg Gaming. Good morning. We got James Scott 3617. Good morning. We got Mr. Henry himself talking about the pimp lights. These are pimp lights, all right? Get it right, not Furu lights. We got Mr. Chitaki. Good morning, Mr. Chitaki. Mr. Chitaki was using Andrew's, shout out to Andrew, Trades Don't Lie on Twitter. He went viral, and Chitaki was one of the people that used his video, and he's got Claude.
I'm gonna see if he can come up on stage today and kind of explain what that is, what it does. So stay tuned for that. If you can't do it today, probably next Monday we'll schedule something.
Dude, yeah, I'd love to have him come on.
Yeah.
We got Mr. Stacker, the Australian himself. Good morning, Stacker. We got Scotty. Good morning, Scotty. Horizon is here for the giveaways. Nothing else, just here for the giveaway.
Horizon, check this out. I will give Horizon, because you've been so loyal and you like all my tweets and you watch all my little videos. I will give you a boot camp for free. Just hit me up in DMs.
Hey, look at
there
that.
you go. I gave you away. I gave it away. I gave you a giveaway.
There you go, Horizon. Hey, and we start, next boot camp starts April 17th.
Yep.
Karl's new here. He's new here watching from Maui. He's only here for the signal. Sorry, Karl. Max is new here only for the signals. Dude, look at this. We got Karl's new. We got Max's new. We got Drez in here that's new. Took a live trade in front of y'all this morning. He's long and strong. We got Pippi. What the heck's going on? We had 3 people make the same joke. We got Pippi Banks in the house.
Hey, listen, we are building the gunship for the signals. Like eventually we're just gonna have the gunship on YouTube and it'll give you the signals.
We got the gunship. Gunship is long on another. I got this long on another account, but I got this account ready for New York Open. But we're long front run cash flow here at 339. I got another cash flow target at 389. Stop loss is 270.75. And then I went 5 micros here. So if we get, I got 2 micros here, 1 micro here. So if we get the runner, I'll be 2 micros running on one account. But then I have this account ready for New York Open, so I don't have a trade open or whatever while I'm trying to trade the market open. But that's why I was getting worried, Drez. I was getting worried, bro. We listen, Drez and PTFX, the 2 people I don't like to be on the same side, not the opposite side, the same side of, because we trade we are like 70 to 80% of the time. If I had like an indicator, I would love to have this indicator that just would show every time Austin's long, PTFX and Drez are typically short. Every time Austin is short, PTFX and Drez are typically long. So we have like a Drez AC SMT here where me and Drez literally almost have the same long entry. And I was like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm not feeling it. What up, Raxith? We got Raxith in the house. Raxith helps me out with some of the recordings. So some of the videos you guys watch of the recordings of the trade streams, Mr. Raxith himself helps us out with the video footage. We got Mr. Pack Trades in the house. Good morning, Pack Trades. Cody. Chicken nuggets of knowledge. What's up with you and these nuggets? It's like the 3rd time is this like an inside joke? It's going over my head. All right, I'm only 5'7". Come on.
A lot goes over that head, huh?
We got Johnny English. Good morning, John. You're new here. I feel like I haven't seen your name in here. Good morning, John English. Johnny English. Good morning, Miller. We got Dojo Cat in the house. We got Mrs. Brooke in the house. We got Mr. Seth in the house. Good morning, Seth. Victor. Good morning. We got Julie. Good morning. We got Aster Andrew. Good morning. Horizon said, hey, man, I appreciate the giveaway, but I already see value in what y'all do. I'm already joined. He says, I'm already signed up.
Good.
Well, hey, Horizon, let's do this then. You've already paid and you're already signed up for the boot camp. If you go through the boot camp, because again, for those of you that don't know, the whole reason of why we built the boot camp and why the process is the way that it is, you can see right here, step 1. If you just want to understand what we do, you don't have to pay us a dime. You can come here every single Monday and every single Friday, see how we live trade on Mondays, see how we break our in-depth analysis on Fridays. And you can literally go and watch all the recordings of Mickey Tuesday through Thursday. He does a quick war game. So we have like footage on footage on footage that if you want to understand what we do it all live. We don't do pre-recorded videos. We don't do hindsight screenshots. We are showing our analysis and trade ideas to the world, and we're open to be right and wrong. Now, why do we do that, and why do I put so much pressure on that? Is because the people that are teaching you, when people teach you anything, if they do not have the confidence to then put that in front of you into action when they're right and when they're wrong, that makes me question the integrity of the teachings. Because if somebody can't every single day, not once in a blue moon, not once every couple weeks or once a quarter, every day, or as consistent as they can, at least 2 to 3 times a week, consistently show the edge or the thing that they're teaching, and they can't do that consistently, keyword consistently, both right and wrong. It's not to see how much money someone makes. It's not to pocket watch. It's not to see how great somebody is. It's to see how that person operates under every side of the spectrum of variance within their edge. The good side, the bad side, the days that are just the days that are just terrible, all the in between. You need to see that from the people that you learn from. You don't just need to see the picture perfect. The picture perfect is what gets you started. It's what right looks like. But you still need to understand how to operate in that gray area. The times that it's not picture perfect. Go ahead, Mickey. Yeah.
So he said you learn from. You guys are all watching us to learn from us. Like, you're not really here for the signals, nor would that do anything good for you. Because at the end of the day, like, you don't care if we make money. We don't care if you make money, but we know that we have a product and we do it a certain way that does make money quarter over quarter. Now, what do you do when you learn from somebody? Well, you take it back and you learn how to apply it in a way that you can trade it, right? Because at the end of the day, it comes down to you pressing the button, and I'm not going to be hovering over your shoulder every time you decide to first place a trade. So the more we can get out in front and show you how to do it and lead by example, the more successful you will be when you sit down and you take your 3x5 card and you say, I'm going to write up my trade plan, right? And that's important because at the end of the day, we've already established that you don't care if we make money and we don't care if you make money. We will lead by example. We will show the executions. We will show up every day and trade it live, and we'll pitch what we see and what our plans are beforehand. But at the end of the day, from your angle, what do you do with the information that you learn while you watch us? Well, what you should be doing is learning how to build your own trade plan, right? Your trade plan, a contract that you have with yourself. So when you are pressing that button, right, you are holding yourself accountable for it. Because I tell you right now, like, coming to YouTube thinking that somebody's going to make you profitable, or going to Twitter and thinking a strategy is going to make you profitable, like, that's naive. And you wouldn't build a business that way, period. You would not build any business that way. So why are you doing it with your hard-earned money that every hour of work that you put into, they paid you, and you're just going to half-ass your investment? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. So make sure you're doing it the right way. That's kind of some of the stuff we guide you through in the boot camp. Because at the end of the day, all of our viewers, we want to be independent thinkers. We don't want them to trade exactly like us, but we damn sure want them to collect data and manage their risk the way we do, right? And I think that's important to establish.
Yep. Yeah, because that's the most important part, you know. It's, and again, it's like we don't care how people trade. We don't think that we're the best. In fact, I don't think I'm even better than most, but I'm still good. And that's where a lot of people kind of miss the forest through the trees, as everybody tries to be the Michael Jordan of trading, for lack of better terms. When, guys, we're here to make money. You know, we're here to make money. Like, we're not here to. At least for me, I'm not trying to be the Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan. I'm not trying to be that top 1% of the 1%. I'm trying to be good enough to where I can be above average and I can generate a meaningful return at the end of the year. That's what I'm trying to do.
I'm trying to be the top 1% of Mickey exactly. Trades, right? Of my own trading. Like, today, can I beat what I did Friday? From a psychological rule-based, like, managing risk, like, I am trying to be the top 1% of all my personal trades, but never anybody else's.
And then all that context to bring back to the point of what we do here and why we have it structured the way that we have it structured is, so we got free. That's step one. You can watch any and all of what we do here. Step two is then when you want to take the chance, take the leap, you can really understand and learn what we do. So it used to be a 3-month process, but coming up this next class, it's completely self-guided and automated. So step 2 is the boot camp to get you understanding of all the tools. So all the stuff you see on Mick and I's chart, how we analyze the levels, how do we trade off of this stuff, how do we build our plans off this stuff, it's all there. Then step 3 is once you graduate the boot camp, you can then join the Pack Trade group to watch us trade and apply everything you learn, to where step 2 is your boot camp, your basic training. And then step 3 is now let's build off this foundation you built that is now structurally sound and backed by objective logic and data. And now see the people that teach, because you guys also hear that stereotypical saying all the time of those that can't do teach. Well, we teach. And then we do every single day, Monday through Friday. So that way you can see all the in-betweens of how we trade. And so Horizon, shout out to Horizon. If you graduate the boot camp and you go past step 2, step 3, just remind me and send me the link to this video, because I will forget, especially in 2 to 3, 4, about a month, 2 months from now, I will forget. So I will pass Mickey's giveaway and I'll piggyback on top of it to where I'll give you a free month of the pack if you join the pack. So when you graduate, I'll give you the first month off. All right, let's get to the rest of these people here, and then we'll get into, you want me to go first or you go first today, Mick?
I can go first.
Cool. We got Mr. Daniel Diaz. Daniel Diaz, what's going on, Daniel? We got Mr. Dave. Mr. Dave, the BB gun creator himself. What's up, Dave? We got Nick. Good morning, Nick. We got Shannon. Good morning, Shannon. Horizon says, personally, I want to do what you do, not only understand what you do. And that's amazing, dude. That's exactly, you want to understand exactly what we do, not to the T, but you want to understand the foundations of what we do. That's what the boot camp's for. And Horizon also says something pretty cool here. He says, and I need saving from myself from bad habits. And honestly, that's like, I guess, the bread and butter of the boot camp itself. But then also just as a trader, you need to acknowledge and understand that at some point in your journey, okay, Mr. Dave here, Dave in the chat, the guy that said good morning here, DB Tech 429, he came up on stage a year ago. Dave, you tell everybody how you're doing now. Don't be humble. Take all the humbleness, because Dave's a humble dude, good dude. Take that away for 5 seconds. This guy came on stage and said, y'all just ever been tired of yourself? Kind of what you just said. I need saving for myself. He finally did it. He saved himself. He got away from his own self, built a plan, locked in, said, I just need to stop being stupid. I can see the edges here, so let me save myself from myself, essentially. And he built systems that now make that possible. He's not some monk that just has this amazing, hard, bulletproof psychology, whatever you want to call it. He failed to the level of his systems. Before, he was failing to the level of his systems because he had weak systems. Now he has strong systems. He has a strong foundation that at his worst, he's still better than when he was at his worst with no systems. And that's the whole point of trading. Trading is not this sport that you have to be the most hard bulletproof minded, like dude that has to always meditate before they're trading and sit. No, you have to have systems that keep you disciplined. The exact rules and the things that you bake into your system is what's keeping you disciplined. So that is what I hope you get away from the boot camp. And I hope in 2 to 3 months time, I see you in the pack, and then we can watch you progress, Horizon, and we can reference this YouTube stream like a year or 2 years down the road. Be like, remember, this was your starting point. And we got Drez. Drez is Kobe. Drez, I will happily say Drez can be the Kobe of
all day long.
All day long. And I'm too short. Dude, I'm too short to be. Come on. I'm too short for this. All right, Nick.
All right. So before we start, I'd like to give you guys some value. Me and Austin love to give you some value. I'm going to promise you we'll be done with our war game before 9:30. So, don't think we're just kicking the can down the road. But let's talk about MA and MFD, right? And, the importance of it, right? So, I'm going to hit this up because a lot of people miss the forest through the trees when trying to measure data, right? They will prioritize profit factor, expected value, consecutive losses, max drawdown, risk of ruin, SQN, Sharpe ratio, all this stuff they'll put the cart before the horse, right? And they miss it, right? And then they end up overfitting strategies. And curve fitting strategies, tailoring the trades with some kind of metrics that over that time frame, makes it look like it's profitable. But in reality, it's not profitable. It's just it took the exact picture perfect, structure of that historical data and it found what was the most profitable, right? Now, one thing, step one, that we want to collect data on, the first step in collecting data on is we have to identify a fixed constant. What is a fixed constant? That's a measured move. Like I'll use midnight, for example. Between 8 and 11, do we retrace back to midnight? Well, over so much data, yes, we do 65% probability to retrace back to midnight, right? Well, now I need a fixed constant of entry, right? Saying this is where you're enter, right? And this can be adjusted as you collect this data, right? But the reason you need that fixed constant, whether it's a breaker, whether it's a wolf entry, whether it's a 50% of a candle alley wick, whatever, is so you can collect MAE, right? And MFE data off of that from that time frame that you're grabbing, right? And MAE tells you how much in drawdown you go, and MFE tells you how favorable it is towards your trade plan, right? And then like now at this point, we can start using objective data to figure out where our stops and our entries and our cover the queen and our cash flow and our extended cash flow and our runner should be targeting, right? So right here is an example of very similar strategy. The strategy doesn't matter. The visual effect is what I want, right? So this right here will say this is the MAE of 4 different strategies, right? 4 different strategies, right? That are very similar, right? And we can see if we held on to it right here for 1 hour, right? This will be your MAE and this will be your MFE, right? The second strategy, MAE, MFE for 1 hour. Third strategy, MAE, MFE. Fourth strategy, MAE, MFE. And then vice versa, if we held that same strategy for 2 hours and 3 hours. Now let's say we just want to take a trade an hour, right? The 10 a.m. we want to take a trade, right? We can see that this strategy, and this isn't even going, we can go up to here, and we can collect the MAE 30%, the 50th percentile, and the 70th percentile. And like when you're covering the queen, you can use the 10 and the 95 percentile as well, right? But just for the class, right? Right, we just know that we've got to figure out where our stop goes, right? Well, we know that this is over 300, 697, 697. So over the last 6 years, approximately across these 4 strategies, well, these are 4 different configurations of the same strategy. So 6 years worth of data, right? We can see that right here, the max MAE that was hit was between 0.15 and 0.20 for 1 hour. We can see the max MFE, so MAE is where price goes against you, MFE is where price goes towards your favor, right? MFE is around 0.15. Well, let's move to configuration number 2, right? It's around that 15 basis points and 20 basis points for the MFE, the max. And the same thing goes with the MFE. This configuration is around 15 basis points and the MAE is 15 basis points and so forth, right? And so now we can see that if we hold this trade for 1 hour, like I can see clear as day that my stop, right, should be around 0.20 or 0.15, somewhere within that zone, because that will cover all 3 possible configurations, all right? And then my MAE, or my MFE, right, which is, like I like to look at it like this, like if this is the 95 percentile, then this would be the 70th percentile, and this would be the 50th percentile, and this would be the 30th, and this would be the 10. Well, I like to do it where, right, I cover my queen, which means I increase my risk per trade, and I cover, we know from a percentile standpoint, this will get hit more times. So this would be a 90% probability at the 10 percentile, right? And this will be a 10% probability at the 90th percentile, right? So I like to cover my queen in high probable areas. I increase my risk per trade, and I cover my queen right here where you can see is high probability to grab. And I like to put my stops where I don't expect to get hit. And if I do get hit, I know I'm losing against the winning team. So that's your quick dive. And now we can see just with objective data using 6 years of data on this strategy, right? We can see, and I'm going to show you the chart, but like, right, we can see that like clear as day that they line up, right? Like the stop loss recommendation now, the 30th percent MA median MA, 70th percentile, MFBs, like the same thing. The percentiles are an area where we can take objective data and actually understand where our stop should go, right? Austin, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it just gives you normal expectations. A lot of people, when they take trades, they're like, okay, well, if you're scaling out, where do I partial out? Where do I protect myself? Where do I shoot for extended targets? Like MFE and MAE, it's the typical speed limit of your edge. It's for lack of better terms. Like, this is how much you can have in some sort of realistic expectation, realistic probability, not certainty, but a realistic measurable probability of the favorable and adverse movement that you're going to get. So it's a game changer to anybody that wants to have a little bit more numbers behind their edge.
And why is the first? Is because it forces you not to overfit, because the live market is telling you this is the realistic expectation of this trade. Right? So that's just one of many steps that you do to prevent overfitting a strategy. And it's the most important to do in the beginning, just so you understand what it puts your risk profile at.
And it has to be off a constant. Like, that's the most important part. Like, if you hear what we say and only half listen, because that's like the struggle with a lot of people that go into statistics. They hear the term statistic and then they only hear the sexy side, but they don't pay attention to the whole thing. The whole thing is the MFEMA is great, but you can't just then go to your chart and pull anything that's variable and then just expect to have a consistent measurable number. You can't. It has to be something that's constant, that happens at the same time, same place every single day. It can be an opening price, can be a time-based range, can be a high, can be a low, can be a specific time of day, something that you can anchor to that is repeating. That's what's going to give you that consistent measurement.
So one cool project that we worked on, right, and it's a fixed constant because of the exact formation. I won't get into what it is, but it's a breaker and we've put fixed constants around it, right? And so now we can figure out, based off that fixed constant, right, what the probabilities of the fib extensions are going to be off of that breaker and where the realistic move of that breaker is going to be. And this is across, let me see, 933 days. But that fixed constant is the most important part of it. All right, so let's get into our war game. Starting on the daily chart, we're above NFP Friday, previous month 50%. So we're expecting 70% green days, 30% red. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And it's been a while since I've been able to say that, so I'm excited about that. Let's see if we can hold above NFP Friday. Guess what? NFP Friday was a holiday, so I'm not going to change my rule plan because of that. I have rules for a reason. This is more so I can pull the probability of the daily candle. But yeah, good feeling. So when we are above NFP Friday and previous month 50%, we expect lower days to happen between 1800, 3 o'clock, and 9:30 and 10:30. And the closing price, or the high of the day, should be towards the end of the day, right? It's pretty simple, right? And those rules, one would not above them all, but closing prices are usually higher up and the wick of the daily candle are a lot bigger, right? So we definitely are aware of that. Now we're going to use open, high, low, close using Friday and Thursdays to put a probability on that, right? We want to know, and we already did this, so we already know that both the high and the low got taken out, and that could have been seen on Friday, right? But now we want to know, more so, how far do we extend off of this previous day, right? We're going to use MFE data off of this previous day high based off of what Friday and Thursday did. All right, so let me go over here, go to candle signs. So we're going to say that Friday was red and Thursday was green, and that Friday failed to take out the high or the low of the previous day, right? And that today took out the low and took out the high, right? And so now we're going to get, and this, what you have seen based off of what Thursday, Friday, and today's actions only happened 32 other times. 32 other times out of 20-something years worth of data. All right, so that's pretty cool to see. So we know that this is an anomaly day, right? From a candle science perspective. Now let's see, look at that. Each one of these dots represent one of those 32 samples, right? And so like we want to see, right? This will represent previous day's high, Friday's high, and this would be a 30th percentile, meaning that 70% of the time kept going after this level. 30% of them reversed before getting to that level. So 0.19, pretty sure we violated that. We sure did. Oh man, I gotta turn my magnet off. So we know that 0.19 off our previous day high is right here. So we're gonna put our green box right there. And now we're gonna do our 50th percentile, meaning 50% of the data kept going and 50% of the data reversed before this, and that's called the median, right? And so that's at 0.40. I'm pretty sure we went above that, and I was right. If we're in an anomaly day, we expect to get above the 50th percentile. If we're in a normal day, then the 30th to the 50th is what we target, right? So now we're gonna do the 70th percentile. All right, come into our data. We can see that this is the 70th percentile, and it was at 0.59. 0.59. Exactly what the high of the day is right now. Fucking nuts. All right. So we know that the bulk of the data, when we do what we did on Thursday and Friday and what we did today, the bulk of the data is right here where this green box and this red box is. If we breach this red box, we know that we're in an outlier, which is above 0.59. So from here to here, right, is your 90th percentile, right? We never had anything go above our 88 percentile. So if we did, we would have it continue going up, right? So with that being said, right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times have we kept going higher, right? Today will probably be one of those because I have a feeling we have a weird high of the day. One thing that me and Austin do is we don't even look at the charts on Monday until we come up on screen. So like, it's kind of like, we got to do it live from the hook. And it's kind of silly because I think it's cool because like I'm doing it exactly live right in front of you. I don't look at the charts before 8:30 and that's that, right? But on the other days of the week I do, right? So now we're expecting that we've hit the reversal zone. We're above NFP Friday, previous month 50%. We've hit a good daily distribution. So we're trying to see, can we make a new high a day, right? So now we're gonna move on to what we did, and we got okay, cool. So based off of what Asia and London did, they bought it up, right? I don't know what news came out. I'm not allowed to look at the charts, right? So I just enjoy my Sunday evening. We went long true, and London went long true, right? And then, so we had a very bullish overnight session, right? So now we're going to come over to the daily profile. Everything that you've seen so far was based off of open, high, low, close probabilities. This would be based off of what the actual Asia and London markets did, right? And so we put long true, and then long false in New York 1. We know that there's only 2 possibilities, and now there's 4 possibilities as we break out of this 730 to 830 box. We can go long false, meaning we take out the other side of this. We can go long true. By 11:30, we can go short true, or we can go short false. Today we went long false. So now we can put a conditional probability on this. All right, so that conditional probability is going to look like this, right? Now that we know what Asia and London did, first and foremost, I want to know the probabilities of the London and the Asia OUs, right? So we can see Asia has a 64% probability, but the one unique thing about today's Asia probabilities is look how much data is stacked at the 9:30 to 9:45 time. That is very rare for Asia to have it stacked like that, telling us that Asia OU is a great target. All right. So we know we're going to find Asia OU, which is all the way down here. Right, and then we're going to look at that Asia low probability. It's got a 64% probability of getting hit as well over the last quarter. Right, so we know that this is a target that we're going to be paying attention to. Now, from an MFE standpoint, right, like this is going to be for extended targets. Like we already covered a queen. We've already taken cash flow targets. This is for the damn runners. All right. So if it gets stopped out, like who cares? Nobody cares. I don't care. Austin doesn't care. We're just smiling because like we're even shooting for that. Right. So now we're going to go look at London OU. So we know that Asia's low has a 64% probability and Asia OU has a 60 something probability with the mode time being 9:30 to 10:15. Right. So the next thing we're going to look at is our London OU, which is playing it right here. London OU. And then our London lows, right, have a 70% probability. So London OU and London lows, right? We can see that London OU has an 85% probability being hit between 9:30 and 10:15. It's the mode and the median is sitting right there. So that's definitely a high value target. Sorry, I had a flashback from being in the infantry, right? High value target. So we know that London OU is going to be a high probable target for us, right? So now, right, that's going to be a zone that we're going to sync with midnight. So now we know that London OU has lows have a 70% probability and London OU has a high 85% probability being targeted at 9:30 to 10:15. All right, so now we're going to move on, right? So if these two probabilities are saying we are going to hit them, then it should sync with the new low of the day. Well, the problem is we aren't going to sync with the new low of the day because the data majority is 1800 low of the day between 0.2 and 0.3. Our low of the day is currently at 0.47 at 1810, right? So we know that that's not going to be reliable, right? So we have to look for net in action, right? Meaning that price is going to come down and net off of one of these probability zones to go higher. Something like that. Or it might come down to the P12 mid or midnight open to bounce, or it can come all the way to settlement and bounce, right? So the way we're going to play this, right, is we are going to pay attention between 9:30 and 10:15. Those are very important times, right? Right. If we can't hit the level by after 10:15, we're giving up on it, right? But right now, between now and 10:15, we're going to see, do we bounce? Do we get a 4-step reversal up? How low does it go? If we take London OU and get below it, then we're going to expect midnight London low, P12 mid. If we get below that, then we can say settlement. If we get below that, then we can say Asia OU. But if we get bounce in action from those areas, and then 10:15 happens, we went as low as it can go. Like, it's over. That's all she wrote. Like, we're not going to sit there and continue shorting because these have high probabilities. Like, we don't care. Because live price is stepping in and saying, we just needed this much of the overnight probabilities before we head higher, right? All right, so let me figure out how I can erase all these drawings, and then we'll move on to the next part. You might know, I guess I could hit control like that. And then delete. All right, so we know that we have a couple of zones that we're going to be looking for. Previous day high to London OU. All right, that's going to be zone 1 that we expect a response from. Midnight to previous day mid. That's going to be zone 2. Zone 3 is going to be settlement to Globex Open. And then Asia OU. Because at the end of the day, we're always asking ourselves, is the daily candle going to be green or red? Well, today it looks like it's going to be a green daily candle, and it's going to be big or small. Well, today's already put in the distro, so we know it's going to be big, right? So now we're going to come get the probabilities of these levels. All right, so we can see, starting with settlement on a Monday, 25, 50, 75, and 100% probability of the gap fill. We can see 100% of the time, 100% gap fill does not typically happen, based off of what Asia and London on a Monday, right? So 50% gap fill is realistic. Anything above 50% is not realistic. If we can't even fill 50% by 10 or 15, like, give it up. Like, it's over. We're not doing it. Move on. All right, now we're going to look at midnight. Has a 70% probability, right? That was one of the zones we identified. Primary time being 9:30 to 10:15. Globex Open has a low probability and settlement have. So, like, These zones that we've identified, settlement to Globex open, we know that that's highly unlikely to get to. We're not going to bet on the house. All right, so the next one, midnight open, which is right here, is sync with P12 mid. We know that this midnight has a 9:30 to 9:45 probability at 70%. It's synced with the P12 mid. So let's go see if the P12 mid agrees with going down there. P12 mid has an 81% probability with 30 to 9, 10, 15 being the primary time. So this is going to make it easy, right? So we're already expecting a new high a day, right? Now we're just trying to figure out where we're going to net off of, where we're going to bounce off of. And right here is going to be our highest probable bounce zone, right? P12 mid and midnight. So we're going to try to position longs here, right? Oh, we're going to look to see if 9:30 can open up and sell off. We have enough distro for it, right? Over the last quarter, between 7:30 and 11:30, we have moved 50% of the time, 247 handles or 95 basis points. So we've moved this much between 7:30 and 11:30, 50% of the time. So bouncing off a P12 mid and making a new high a day is realistic. Now, with that being said, we can make a new high of the day, then go there, and then we range into settlement for today, right? Because remember, we're betting that it's going to be a green daily candle, right? So my game plan today will be, if the 9:30 wants to sell, I'll sell it. I'll cover the queen at 10 basis points. I'll target London OU and P12 mid. I'll try to get runners to keep going, but it's going to really depend on how the 10 o'clock hour comes in, and does it give me a Q1 high, Q4 low, right? But as we approach these levels, I will be looking for that net in action to lead us higher for a new high a day. So with that being said, yeah, glad to be here, and I got to pass it off to Austin so I don't steal all of his thunder for his war game. All right, Austin, you up.
Before we get started, I had to take a step out. So my war game this morning is shouting out my amazing wife here. Check this out. She gave me an Easter basket of chemical guys, car cleaning stuff. She knows me very well. So that's my war gaming, guys. I'm getting off here and washing my car. No, I'm joking.
Yeah.
But all right, let's see what we got here. So I'm going to do it pretty short and sweet and to the point, because Mickey got all the main key points. And for the sake of just repeating, I'm going to tell you all, this is my super, super quick trade ideas, analysis, and what I see. So based on everything, if you guys were paying attention to what Mickey was saying, we have an in-stat low a day, okay? Out-of-stat high of day. We just went long false out of New York 1. So conditionally now, we have a lot of the answers to the test that some days we don't have. A couple interesting points here, okay, is when people hear statistics, and I even listened to a discussion over the weekend that it was really, really telling on the exact perspective a lot of people have when it comes to statistics. And statistics is not a strategy. Okay, when you apply statistics to trading, it's not, are you a statistical trader or an XYZ trader? You can be both. Statistics are edge enhancers, not standalone edges. Okay, they give you fuel to what you already are looking at on the chart. And when you can put objective numbers to it, it now gives you that logical and objective confidence, not just your feelings. And so today, I want you guys to understand, and I want this video to be very, very to the point. Statistics aren't just showing us the highest probable move. It's also allowing us to deduce when those statistics are not hitting, which is then to see the other side of the coin. So statistics don't just show you where something is going to go X amount of times. That's just probabilities. The probabilities is one little term, one little sliver in the world of statistics.
Which I'm going to cut you off real quick. Every single trader, depending on your experience level, if you're very young at trading, you probably haven't done this. You have back tested your strategy. You back tested it. That's literally putting probabilities on your own theory, right? Nobody just sits there and say, I'm going to trade this way because I heard it on Twitter. I heard this YouTube dude say this is hot. No, you back tested it. to build your risk framework from. So it's like everybody who's a professional based trader has done some kind of statistics in their trading, no matter what they trade. Like you've put probabilities. If you back test, guess what? Ding, 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 ding. You're a statistical based trader. Not many people out there just degenerate fucking trade without running some kind of like numbers on the way they trade.
Yeah, and so like just being able to see the probabilities. There's two major components to these probabilities you see on my chart, and that's like where the actual price level is, but then at what time do these just expire? And you know, if I could give you guys any value, and hey, we got 87 people watching, and we have 26 likes I can see on my screen. So if you guys get value from this, just hit that like button, share us with anybody that you think would find value in this. Because not only can we see the statistics of these levels getting hit, but also what time do they drop off. So if we know, if you're looking at my chart, if I could just throw a dart, right, or just look at my chart right now and just see what are the two highest probabilities on my chart. I can see that that's P12 mid, okay? Statistically, historically, we retrace to P12 mid around 75, depending on the day, 75 to 80% of the time, starting at 6 a.m. all the way until market close. Now, the two major times that 75 to 80% is around the magic hour, where you guys see Karl and Eldianis and Drez, okay, where they trade from 6 to 8:30. That time period is very high. And if we don't do it between 6 to 8, we're then going to have one more opportunity of the majority of the data, and that is from market open to around 10 o'clock, that 30-minute window of time. And if by 9:30 to 10, we can't even get to the P12 mid to the Asia OU, which is the two high probabilities we have on our chart, what Mickey is saying, that netting effect from here to here is that net of probability. But if we can't get here with this in statistic low a day and this out of statistic high of day, we don't typically make high of days at 5:05 a.m. Well, then what we can deduce, what we can kind of law of, you just remove all the different variables until you get the law of deduction. When you deduct all the different probabilities that are just completely off the table, we can see that we have an in-stat low a day. So for a daily candle, that's bullish, with an out-of-stat high of day and a lot of statistics below. So going into 9:30, if going into 9:30, I'm going to draw a box just to represent the high and low of 9:30. If we get above 9:30, I'm going to be looking at longing for a new in-stat high of day and a P12 high retest. Or I'm sorry, not retest, test. Why? Because we know statistically, just pure numbers, at least one side of the P12 is going to get taken. At least one. Either the high or the low. Most days do not just operate inside the P12 range. So if I know that this low is statistically significant and accurate for just a normal typical low of day, and then I also know that this P12 mid has a high probability, and then I know this either the high or the low of the P12 has a high probability. Well, I can deduce that this P12 low, at least starting at 9 o'clock, is a lot less likely to get hit than the P12 high. We're a lot closer to the P12 high with an in-stat low a day. So those two factors with this out-of-stat high of day up here, this gives me that confidence that going into 9:30, if live price agrees, okay, key word, we don't close our eyes and just buy or sell towards statistics. If live price agrees in the direction towards the statistics, in this case, all these bullish levels above, I will be looking at cash flowing heavy on the majority of this move, with a runner potentially targeting the new high of day. And then if we break to the downside, I will be targeting all these levels that you see to the downside for the netting effect, right? I won't be looking at, going to zero or anything like that. I'll be looking at cash flowing heavy around here if we get to the downside with all these opening prices, London OU, midnight open, P12 mid. And then if we get to the upside, I'll be my higher time frame achieving target is a new high of day. the final thing I could give you guys going into the day is, for those of you that like the higher time frame stuff, is we're going into a very significant moment of time here. And that is, we're going into the third quarter of the fiscal year. Okay, not the calendar year, the fiscal year. The fiscal budget of the federal government starts on October 1st and ends in the next October. So my whole rationale for why I do it this way and why I look at the higher time frame in the yearly candle this way is because if everything's operating off the budget and everything, the reason why we make decisions and the reason why the government shuts down and all this stuff is around this budget, and that's where the majority of the money in America is, and that's if we're looking at an instrument that is directly correlated, okay, with the United States.
Yeah, think of it. Fund and liquidity is not market liquidity, but fund and liquidity is ran from it. We're in a debt-based economy, and every company runs off of debt, which is based off of those interest rates and all kinds of stuff like that. So yeah, like, wait, Austin, you mean to tell me that it has nothing to do with Christmas? God damn it.
So exactly. So with all of that, oh, I messed up my chart. There we go. With all of that, you can see, so this is how I position myself for like swing trades, position trades, scale into QQQs. This year, I'm probably going to test out QQQs and leverage QQQ, so TQQQ. This is how like I leverage my swing trades is I will wait for a buying opportunity in the third to fourth quarter. So how this kind of bleeds into the day and how I'm trading and treating today, as you can see, we're opening up the new quarter of Q3. So Q3 statistically, okay, this is where it's kind of I'm still, and I said this, we don't hindsight and do all that nonsense. I called this 2 Mondays ago, 2 PackTVs ago. I said, once we took this right here on 23rd, you can go back and watch the live stream, the 23rd live stream we did this month, or was that 1 Monday ago, whatever this was, 23rd of March. The moment we took this Q1 low, I'm bearish. And I'm not bullish on NASDAQ until we get back above the Q2 open, which is 25,673, 683. So because we statistically have a high or low of whatever time horizon we look at in Q1, the high is here, right? And the low is here. We took the Q1 low here. So now we're due in Q3 to Q4. If we want to do what we statistically do, we're due for a new low in Q3 to Q4. So what I'm looking at now is either we make an out of statistic where we come back and take the high and we make a new all-time high, whatever, and that will be when we get to Q2 open. But I'm being patient and sitting on the sidelines and seeing how this monthly candle is going to relate to this fiscal yearly candle. If this monthly candle in the first week here of April, so by the 10th of April here, this is Q1 of the April candle. If we start getting above the open, okay, and we start taking Q1 highs of the month, I will be buying. I will be starting very lightly and scaling into a long on QQQs and TQQ. If we come back down, get below this opening, and we take the Q1 low in the second to third week of April, I will be sitting on the sidelines waiting for the next monthly candle to show me bullish intent. So I will let the rest of this April candle melt if we keep on melting, and I will not be a buyer. And then I'll wait for May to start giving me signs of a bullish May monthly candle, and then that's where I'll be buying. And then vice versa. If we get back above the monthly open and do all that, I will take that and I'll go long all day, and I'll get a nice push up to the Q1 highs. But for now, how does this apply to the daily candle? How does this apply to my day trades today? You can see this daily candle is currently at an area where we're either going to make or break it. We're either breaking this downtrend that we've been doing, and we're getting above the Q3 open, which is then the next major higher time frame target is the opening of the fiscal year, okay, which is 24,881.75. Now, we don't have to do it today. We can do it within a week. But the other side of the coin is if we lock in that in-stat high of day, going back to the intraday chart here, If we get all of these statistics here, making an instat high of day and then leaving everything below, and we start getting back below market open, back below the high of day, from a weekly perspective, that's bearish. Okay, because then we could be locking in a weekly high, getting back below the fiscal Q3 open, and then potentially for the weekly candle forming another, just on a higher time frame, a lower high essentially, where this high is going to be just, you know, from a market structure perspective, just this, right? Just lower high. So that's what I'm looking at today. Bottom line up front trade ideas that I'm going to be looking for is 9:30. If we open up somewhere at or near this London OU and we break to the downside, I'll be just looking for cash flow only trades to midnight open P12 mid. If we break to the upside, I'll be looking for extended cash flow longs for the rest of these bullish levels above 5 a.m. open is above, out of stat high of day and P12 high. And that's what I see. It's what I see. It's what I see. How y'all doing? Y'all give me your analysis. Give Mick and I your analysis. What are you seeing? Are you bullish today? Are you bearish today? Where are you bullish to? Where are you bearish to? What would invalidate you being bullish? What would invalidate you being bearish? Give us your ideas. Y'all hear us talk all the time. I like hearing from you guys. Ooh. YouTube does this really cool thing called a poll. Let's do that real quick. We got 3 minutes till 9:30. Still have a poll there. Let's see what you guys say. Whoa. Start a poll. Are you bullish or bearish on the day? Yes or no? No, I'm joking. Bullish, bearish. All right, drop it in the chat. What are y'all seeing here? And yeah, listen to DP there. Like the dang stream if you got value. We got 94 people, almost at 100 live viewers. We have a good time doing this every single freaking week. Hit that like button if you get value. Currently, we are at 62% bearish, 73% bearish, 21% bearish, 73% bullish.
Is this called reading the tape? I think you're reading
the tape.
Oh shit, dude. We're reading the tape, dude.
This is level 3 data, Mickey. Level 1 is the OHLC candle. Level 2 is the, level 2 data. Level 3 is polling live stream audiences.
All right. All right, it's where low got taken. That's where the probability flag was. 9:30 opens up in like 40 seconds. You're about to hit your London OU.
I would love to see 9:30 just do a big wick. We get a 9:30 just boom. We wick midnight open P12 mid, then just get above 9:30 and don't look back. That would be
That'd be epic.
If we did that sequence, that would be my caveman brain dead trade right there.
Yeah, man.
Fate of Legends. I don't think I've seen you here. Welcome. This was dope. Appreciate the analysis and the gems. Absolutely. We love to do it. All right, market is open, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, she's going up. Bouncing off that London OU. Holy shit. Come on. Hippies.
It's not going to make it easy today.
Nope.
It's not going to make it easy. Come on. We had a great week last week. We can't get everything we want.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, let's drop down to the 1 minute here. We got the 9:30 opening range coming up in 30 seconds. And if you're new here, when I say opening range, people's different terms of opening ranges are different. It's not to say that what we do is better or worse. It's just what we built data around, and that's the 1 minute. So a lot of people ask, like, what opening range do you use? What time frame? Everything's off the 1 minute for me for the range.
All right, it looks like we're gonna take the high that made this thing. So like I'm cautious for a range day now.
Yep. And we're in the high day. Look at this. Like, we're just right here in the high day. Because somebody actually just asked this too, Horizon, what about a ranging day option? And 100%, like, I'm always looking to see if that range day is something viable here or something valid would make sense. So what I'm looking at here to take a trade is if we close above 930 right here in the next 20 seconds, I'm going to be taking this long, but I'm cash flow heavy. And I can only really risk 3 micros here because 930 is so big. Yeah, I can only really risk three micros. So 10 seconds, and I'll be cash flowing heavy for a new high of day. I'm gonna take this long. 3 micros right at 75% is gonna be my stop loss. Cash flow heavy, 2 of them.
I don't ever read, so I'm pausing. This is gonna be a hard day, so I'm gonna, like, this is completely against what I was expecting, so I'm just gonna probably pause until I see what it wants to do.
I got you. Do 14. I'm gonna do 15 basis points for 1 micro. 1 micro is gonna be right at 10 basis points. And then if I can't get any of this, even just to cover the queen, protect a little bit of risk, I'll take a shot at the shorts, the downside. And if it is a choppy range day where we just can't even make 10 basis points out of 930, I'll call it. PMI at 10 EST. Yeah, we do got some news here coming in the next 15 minutes. We got PMI at 10 o'clock. Trump's talking at 10 as well. ISM prices. And then 10:30, we got moderate impact event. Trump speaks again at 1300 with the military. So we'll probably have some crazy stuff at 1300 for anybody trading the PM session.
All right. Well, it's bouncing off that 25% level. So if you guys show up enough, you guys know that this day, this is not the direction that I like to trade. I'm perfectly fine watching my buddy Austin take his 930 breakout and me just sitting in cash.
Sometimes we got to live vicariously through our trading friends, right?
That's right.
I really want to see if I can at least get this 2 of the 3 micros off, which is the lion's share of the position. So if we just get this 86.6% probability level here. Yep, 80. I'm going to put it right there, smack on top of it. And then the final micro will literally just be if we can make a new high of day. I really don't have like a strong read on expansive movements outside of this for today. I just see that we have an out of stat high of day. And
yep.
I want to structure my risk accordingly towards that out of stat high of day until we can get it.
That's one of the main reasons why I'm sitting on my hands, because really thought they were going to go for the probabilities to the downside first, and then they ripped it up, and I'm just being cautious. I got 945 out further around.
Yeah. But it is showing a lot of signs of range, so
yeah,
that's another reason you guys see me not shooting for the stars for this trade, is because we're now like a little bit danger range 1 close day. I don't
Ranger danger. Sorry. I had to.
Have you heard that Ford Ranger song?
No.
I don't know how it goes, and I'm not even going to try to attempt to sing it, but just look up the Ford Ranger song. Pretty funny. Hey, Miller knows it. I'm no stranger. That's a Ford Ranger.
Oh gosh, yeah, I've heard that one.
Some like redneck hillbilly dude.
Uh-huh.
All right, we're about to get stopped out on the rest.
Yep.
Got a little cash flow from that trade. Nothing crazy. Still red on the trade overall. Was able to cover a little bit of the risk. So now if we failed to do this high day, get below 930, this is my short. And again, this is classic range one signature right here. Like
right here, right
swiping
now.
around, taking the highs. So again, my targets are going to be stupid low. 4 seconds. I'm going to take this short.
Yep, with you.
Literally, the risk structure is going to be the same. Can I take at least 1 micro off at 10 basis points of the move? If we do a little bit more of this move, I want to see us retrace to midnight open in P12. So that's going to be my next exit.
Going in, share my screen.
There you go, bro. Oh,
all right. So
you drag it over. There we go.
All right. So I'm in 4 shorts right here. I'm trying to get the 10 basis points right here, which is at 23950. 2 cover queen. So 239. Dang it. It just missed by a little bit. 239. And then I'll leave a runner on. Let me fix this. And then, all right, so that's my trade execution, right? Like I'm targeting to cover the queen at this 10 basis points and then final TP at P12 mid. And that's my trade.
Yeah, I'd love to see this P12 mid retail. Well, did we get? Yeah, we got P12 mid. For some reason, I thought we were on a variant streak of P12 mid. We felt P12 mid like 2 days in a row last week.
Yeah, last week was crazy.
Yeah. So if you guys want to see like a day where not only does it help you to understand the probability, but then the variance of that probability. So how often does it go on streaks of failing and succeeding? Dude, last week for the P12 mid, that Friday or that Thursday long was a master class. Like that Thursday was a great day. Oh, looks like we're coming up to 50% here. I might get stopped on this. Stop loss is at 309.50.
Range one doing range one things.
Yep. And that's why we cover the queen, baby. That's why we do risk. See?
Sure.
If I was doing this one and done stuff, it'd be a little bit more sad. I'm still upset, still sad. Sucks to lose, but is what it is.
Hey, I'll be the first one proudest to come out here and take losses in front of you guys. I'd rather take losses than wins in front of you guys. Winning's easy.
Y'all can see we're human too. All right, let's see if we either reject this 50%. That's our final line in the sand here if we're on the wrong side of the market. And this is why another reason I like placing my stop at a minimum above or below those 25 to 75%.
Yeah, definitely. And I already knew that today would be a little bit more complex because of the structure of the New York one. This is a very rare signature. The whole short falls with that high day, out of state high day, and then the range one's pricing that we're seeing. I already know they expect fuckery. Today is a fuckery day.
And hey, I think this is a good opportunity. Like, guys, you may see Mick and I have a red session today, like a red day. Like my emotional state of having a red day is the same. And look at this, I'm about to get stopped here. Let me go back to my screen. I'm happy to lose today. Like, you guys have no idea when you trade an actual edge, you gotta be okay taking losses on the chin. Like, just taking it on the chin, being like, is what it is. You want to keep that day. You want to be defensive. Okay. If your edge, if the day is not showing any signs of life of your edge specifically, you gotta just be okay just locking it up. Because every time you guys define a day as a green or red day, and here you go, red. What are you gonna do? You're gonna just now click the button a bunch and make back? No, like, you are going to have red days, and you just have to make peace with the fact that some days it's just gonna be this way.
Yep. And that's one of the reasons why we do portfolio cycling and diversification and all that.
Yep. Yeah, this day only impacted me 15% because I didn't even copy trade today. Like, this was just a funded account, 2 trades. One of them was a full stop. One of them was a partial stop. Now at this point, I'm gonna wait for 9:45. Let's see if 9:45 makes it a little bit more obvious. Today is a chop you out before the trend begins. That does happen. It does happen. So at this point, what I look for now, one thing that I'm really keeping in the back of my mind is we didn't even make 10 basis points either side of 930. So this actually, no,
wait. I'm stopped.
Yeah. This breakout made 10 basis. Okay, you got stop.
Yep.
$9.43. Yeah, this is too expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Too expensive. All right, so my safety net to either get me in one final trade of the day. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. This is a live trade session and a live real estate handle your property management session.
It could be a DMP day, Wingo, but like at this point it's showing chop, chop, chop. So with that being said, we are going to let the range develop and then we'll be very strategic with any trades coming forward. You don't fight what the live price is telling you right now. Who gives a fuck about the DMP, right? I care more about the range one until it shows me, right? Because that's what the live price is showing me right now.
So the first thing I want to see is 945. So I want to take the high and the low of 945, which is the next 1 minute. And I want to see, does 945, do we chop around 945 inside 930? If so, that is everything I need to say, slow down, chill out, pay for the day if you got to. And the final like high probability trade for me in my system, not just in general, is if we get above 945 to make this new high of day, and this was the only downside movement we make, cool. I'll join and try to take the long one more time. We got 30 seconds on this 1 minute break as we speak. This is 9:45 coming up. Price action too choppy at the moment. I don't see any clear direction yet. Yep. Now we're starting to get above 930, get above the actual 10 basis points. There was the second closure of the day above 10 basis points. Now to get me into a trade, now that 945 has gotten outside of 930, this is the 945 zone. I'll label it here for anybody watching, 945. Now if we get above 945, I will buy this. I will buy this as long as I can afford my stop loss. And then if we suck back into 945 and then come back down below here, I will sell this. I want to see if we get a close above this zone. If we don't get a close above this zone, I'm not taking the trade. No close, no trade. Flat. This is why I like candle closures, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a great example of it right there. That is a great example of why we like candle closes.
I just sit there and willy-nilly and bought the moment we took that high. Look at this. Instant drawdown. But hey, sometimes I take instant drawdown with candle closes, all right? So that one's perfect. All right, 17 seconds. We're starting to get above 945 here. Get above it, I'm long. Probably can only do 3 micros here. All right, I'm long. Very subtle close, but it was a close, so follow my rules. Stop below 945. Same risk structure as before. I want to try to get 10 basis points off this 945 to this new high of day. One micro at 395 even. Oh, 395 even. Push that up just a little bit. Get that out of the way. Second micro exit will be right here at new high of day, just right beside of it. Trying to see if I can just get this high strike rate cash flow portion of this move. Okay, because like I said, it's giving that range signature. But we have this out of stat high. So even if we range, my lowest hanging fruit anticipation of price is this new high of day. And so I'm trying to get the majority of this position off at a new high of day. And then if I get stopped on this, done. Can't get anything else to work for me. If I can't get anything out of this, I'm gonna go take my Easter basket present. I'm gonna go wash my cars. That's my risk management plan.
Heck yeah. Ain't nothing matter with waxing the car.
Dude, she even got me. Look at it. She knows me. So she even got the tire black, right? She got me I like that every time I clean my car, fog the car. She got me these little foggers, make your car smell good.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, she's the best. Freaking dope.
Better than the NASDAQ.
I know, right? I don't even want to look at why. If anybody comes in the chat and says, look at why I'm a Russell, you're timed out. You're just timed out.
Oh, you definitely want to look at YM today. It's like trash. Oh my God.
Feel good?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And wash the paint off. Yeah. Wash my troubles away. Oh, we lost Mickey.
I'm still here.
What the heck? There's 2 Mickeys. Oh, somebody probably joined under you. That was probably Justun. All right, Karl. I don't know who this Karl is in the chat, but you got to be timed out. Sorry, Karl.
I think he's new here.
I think he's new here. Let's look at Russell. Is Russell clean? Nah, let's go. All right. I like it when all the indices are
Stupid.
It makes me it makes me feel better at losing. Coming up into the median MFE of the New York 1 variable, 730 to 830. Median MFE is at 24,415. What is important about that? Why do I care about that? Because if we are on the right side of this trade at median, we should get, well, there we go. We just freaking teleported to it in 5 seconds.
New high day, ladies and gentlemen.
Did you guys see that? Did you guys see me call price? Did you see me call price?
Reading the tape.
I was reading the tape, bro. That's reading the tape. I was reading the tape. Hold on. Y'all want to read the tape with me? Let's read the tape. All right. So we got Scotch tape.
I'll be about 100 mile an hour tape.
We got what kind of tape? We got 100 mile an hour tape. We
Yes,
got
sir.
we got great value duct tape, different colors. We got 100 mile an hour. Dude, I haven't seen that in forever. We got 100. I haven't seen 100 mile an hour tape since basic training. We got Gorilla tape. What other tape do I need to read here, guys?
You need duct tape.
We need duct tape. We need Gorilla tape. Guys, the more tapes I add to this chart, the better the trade is. Come on. I need tape ideas. I'm running out of tape. We got Gorilla tape.
Paint tape. What does they call that blue tape for paint?
Oh, yep. We got paint tape. Blow the chat up. I need more tape types. Come on. Y'all want to hit TP? Do we want a DMP day? WP Capital. You said we can still end up as a DMP day. I don't see you putting in the work. I don't see you freaking putting in the work. We got paint tape. We got hockey tape. We got Miller in here, flex tape. Let's get some flex tape. Dude, we're reading all the freaking tapes. We got flex tape. We got hockey Ferrari in here. We got hockey tape. All right, let's get some hockey tape. Dude, the market makers hate us. We got masking tape. We got PG-13 tape. All right, we can't have rated R tape. Twist. We got reflective tape. We already got the Flex Seal bin. Come on, I need you to get with the program. Are we not reading the tape? Do y'all not see on the tape we already have Flex tape? Physio, come on. Come on, do your homework. Back test. Caution, are y'all not seeing my chart? We got caution tape right here. You can't use the same types of tape. That's double taping. That is illegal.
That's called overfitting. That's overtaping.
You can't overtape. You can't overfit your freaking tape reading. All right? Come on. Light class. What in the heck is light class tape? All right, this is a new tape read. Light class tape. Is this medical tape? This is tape. Yeah, this is. There we go. We got Ben. We got the resident doctor of the Pack Trade Group. Light plas tape that you use in the medical field. Crime scene. Dude, there we go.
That's all they tape.
Cross.
Yep.
This is what I needed for my stop loss. Bro.
Dude.
We ain't getting stopped out of this trade now. Guys, if I get stopped on this trade, it's the market, not me. So we now officially have crime scene tape over top of this stop loss. If this hits, if my stop loss gets hit now, y'all better call CME. There's issues.
The tape's all jacked up.
The tape's jacked up, not me. It's bad tape. It's bad tape action.
Slippage, tape slips, tapeage.
Tapeage. We got athletic tape. Let's go. Look, it even put a link here. Y'all want that? All right, we got 84 people watching. Please, can at least one person, if not multiple people, can at least one person share on social media? Just take a screenshot of this stream right here, right now, and please just put how professional we are and all the terms that we use and how professional we are at using these terms, because you aren't going to get this type of education anywhere else. Okay, live trading, tape reading. What do you need? What more do you need? So somebody, please, just one person, and I will retweet it and post it right now on Twitter. And I will shout you out here on stream. Just one person, shout out to the tape reading masters, Mickey and Austin. Okay, live trading over top of the tape. I need somebody to talk about the tape. Just one person. What
Man,
are the
I like
NFP of the
that tape right there. I like that tape right there. I like this tape. This is good tape time.
This is. All jokes aside, going back to the actual market real quick, we got 1 minute until 10 o'clock. That's why I was just having a good time, because now we're above 9:30, we're above 9:45. 10 o'clock is coming in 1 minute. So statistically, going back to the chart here, let's get rid of this.
First, get the affiliate links for those tapes.
Oh, dang it. Yeah, I got to hold on. Give us like 30 minutes. We got to get Amazon affiliate links for all the different tapes. Except for the do not cross. We got to leave the do not cross. If I remove this one, my stop is definitely getting hit. Okay.
Absolutely.
So the statistic that's now keeping me in this trade, and what I'm trying to shoot for this final micro, is literally, can we take the 9 o'clock high and do the median MFE? So my sell target would be 431 right there. And then I'm looking over at the 6 to 9 range. We have 433. Well, there we go. 433 is right on top of 431. So my final exit's going to be 431. Why? So number one, statistically, even if we range, we take at least one side of 9 o'clock. Sometimes both. That's even more prevalent on range days. But statistically, we only take one side of 9 o'clock going into the 10 o'clock hour. So because we know that, and there we go. Look, just took it right there. We have, holy crap, we got news coming in.
Motor tape. This is the motor scene tape.
All right, this is the crime scene tape. We got to really have the crime scene tape coming in. So the 10 o'clock to the 9 o'clock high. Now that we did that, I just need the median MFE of 930 to get my target, and I'm done for the day. Or the market disrespects all logic, gets the crime scene tape, and my stop loss gets hit. But I'm telling, it's the crime scene tape, baby. Let's go. Woo! What did I tell y'all? It's tape reading. You put your stops behind crime scene tapes, you can't lose. Tape reading, PackTV, we freaking did it right here, right now. Let's go.
They say the world's a scary place. They say that I should stay in line. But who are they? What do they know? I don't believe a word they say. I don't know. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't ever done it yourself. Don't tell me that I'm losing. You don't know what it's like in hell. I told you not to do it, but you went and did it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't ever done it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't ever done it yourself.
That's right, baby. Don't let anybody tell you that you can't tape read and make money, because we just freaking did. All right. All right. Back to you, Mickey.
No, I got nothing. I'm not following that up.
Oh, dude, I had such a good time.
Yeah. So $5 is humongous.
Let's see what we did here. Let's see what we did here. Yeah, we took the 10 o'clock. Yeah, like this is classic range one day vibes. We took the 9 o'clock. I know this was news, like we just did this.
Yeah, but we stuck back. We stuck back in the range pretty hard. We're coming up on the previous hour 50 right now, which will ship, and the opening price. If we get this opening price, and that puts this low in. We can't be seeing a 10 o'clock firecracker form right now, but we're not going to jump the gun. We're going to let those if-then statements play out for us to do that. And those if-then statements are get below 9 o'clock 50%, reach the candle signs probability of this opening price, et cetera, right? Like we can start taking sells right here. You don't want to call the reversal. It's not worth it. But if we get below the 930, right, like you should be taking sells targeting P12 mid and maybe lower. But at this point, like I'm definitely convinced we're in a range one day. Well, not definitely, but like I am starting to get convinced, right? Things that will make me more convinced is if Q2 takes out Q1's low, right? We get below 930. Damn, this $5 is humongous.
Mickey, oh my God.
What happened?
I didn't even check Twitter. I completely forgot. I was like, why do I have so many notifications? Okay, when I tell you guys to do stuff, like I'm like 90% sure nobody will do it. So it's pretty funny when people actually did it. So shout out to hold on, I'll share y'all's usernames. Y'all can get shout outs here. So it just looks so funny. The same we got Charlie That Hurts, father of legend. Shout out to the tape reading masterclass. We have Shag Nasty, Mr. Shag himself. Called live price today. They read the tape and made it happen. We got Mr. Karl Hungus. The boys are giving a masterclass on tape reading this AM. And then we got Johnny Code the Tape. His username is Code the Tape. And he says, I felt attacked by AC trades. Oh my God. What a good day. And I want you all to notice something too. I didn't make a lot of money today. Like today was not a home run, oh my God, one and done, easy trade. And I still feel the same joy. And this is where these are the conversations I enjoy having right here, right now, because this is the value piece. Is you guys need to understand, when you have a green or a red day, that is not indicative of your trading performance. That is not your trading performance over the series of 100 trades. It's one sample. So when you win or when you lose, either a singular trade or a handful of trades, it's the process, the systems that you build that you fail to the level to. So if I would have gotten stopped on that long, it was done. Why? Because my system tells me if I can't get 10 dang basis points off of my live price component, which is either 930 P12 or 945, those major, and then 05 boxes going forward for the hour. If any live price component that I'm keying off of to trade towards a statistic, if I can't even get 10 basis points, that's my system. My system is telling me, hey, man, you are a fraud today. You deserve zero budget left to risk on this day, when you can just save that budget, save that risk for a daily candle that aligns and fits with your edge. And that's what I wish more people promoted, because the people that want to teach you how to trade, they want to make you think that they're perfect. They want to make you think that it's always winning, always the clear entries, the easy exits, but it's not the reality. Sometimes what you see on my chart is the reality of your process. You are going to get stopped. Sometimes you're going to get stopped multiple times. Sometimes you're just going to have a red day and you can't get a cash flow portion of a trade to save your life, or if you're new here, a partial. And if you can't get any of that, that is live price telling you stop trading. This is an expensive day for your business. It's not to mean that you are a bad trader. It's that you have a rental property and your HVAC went out. It's still cash flowing. You just got to fix the dang HVAC. It happens. Okay, things happen. You can't account for every possible expense. That's what profit is for. It's so that way when you do have days that you got to pay for, you can pay for them, because nobody can predict when you're going to have a losing day. Nobody can predict when you're going to have a nice green streak. So the joy that you see right here is not from the fact that we had this amazing home run day. It's that you got to see me use my edge. You got to see Mick use his edge, apply it objectively to the chart, and fell to the level of our systems to where now I can wake up tomorrow and do it all over. I don't have blown accounts. I don't have, even if I had a full stop loss, I would have woke up tomorrow with a healthy portfolio. A portion of it had to pay expenses today. And tomorrow we go tomorrow, and maybe because I'm defensive and I'm not forcing trades and I'm not thinking every day has to be green, I'm increasing the velocity that my edge can provide for me. I'm now giving it another day to see, can tomorrow be a one and done easy where I just see the market clean? And if so, well, I'm glad that I put the pause on today so I don't have to pay for any more of today. Like, these are the things that you guys have to, you have to wire your brain, as psycho as it sounds, to just give yourself dopamine on process, not profits, the process. I give myself dopamine every time this happens, because my brain is now wired to be process oriented. That's why, like, some of you, like WP Capital says, I took this trade as well and I'm negative on the day. Cool. Negative days happen. Be proud of yourself for freaking being defensive and not blowing your account. Be proud that you managed risk. That's what you should be happy about.
Because at this point, it's like you're not going to make the right decisions. Like, the edge is gone. Like, you're just going to make it worse, right? Unless you have like a system that is better edge throughout the day. Like, you've got to, like I always say, like, if this next trade doesn't have as much edge as the last one, your job is to sit for another day and let it just play out. Like, because you're only going to make it worse. But anyway, dude, I do have to jump.
Well, dude,
thanks for having me. Good trade. It was a beautiful trade session. Well done.
You too, dude.
Right. Later, man.
See you, bro. All right, we got 15 minutes left. Actually, 18 minutes left until the ambiguous hour comes on with Mr. Cody and PTFX himself. If you guys have any questions, if you guys have anything, you want to know why we manage the trades the way that we do, you want to know why we do anything, that's why we do these streams. So that way you guys can literally have every single week, anything that you want, you can ask. You know, that's why we do what we do. So we love what we do. I have so much fun doing this. Most rewarding thing I've ever felt like I've done in my entire life. If not, we're gonna sit back, chill, and call some price while we just watch this classic range one day. Just ordered Amazon 5-minute gunship hit. Which move, Dave? Which move, Mr. Dave? I'll pull it up on my chart. Strong rejection off 1% of the 5 EMA, Mr. Wilson. What's up, Wilson? Yeah, I'm unclear, man. I'm unclear. I'm unclear on today as far as any more directional moves. I just one, if you guys want to have any value as well, like another little value gem, some little tip you can take with you. Another reason we were able to kind of see that this was a range day versus an expansive, clean distribution day is when we take, and you heard Mick say this, Mick and Cody love to do this, is when you take the high and the low, okay, of whatever we done with this New York one. So you see how we took the high of New York one, and then we came down to go fall. Oh, somebody joined.
It's me. Do you want to bring Andrew up so he can talk about his stuff?
We can. He's got like 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's all he needs. Let me get him up here. And then let's post a tweet about if they want to see him talk through that little indicator that he did. If they want to, we can retweet off of that indicator. They kind of promote it to make sure everybody can hear it. Let me get
Send me the shoot me the link.
Gotcha. All right, let it.
John Walker, I'm negative, but only $80 due to following my system. Never felt better. Dude, that's the best feeling ever, right? Like, is what it is. You know, you got to ask yourselves in these situations, what else is there to do? You know, when you have a small red day, like, what are you going to do? You're going to just click the button? No, dude, just accept it. Accept it. You know, a lot of people, they would love to have a small red day. Just like a lot of people would love to just have a break-even day. Like you got to just understand that this is a long-term thing. And when people like John here can understand that, that's what gives you that edge. That's what gives you that exponential growth in your equity curve. A lot of people, this is their equity curve because winning is not hard. Okay, winning is easy. A lot of people can do this. It's when you do this, can you get back to here? Or when you do this, do you then do this? This is what a lot of people. This is a lot of people's reality right here. Is they will get some nice wins under their belt. They'll get this. Oh my God, trading's great, and they'll have one day, and everybody watching relates. Okay, because everybody goes through this. This is the key profitability. This is the key pivot point of you being a profitable trader. Is can you take these wins just like anybody, but then when the day comes for you to have a higher low in your equity curve, can you just accept that higher low? Or can you not? And then this happens. And you wake up the next day and you have a great day, but you can't even experience it because you blew the dang account. There we go. We got Andrew in the building. Mr. Trades Don't Lie. What's going on, bro?
Hello.
Your impromptu PackTV debut.
Hell yeah.
How'd you guys do this morning?
It's pretty good. A little choppy at the beginning. Got a nice little long here. How'd you do? Did you do any trading this morning?
No, I didn't do it. I was just focusing on coding.
In your little coding cave. Well, you wanna give the people, I can just give you the screen and you wanna run through your tweet here?
Yeah, let me get all set up and going. And I'll walk through it for you.
Let me, if you get the stream shared here. Tag you in this. There we go. So just to give you guys a little context, Andrew here just, he's our local celebrity. This dude made this AI video of how he uses Claude to connect to his TradingView Live, and he's probably gotten ripped off already like 4 times. People taking his video.
Dude, it's crazy.
I think I've literally seen, like, not even relating to your content, Andrew, just I've seen random people I've never spoke to, followed, anything, pop up on my timeline with your video and talking over it. I'm like, wait.
With like thousands of likes. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Come on, at least give this man credit. Come on.
The worst is the meme coin community, bro.
Oh, God.
I've had like 25 people in my DMs saying that we made a coin for you, put it on your GitHub, and we'll give you basically money for it. And like, no. No. It's just funny.
And there's the tweet I put in the chat. So ready when you are, Andrew.
Yeah, let's see how I can do this. Can I?
Thank you, WP.
I'm on an ultra wide, so I gotta change my computer. I don't want to share like a
What I do is you see, like, if I adjust my window, it adjusts the size. So I got an ultra wide too. So if you just share the window, but then just drag this until it's like a normal monitor size, that'll look best.
Maybe I can do this. I can come here. I can go here.
I'll try it again. I think it lost you.
Did I? Okay, 1 second.
Yeah, it said that you shared, but then it dropped.
How about now?
Still nothing.
I love technology.
Try click stop sharing and then just resharing again. Oh, it popped up. It popped up for a second, then it went away. Oh, dude, we got it. There we go. We got it.
Let's do it. Cool. So yeah, basically what I built was an MCP. And what I did was I ran TradingView in debug mode using Chrome dev tools essentially. And what this does is it gives access to like internal endpoints and internal APIs that normally don't exist in the application. and then I created a bunch of tools around all these internals. And so Claude can now control the actual back end of the application and do just a bunch of stuff with it, which is really cool. It's really interesting how we can kind of just manipulate the application to do whatever you want. And technically, in theory, I could even include like different buttons here if I wanted, and insert different things and different views. And there's a bunch of stuff you can do with this type of workflow. Not that it's really optimal, because it can break, because TradingView can at any moment push an update and change all of the internal APIs that I wrapped tools around. The whole thing will break. So it's more so kind of showing these corporations that like TradingView that we need these tools. As traders, we need to be able to interact with our application with a large language model, because that's where the future's going, right? Is agents in the loop, in the processes and your workflows of trading, of developing, of day-to-day life. It's a computer, so using a computer with your computer, basically. But yeah, so I can at any point bring in like just a regular terminal, or you can use VS Code if you want. This is typically how I do it, is I'll come in here and I'll build out like a project folder for PineScript. I have all my PineScript files. That way it's everything's neat and nice. And then I use it for developing indicators, because I can automatically have it open the PineScript file over here, and then it can compile the editor and all these things, basically preventing me from copying and pasting, which was what I originally wanted it to do. Do I use it to draw a bunch of shit on the screen? No, but it can do that. It depends on what you want, right? And so let's see if I can get it to work over here. Please demo the TradingView MCP and CLI built.
Make sure to tell it not to be nervous that it's live too.
Yeah. Literally, bro. Literally.
Ensure you do not use the superpower. Don't mess up.
So yeah, it'll just run all these tools and it'll start manipulating my application, and it's just going to demo it for you guys. And I don't actually have any of the indicators on my screen. Let me put some stuff on here.
And again, anybody joining, what Trades Don't Lie is demonstrating right now, if you want to watch the full video, it's right here in the chat. I just highlighted it again.
Yeah, so it's just kind of cool that, you know, through these 78 different tools that I built, it can do just a bunch of stuff. So if I wanted to, as a developer, you really get this seamless integration into your trading application with your coding agent, right? So I think the best thing for this is, even if you aren't a developer in any way and you've never built a PineScript indicator at all, like, you can do this, yes, and it'll make it a lot easier for you, because you can have Claude look at the data of the actual indicator and verify that it's working correctly against the OHLC data as well, which I think is really useful. So, because sometimes PineScript's buggy, like we all know this, and Claude won't necessarily know exactly what's going on, but the fact that it can pull the indicator values of anything that you plot on the screen or any calculation now is just useful, in my opinion. And I haven't fully, since building this out, been working in PineScript. I kind of just built this in a weekend. I think it took me like 2 hours to build this, and it was mostly Claude just pruning endpoints and just doing its thing. And then I kind of just debugged it a little, and then I verified that it worked, and across Windows and across Mac. I didn't even test Linux, and then I just pushed it. And then it went mega viral with 2 million views. So,
so for this, if I wanted to like have this, because I have this idea where, like, for the gunship, I want to have like, for lack of better terms, like a forward testing database, right? Where I'm not collecting back test data. I want to have like literally some way to monitor these gunship firing the from each activation, and then show the MFEME of each one, and then if it was successful or not. So in theory, could I have this watch my gunship indicator, give it the parameters of like what I want to collect, and then it feeds that data to like a server or a website I have it build, and
Well, yeah, I would just have it save it to like a database, like an SQL, and then just from your local SQL that you have, build out a front end to visualize all your data. And that's the benefit of this, right? Is if you have these processes that you can't run on in PineScript, like Python algorithmic data or whatever, right? You can do that now, and you can kind of. I think it's best for TradingView specifically to have an MVP, right? If you want to build out an idea of an algorithm or an idea of an indicator or whatever, and you want to test it, obviously you're going to use it every day here, but I don't think that building a TradingView strategy per se is the best algorithmic way of trading. I just think it's kind of buggy, and I don't really trust TradingView that way, the same way I do like a Python algorithm or one in NinjaTrader. So yeah, you use TradingView as a way of collecting data, getting a minimal viable product before you move on to more complex algorithmic processes.
Yeah, I completely agree. That's why everything I build is just an indicator at this point. I don't really want to build anything strategy wise on PineScript. It's just not as good.
You can build a strategy. TradingView is kind of, it's difficult with the strategy sometimes. Like, I've built some of those strategy testers, and they're very complex, and there's bugs, right? Sometimes it's just not doing exactly what you want it to do. And if you don't understand that the data collection and everything that's being processed and all of the data points that you have are concrete, correct in their logic, you're going to get false positives, right? And that's with anything, though, not just TradingView. But it's beneficial to build out strategies in TradingView, verify that this might work. I might actually have something. Let me go test it, in NinjaTrader, and then running Monte Carlo analysis on it. And you could, in theory, even take the strategy test results in here, and just in Python take that CSV and then just like rip it into Monte Carlo and see what it looks like after 10,000 simulations, if you wanted to.
Yeah, I freaking love that, dude. I'm gonna have to pick your brain later with this.
Yeah. I don't think that this is currently meant for trading for you. That's not the purpose of it. And if you are looking for an LLM to just trade for you, it's going to be a lot more complex. And you have to do a lot of training, and you're going to need a very large brain, essentially, of data and logic and just a lot more complexity than you really think you're going to need. I can't just point Claude to NQ in TradingView and be like, where's the market going? Like, you can't do that. It's not going to work. You could build custom scanners and stuff if you want, and or you could look at and say you wanted to set up a loop or something for news events. So you come to the chart at 8 a.m. or whatever, and you automatically have Claude rip a report of all your favorite news sources in the world that's happening across tech or whatever that you're looking at. And if you want to analyze all of that against your indicators and see where it goes, like, I could see something like that helping you, because then it can read all your indicator data and then read all your OHLC data and all these things. But just allowing an LLM to code for you or to trade for you, we're not quite there yet.
Well, I think just like you're able to have a second set of eyes, but these eyes are like very direct, like you can use this, like you said, to build on, to analyze, to watch, to monitor. I think that's where I personally find the most value is just if I could have a way of like basically having a second me, watching the chart and then logging everything so that I don't have to go back and log it myself. I think that's a huge value piece.
I think the future is using these LLMs and using strategies. And what I think is going to eventually happen in retail is that this will become very normalized, that AI will just be embedded in every parts of our lives. Like it's going to be in your refrigerator, you know what I mean, for absolutely no reason. But
Dude, I'm pretty sure it already is.
yeah, pretty sure. And I envision a future of large language models locally on your device with access to proprietary information that you build with it, like a set of algorithms, like a toolkit, just like an MCP. Model Context Protocol is a toolkit for the LLM to interact with an application, right? I think that this similar ideology or methodology will be the same thing, but these will be algorithms, right? Trading strategies, indicators, whatever you want to call it. And the LLM will be able to deduct from all of the data points that it has across all of these things and choose when to turn systems on and when to turn them off. And I think that will be the future. And we'll just have like just a bunch of different weapons like a gunship has, and it's just gonna just blast away at the market. And how you integrate systems and how complex they are, and you know what I mean, that's up to you. And I think that's eventually where the future is going, especially people like us who are like, we do this, like we trade intraday. We're not just like investing. And I think day trading and investing are obviously two different things. And the day trading aspect of this, being in the intraday market across multiple assets every day, this is, for us, this is where the future is going. If you're even a little bit tech savvy at all and you can communicate to an LLM like a human, or just word vomit like I am to you guys right now and talk to it like that, you can go a lot farther with just creativity and then like verification of things than the normal person who looks at this and says to themselves, oh, Claude can do this now, I'm just going to have it trade for me, without verifying anything, right? You just have to think logically.
I think that's the coolest part about AI and all this is like and I agree to what you said, like the biggest opportunity we have now with AI is the fact that there is no barrier to like greatness. You know, like before you could have the greatest idea, you could have the greatest thing, but if you lack the technical skills or the capability or the capital to pay somebody else to do it, well, then you're kind of like in this bottleneck. But now everybody's going to have the same playing field of technical skill, right? And the people with the best ideas, the best structures, and the best personal touch they can add, those are going to be the people that's going to be in the next 10, 20, 30 years. That's the gold rush, right? Is the thinkers, the people that are good with workflow processes, systems. And what does this all sound like? Day traders, you know, like people that can put structures together and systems that in some way, shape, or form are better than somebody else's system. So it's not going to be tech versus tech. It's going to be idea versus idea. And can you put your idea in a better, more efficient way than the other idea that may be in the same niche or the same thing, but you're doing it at a better quality with a better LLM because you trained it better and you actually understand how to use it, versus the other person that it's a competition of ideas, right? And I think that's the coolest part, because before it was like you could have a great idea and have the, you know, whatever that could outperform the current thing, but you just had that barrier of either access to somebody to implement it from a technical standpoint, or you lack the skill altogether to do it. So now, yeah, I think it's like an equalizer, you know?
I think that creativity is the one thing that limits pretty much anyone, and maybe fear now, because a lot of people are still afraid of this, or don't, and I wouldn't say afraid, they just don't understand it. And they don't understand that they can just become Tony Stark if they want and be Iron Man, like, and speak to Jarvis, right? And it's literally like I saw a meme the other day. Tony Stark was just had unlimited API tokens for his LLM, right? At an unlimited rate. And it was connected to everything in his life, and it could just do things for us or for him. And it's kind of like that now. It's not fully integrated into everything, but people who treat this like a Google search rather than a supercomputer best friend who can help you with anything as long as you explain it to him and, you know, kind of guide him a little bit along the way. Those are two very different things. It's definitely not a Google search. Do I still use it more than Google? Absolutely. I don't even Google anymore. I just ask Claude to web search something for me, and it'll find out like 25 different things about the thing that I asked it and verify all sources. So I have like the concrete information in front of me. And now you can do that with anything, right? And I think one of the coolest use cases for this is if you take any PDF on the planet and say algorithmic trading books, right? So you got like 20 of them. You could extract all of the information out of all of them, right? And put it in a database like Obsidian or something and create your own Wikipedia, essentially, of logic from all these different sources. And you could build with that now. So, I mean, you don't necessarily need to read everything word for word as long as your agent understands it and can give you a summarization of the logic of it. You can build with those things, and then you can cross-validate from one source to another, from one book to another, and how do I combine these and logically blend methodologies together and stuff like that. I mean, I think that's where I'm probably headed, is just getting an absolute ton amount of algorithmic trading books and just methodologies across pretty much anything I'm interested in life, right? Whether it's trading or working out or jiu-jitsu or whatever, right? It doesn't matter. You can use this to amplify and meta learn and meta create pretty much anything you want.
Yeah, like even outside of trading, there's this prompt that I saved on Twitter, and it's by one of these dudes. I have a lot of like my two biggest things is I like trading and I like fitness and like biohacking, that type of stuff. And this dude shared a very in-depth prompt of like, if you pay for the top quality version of Claude, dude, you can have Claude give you your own science-based, data-backed like health regimen that is something that you could actually stick to. You have all these questions, you answer it, and dude, it builds your entire meal plan, sleep plan, workout plan, and it's tailored to you. It's not generic. And I like stuff like that, like just making your life better and more efficient. I think it's definitely like just, we're living in some really exciting times, and I love it.
I mean, what I want to do is get a blood test and give Claude
it the data
and just see. Is honestly what I really want to do, because after seeing that guy that built his own vaccination for his dog's cancer and then cured his dog's cancer through like research just using LLMs. I mean,
what? I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, so this guy, like, his dog had cancer or whatever, and he like got a bunch of different blood tests of his dog, and then basically using something from, I believe, Google and ChatGPT, he built out and tested and validated and then shipped off all the results of the exact vaccination that he wanted to give his dog. And they, after, you know, a lot of permits and shit, he finally got it. And then, yeah, he cured his dog's cancer. His cancer started shrinking. So, yeah, it was some guy in Australia. It went trending a couple weeks ago. But I mean, the future is not just like personal software. It's personal medicine. It's personal everything, right? Your own AI agent, you know, helping you. It's part of you. It's part of your consciousness. In a way. An elevation of consciousness for the human race, bro. That's how I see it. That's why ethically it should be the most ethical and truth-seeking thing on the planet, because if you insert any unethical morals into these LLMs, it could have drastic consequences later on in life. So something you got to be careful about. But with what we do in making software, and you know, this is just ones and zeros at the end of the day.
You got to keep in mind, Hut said it. Always say please so it doesn't kill you in the future, all right?
Yeah.
That's the biggest takeaway from this interview we just did with Trades Don't Lie.
Oh, I swear at Claude all the time, bro.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes it pisses me off, and I'm like, will you please just read what I'm saying? Stop doing that.
So funny, dude.
Well, all right, Andrew. I appreciate you coming on here. We need to have you on here for like an actual segment one day, and we'll go even more in depth and nerd out a little bit more. But for right now, do you have any final words of wisdom for anybody to give anybody anything before we hand it over to Ambiguous Hour?
Don't just assume that these things are going to solve all your problems. You still have to have an idea. So don't ever forget that. Make sure that you are creative in all of your ways of thinking. And if you aren't creative, ask it how you can be, right? And then use this as a tool to elevate the way that you think, process information, and everything. Just assume that these things can help you in every day in your life, and think about how it can help you. So that's how I use it. How I use it, and how I improve my life. So I'll talk to you later, Austin.
Dope. I
Thanks for
appreciate
having me
it,
on,
man.
guys. Be safe, okay?
Yeah, dude. Thank you so much. Oh, you got me on the big screen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the New York session. I hope y'all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your afternoons, mornings, evenings, wherever you're watching from. And up next, we have Mr. Cody himself, Ambiguous Hour. Stay grinding on your freaking goals and never let anyone tell you that you can't do something they never done themselves. This is PackTV. I'll see y'all later. Bye, everybody.
Did you find value in how Austin and Mick trade and analyze the market? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the PackTrade Group Discord in the description.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
3-hour line, watch it hold, watch it break. 3-hour apex, snapback mean reversion in your face. Pack trays on the mic, PTFX on the side. Yeah. We align the stats with the live, let it ride. We are live on PackTV. Futures moving, come and see. From the open to the close, read the flow with me. Pack trades, PTFX, PackTV. Hey!
What's going on, everybody? What is up? I'm currently just got into a short right here. Let me bring it up on screen. I'm looking to cover here just at 5 basis points at 307. So if we hit 307, then I'll be able to cover here. But since we're a range day, I'm gonna be covering majority of my position. Here's a short I'm in. That's just a stop right above this current 5-minute high. And 4 cons. We'll see if we'll get a cover, and then I'll just let the last one run to see if this is going to just be like one of those crazy days that we get some extension further below 930, but stops currently at this 5-minute high. We'll see what happens if we get stopped out. I did take one trade earlier that I cash flowed, got stopped on, so if I get stopped on this, I'll be, I don't know, down on 150 bucks on the day. No big deal. So yeah, how's everyone's day going? How's everybody's day going? Miller, what's up? Make this a little smaller so I can see it all on both my screens. Got chat right here. Been a nice whippy day so far, right? Got to be patient. Take it where you can get it. All right, we just got a TP1 right there. So now we are covered. So worst that happens is this is a break-even trade, but we will let this, I'm going to be targeting probably midnight for this, 211 for this runner. So yeah, so we will bring that up. Put that on the screen. So I'm going to go 215. It's just right above midnight open here. Dang, that's really big. I did not mean to make it that big. 215 is right above midnight open, I think, or is that Globex open? No, it's midnight. So right above midnight here. Just going to see if we can't, if this is going to be a range day, that'd be my next target. Us to take out this low and then go down in there. So yeah, that's where we're at. So now we're just chilling for the rest of the day. The other trade I took was when we traded back into this valid high right here, this candle. When we traded back into it, I got an entry, and so I'll pull that one up as well. You'll see it on the left side of my screen right here. On the left side of this picture, you'll see the entry. So I got short here, covered, and then got stopped. So we're just trying this again. I'm expecting this to be high of day. I know we haven't put in a Q1. We're still within the Q1. But with that sweep and us breaking the open here, the probabilities for the next hour, as long as we don't get above this 10 o'clock open, are going to be lower. So I just want to be positioned for that. No trades so far. Yeah, I thought mine was going to look like that for a while. But we're going to be looking for 215, looking for midnight on this runner. And we will go break even once we take this 11 o'clock low. I mean, this 9 o'clock low, if it takes it. But until then, we'll just hold on to this and let it do its thing. Another Monday. Another case of the Mondays. Just covered the queen today. Nice. Yeah, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Especially when it's looking like range one. This will probably be my last attempt of the day. It's getting so close to 11. It's possibly range one. If this stops me out now, I don't really want to look for anything else. I'll just take my small cash flow day and move on, right? Not every day needs to be a home run. Some days you just gotta stay alive. For everyone that celebrated Easter, I hope you guys had a good weekend. It was also my fiance's birthday, so it was a good weekend for me. I'm busy about all the time, so getting to spend some time with her for the weekend, not do anything, was nice. All right, we finally broke that Q1 low, so this is a Q1 high now with a Q4 low. If this is going to be a range one, I'd expect us to take out this 9 a.m. low at some point, and then suck back into the range. That's why I'm not targeting much lower than this, but if we turn on these New York levels for where it looks like, that's the breakout of the 05 box. This midnight's going to line up basically right with the median move. So this is not out of the realm of possibilities. Now, being a range one, we could just fill this cash flow side and then, suck back into the range, but I'm willing to let this runner do its thing. Let the runner do its thing. It's not out of the realm of possibilities. And since on a rolling 3-hour period now, this would be our H1. Now that we have an apex alert. So it's our H1, which is giving us, this is a first minute high. So for this next 3 hours, it's showing us currently a perfect line to the downside. which lines up with candle science, which tells us that the 11 o'clock probability is to take out the 10 o'clock low. And then the 3-hour probability, since we're below this open right now, that the next 3 hours probabilities are also lower. So everything is telling me lower at this side, at this point. So my stop is right above this 1040 high, 1045 minute high. So if we come all the way back up and eat it, then so be it. But just going to let, since it is a range 1 day and it's one of those harder days to read for me, I just let live price tell me what to do. Odds were pretty high for IB high break, but this 10 a.m. is pretty classical for those fraud days. IMO. Yeah, I don't really see us taking the IB balance high, but it could. I don't really see it happening though. Totally could. Oh, that's unfortunate. Didn't make sure my trade copier was on for this one. Oh well. Probably not the worst thing. Just cash flowed at 5 micros, holding a runner to P12 mid. Nice. Yeah, I like that idea too. Karl. If I had another micro on, that's where my second one would be, P12 mid, but we just got one remaining here. Just because of the nature of range 1, I got to take 90% off at cash flow. Wish I could hold it a little longer. But the only thing that I am aware of that I don't like is this low right now. If this ends up being a green 12-hour candle, this is a really good low for that 12-hour candle because this is at the mode. So it's just something keeping in the back of my mind. That's why I'm covering so quick. Once we get below this low, though, I think it may be, you know, all go back to P12 mid. But we'll see what 11 o'clock open does. And if it stops me, it stops me. I'll just take my cash flow on the day. About $200. Not going to get too jumpy to close this. Just let the stop do the worrying. Running the F your mom and sister model. Yeah, pretty much. I wanted to try to get long after the second break, but I couldn't get a position in here to take out this high. And then I was trying to get short here, but it was too big of a the risk. I couldn't define the risk enough, and yeah, it's just been a fun day. Now we're just chilling. It's definitely a day. Don't try to force too much. Just focus on protecting that capital. It's Monday. You got all week, right? So. Got all week. And it's a new month. It's the first full week of the new month. You got all month. No sense in worrying it on or blowing it on the first Monday. Yep. See you later, Karl. Have a great rest of your day. All right, we got a new open here in 5 minutes. What I want to see is I want to see the 05 box develop. I do want to see it kind of stab up here, maybe outside of the 930, and then potentially form the box here and then start stepping below. That would be ideal for this to be building structure to the downside. If it does just flash and just drop down here really quick and start sucking back into the range, I'll probably just close my trade if it misses my TP. But we'll see what happens. We have fallen off a lot of the time to hit these probabilities below, so I'm not going to be surprised if this does just swipe these lows and suck back into the range, maybe swipe those, if that's what it ends up doing. Jeez, I don't know why this indicator keeps doing this. I have to go check the code later. Let me reload this. Sorry, guys. Like I said, I got to stop. I'll put a line there so everyone knows. I got to stop right here. I'll make it black. That's where my stop is at. That's where my current stop is at. One tick above that line. Nice matrix. I think it should make it. Please caution tape. Okay, just for you, dude. Is there police caution tape emoji? That'd be cool. Or stickers. I think I should make it a sticker. Here you go. There's my sticker. If you can tell, we take this real serious around here. Austin just used a pick. Yeah, well, Austin's just cooler than me, I guess. Let's see. Here you go, Miller. Austin's one. We're 1 for 1 today with the. We are 1 for 1 with the caution tape strat. So we'll see. We'll see what we get. All right, new hour opening here. See what we get. I don't want to be too eager to move this stop at all. Don't want to be too eager. Let it play out. What a time to be alive, guys. AI. The market's in a range 1. Like, come on. What more could you ask for? Dude, I don't know why. About to make me mad. I'll fix it later. Not dealing with it right now. What do y'all all do this weekend? Anyone do anything fun? Twain probably had a beer at like 9 a.m. I know what Miller did. Looks like I may get stopped on this runner. Which is all good if so. Gotta stop at 48.75. 348.75. Two ticks above the M and Q high, I believe. Yep, 2 ticks above the M and Q high. When you mix melatonin and dub, you won't fall asleep. You enter a new dimension. I helped my buddy move into his new apartment and ate a fuck ton. Nice. All right. Fair enough. I also ate too much this weekend. I ate way too much this weekend. All right. I do like that we... Like I said, like we wicked out the top of the 930. I'd like to see that be the rejection there. That's what I was looking for. This is good for building structure to the downside if this is going to be a 3-hour line starting at 10. And while this is an inside bar, I just have no worries while we have when an hour is currently an inside bar. It's once we start taking lows and sucking back into ranges or taking high and sucking back into ranges that I become a little bit more defensive. But while this is an inside bar, I just let it do its thing. This day is not what the crackheads ordered after a 3-day weekend. Yeah, for real, right? All right. New 5 here in 10 seconds. See if we get back below this 11 o'clock open or if it's going to hold it. Definitely probably sweet stuff. I had way too many cookies, bro. I'll be honest, I had way too many cookies. Like too many. Too many. All right, it's testing the 11 o'clock open right now. See if we can get a solid move past it. That'll help confirm to me that this most likely is the wick up here. At least for this 15-minute candle. Trying to flip this 15-minute candle red. Right now rejecting it though. If we do get a 5-minute close below this 05 box, because I like that we already made this move, I am going to trail my stop just right above this 5-minute high, or this 05 box high. Because if we get a close down here and we don't come take these lows and just it's reverse, this is probably a wick rejection on a range 1 day. So I could save myself a little bit of money, if, you know, about 20 bucks. But if we get a 5-minute close down here, otherwise I'll just let it ride. We did just reject those lows though. Possibly going to go higher. May come stop me out. I don't really like that rejection off the open. Like I said, I got to stop at 48.75. Oh. Nothing to do but wait now. The 1 hour probabilities are lower since we're below this previous hour open and this is currently an inside bar. The probabilities are that we take out this low. They're higher until we start breaching the midpoint and the open. I wish my stop was higher, but I can't afford to stop higher. But that's all right. Probabilities are there for this hour at least. Not saying it will go there. That's just where the higher probability move is. We're just kind of hovering around my entry here. Entry's at 319.50. Got a new 5 here in 10 seconds. I would assume this is going to close green on this 15-minute candle unless we get something crazy on the next one. It's going to try to come test this open again, I think. There you go, testing the 11 o'clock open again. See if it's going to bounce or not. Sorry about that. All right, new 15 here. In about 2 minutes. See if we can't get us close below this 05 box so I can trail my stop to the top here. Save myself about 20 bucks if I am to get stopped. But right now we're holding this open pretty well. Holding this open pretty well. Can't even take previous 5-minute lows. Look at this. Stacking. I would assume I'm probably going to get stopped on this trade, but we'll see. We will see. Anyone any trades right now? Anyone looking to short? Anyone trying to position long? Anyone just scalping this back and forth? Let me know in the chat how y'all are doing today. Let me know, because we're just chilling in the short right now. See if we can't get some movement to the downside. And I'm not looking for much, right? Like, I mean, this is what, maybe 20 basis points off of the 930 range. Yeah, it's nothing crazy. Haven't taken a single 5-minute low yet. This is kind of fun for the last 30 minutes. Just slowly grinding higher. We are back below the open though, so let's see if we're gonna close this 15-minute candle red or not. And now it's just a doji. Yeah. Long favored. It's just an interesting day for sure. There's another nice bounce off of that open. Flat. Yeah. I will be flat soon. Whether it's a stop or TP, that will be flat soon. While we're an inside bar during 11, I'm not trying to make too many crazy decisions besides possibly trailing my stop. Nope, got PAs locked with my own daily loss limits, switched to cash account, had higher targets on that move to current day and took BE flat now, and probably will be with Trump updating war at 1 o'clock. Nice. At least you locked it up. It's the important part. Don't make it worse than it already is. There's always tomorrow. All right, see if we're going to get below this 05 box or take any 5-minute lows for that matter. It keeps looking like, oh, we got some solid bearish 5-minute candles printing, and then gets a couple ticks from the low and bounces. It's funny. Hey, that's usually the biggest issue with most people is themselves. That's like with anything in life. We are our own worst enemy. It's so true. We are in this new 15-minute. Tested the lows. Bounced again off the 11 o'clock open. Seems just like really slow for. We haven't had a Monday, I feel like, this slow in a while. It just feels slow. Don't know if that's just me. It just feels slow. See what the probability is for this, just out of curiosity. Yeah, puts us back down there. Makes sense. Still bank holiday for a lot of other markets. Makes sense. See if we're going to take out some lows here. I think I've said that about 100 times. See you later, Doja Cat. Take it easy. To me, it looks like we have 30, 40 minutes cycle up. Possibly. All the live price probabilities for me are saying to the downside, but it could. It's a range day. It could go up. I don't know. I do not know. Yeah, that would be cool. Taking out the Q1 low. Please. Yeah, for real. Anything is better than what we're doing right now. Yeah, let me call him real quick. Hold on. Donnie, it's time to drop the market, sir. Thank you. I just think it's funny how all these we haven't had a single 5-minute low be taken in the last 35 minutes. Yeah, take it easy, Shiitake. You have a good night. Almost just knocked over that lamp, guys. Almost a disaster. Hey, we took out a 5-minute low, guys. It's crazy. The market can still do that. It'll probably suck back into the range now, though. Well, it looks like we're probably going to break New York 1 here at the Open of New York 2. Let's see what that does if it goes broken. Yeah, this is still a really good high of day. Let's see. New York 2's probabilities are 64% long, which I wouldn't be surprised either because it's a range one day. If it does go long, it's 53% true, so a little bit lower than what we see typically. If it goes short, 62% true, which does that give us a new low of day out of curiosity? No, not really. Possible, but not really. And it still supports that. Interesting. Interesting. What a day. Oh, we broke out of the 05 box. We got a Q1 high now. So based on quarterly, we should get a Q4 low. Doesn't mean it will happen. This could 100% be a doji hour, especially on a range one style day. If we get a 5-minute close below that low, I will move my stop above that high. But we need to close out first. And we might get it here. But I'll save myself about 20 bucks on this micro if we get this close underneath here. If I am to get stopped out. This is high. We'll move it to. If we get this 5-minute close, I'll move my stop to 38.50. If we get this close underneath this box, this zone, we'll move my stop to 38.50. Five seconds here. All right, I'm gonna move my stop to 38.50. So it's just now we're just right above this high here. Save myself about 10 points there if this isn't gonna give us a little move to the downside. See if we're going to take out these 10 o'clock lows. And at this point, if this thing comes all the way back up, then I don't want to be in this trade anyways, because it's just, you know, bouncing back and forth. I would expect it to go a little bit higher, and it's past my trade time anyways, so. Past my window. Again, we're looking for midnight open down here, which is right here at whatever this price is, 212 or so. Just front running it just a little bit at 215. That's where my TP is at down here, 215. One micro running. Here's the trade. Put it back on the screen. So see, I moved the stop up, moved the stop down above that high. It was above this high. Now we're just letting it run. Let it ride. Don't have to be too eager on this. Still an inside bar, so as long as this the second hour, if this is my H1, as long as this H2 is still an inside bar, I have no worries. I will be more defensive once we take out a low or take out a high. But inside bars mean nothing to me. It's just like a inside bar. The probability stays in one direction. just our retest. See if this is going to give us a bounce here. This is a good retest. A good rejection. If it's going to reject, it's going to be here. I really don't want to see this get back above the 11 o'clock open. If this gets back above the 11 o'clock open, then most likely I'm going to get stopped. That's going to be our line in the sand right here. This 11 o'clock opening price. That's where we really don't want to see it get above. We can trade up to it. We just want to see it hold. Even if it goes above it, we just want to see it reject it. So we can continue to build this bearish hour that's starting to print. And this may, this could print at inside 11, which is fine. Just not going to be too eager to cut the short. Not until live price tells me, hey, bozo, we're bouncing now. And there's nothing telling me in live price yet that we are going higher. There's a lot of things that will, like if we take out this 10 o'clock low and then we suck back into the range, getting above this open, then yeah, most likely it's bouncing now. But until that occurs, I'm good. If we take out this low now that we're in Q3, I will be trailing stop to the Q2 high. So right here, at 24-ish. Yeah, I'll put it at 24.25 if we take out this 10 o'clock low. The reason being is then we'd have a Q3 low. And if we took out that high, then that would be our apex signature to go higher. So that's where I want to be out of this trade. If we take out the 10 o'clock low. Because I'm looking at a rolling 3 hour. So 10 o'clock being 1, 11 o'clock being 2, 12 o'clock being 3. Once I get an apex signature, then I really don't want to be in that trade anymore. But that does require us to take out this low. If it takes it out now and we haven't taken out this low, then it doesn't matter. It's an inside bar. None of it matters. What's that low at? 62 or so. Ooh, yeah, actually, need to check that. See if it's going to go take it now. Sorry about that, guys. We do have the stops now at 25 even. Make sure my screen is sharing. Let me retry it. Try that now. Now it's showing 3 sources. This doesn't let me pull my screen over if anyone, Justun or Austin, y'all are in the background.
Your timing's impeccable. It doesn't let you turn your stream on or off? You have
It's
two.
on, it just shows me having one on my side.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, I can remove it. Like I removed one and it's only showing my pictures.
But you're able to add it is more what I'm asking, so we tried to change some settings.
I mean I can add my screen, but I can't like bring it over to share, like to put it on screen. Like it just shows under my sources.
Okay, let me click it.
Yeah. So I did move my stop here above the Q2 high now that we took out the 10 a.m. low. So the high, let me make sure the high here is at 23.75. So I'll put this at 24.25. All right, but yeah, we are. So now worst that comes down here on this, if this does come back, is I lose $10 on this runner. And yeah, we're just going to keep looking for midnight open to get taken here. Just going to let it do its thing. Let me just leave and maybe. Oh, it's bouncing. Justun, did you have a good day today, dude? Now that you're here, I have someone to talk to.
You're going to make me give all my thunder away for when I come on live.
You're going to say yes or no. You can just say, did you have a good day? Yes or no.
Yes, I did good today. I've been
okay.
This year. It's been a good year. Very good year.
It's been a good year since about February 18th. It's been a
you know what, oddly enough, I think we started so you had your thing and it was just after you had your thing that I started having my success as well. And so I probably shouldn't say it's been a good year. I should probably just go, it's been a good time since Cody screwed up.
Yeah, there you go. You're welcome, guys. Everybody give me a round of applause. I'm a man of the people, okay? I'm a man of the people. Peace out, Ben. Take it easy, dude. Even if Q4 takes out this Q3 low, I'm not going to trail to Q3's high. I'm just going to leave it here at Q2's high. Because this is a range one day, I don't want to be too eager to trail too tight, okay? I have pretty high conviction that we're going to trade lower below this low. Does that mean it hits midnight? I don't know, but I do have pretty high conviction that this is going to get below this current 9 o'clock low. So I don't want to trail it too tight. So I'm just going to leave it here. It's about a break-even trade. I mean, it's like $5. It's like $10 if I get stopped, like whatever. But I won't be managing this any more than I have. It's either we're going to midnight or not. And I could be wrong. It could be using this previous day's high as support. This is where our bounce could start forming. This could be the low of our range for the whole entire day. I could be wrong, but Worst that happens is I get stopped out at 24.25, and we're still cash flow positive on day, and we move on to tomorrow. It's the worst that can happen. Heck yeah. I hope it wicks me out and goes to my TP Blue Horse. But thanks for the heads up. So yeah, my stop is now right above this high right here. The 3-hour probabilities are still lower. The next hour probabilities are still lower. Unless this 11 o'clock gets above this open, then unless this current hour either closes above that open or the next hour breaks that open, the probabilities are still lower to at least take out this low. The moment that happens, not saying like the moment this hour breaches, but if this hour closes above it, then most likely this is going to come and take out this high, right? And maybe I'm being a little aggressive with my TP. Maybe I'm asking for too much. Who knows? Who knows? I do know that let me check over here. I think midnight is only measured to noon. Correct. Midnight Open's only measured to noon on this stat, so it's probably not going to hit it before noon, if I had to guess. But if trail to high Q4 going even hold on. I'm not sure if you can hear me. It's being done.
I just told Cody I was about to reboot my computer, so I'm ready for when we're back, and he goes and drops off.
Yeah, I saw the message. I was like, oh god, here we go.
I was literally about to click the reboot button, but anyway. So now I'm really good. So you're on your own.
All right, well, guys, if I drop off, it's Justin's fault. Anyways, like I was saying, I'm not going to trail to Q3 high because it's below the open. My true invalidation is once we close above this open or 12 o'clock breaches that open. So I don't want to trail my stop to a place where I'm not invalidated out of a trade yet. I hope that makes sense. I would rather be willing to take a little bit of a loss than trail in profit here and then like it still go to my TP just because I was too eager or too fearful or whatever you want to call it of losing unrealized money. So Now, that being said, once 12 o'clock takes out the low, then I will trail again, right? Because that's my next step. It's 12 o'clock taking out the low. But as far as for this hour, it's just wait and see. Right now, it's just, it still looks like it's building structure to the downside. I mean, just keep making lower lows and lower highs. But this could be the bottom of the range. I just have to be aware of that. Can't be upset or whatever if it comes and stops me out. Looks like we're starting to get a turn here. Might get a confirmation of a low on the sweep, which means this is probably going to close above this open if we get that, but we'll see. If this is truly bearish and this isn't going to just be stuck in this range, and then we are going to pop out of this move that we did to the downside, this candle is going to get ate up super quick. Once this closes, you'll see it. It'll happen within the next 10 to 15 minutes. It'll get ate back down to the downside super quick. If that's what's going to happen. It might not. At this point, I'm already starting to think apex, right? We got an apex alert here. So potentially now that we've gotten that apex alert, I'm probably going to get stopped. Now this is my H1. And now I'm expecting, depending on where we close based on this open, where this hourly closes, which side of the probability we're at. If we close above, then the probability is here. If we close below, the probability is here. If we do close above this hourly candle, that is going to be my sign to just go ahead and cut this trade wherever it may be at. And just say, well, that's enough for me today. Move on. But we'll wait till the end of the hour to see what happens. And if I get stopped before the end of the hour, it is what it is. Got 10 more minutes or 11 more minutes in this hour. Then Justin's going to come up. I hope you guys can see how relaxing trading can actually be. And not relaxing, but peaceful. You don't have to be uptight and worried about it 24/7. Just got to let it do its thing. Sometimes it's going to do what you want it, and sometimes it's not. That's just is what it is. Doesn't have to be this high octane thing 24/7. That's a quick way to a heart attack, in my opinion. All right, let's see if we're going to eat up this confirmation candle quick to the downside. That'll let me know if this is truly reversing or not. Looks like I may get stopped here, though, which is all good. 324.25 is where the stop is at. 324.25. And it just tick denied my stop loss. By one tick. If this goes all the way down to midnight now, I am officially Furu of the week. How did it go on NQ? Did it hit it on NQ? Nah. I would expect this to get stopped. Nah, heck no. I don't need leverage. I don't need that much money. You'll never believe this. Tick denied my stop by one tick. Stop me out, please. Please. All right, stop me out. Sweet. Now I can be done looking at the charts for the day. Yeah, well, that's about all I got. That's about all I got. Let's see. We ended up about 220 on the day. Can't. Here are the two trades I took. Get rid of that. Paste it. So let's see. Get some. Got cash flow stopped. Cash flow stopped. Is what it is. Take that any day of the week. Nice cash flow day on a range one day. We'll move on with our lives. Move on. What do we got here? We got Justun's screen up. Yeah, well, that's about it for me. It's about almost time for Justun's come up here. Yep, now I agree, Twain, with the cycle. Back up for this range day.
I was not trying to put my screen up yet, but I guess it did.
All right. Well, What a day. What a nice, disgusting, fun, range 1 day. Nah, it wasn't too bad. This type of range 1 wasn't too bad. It's like the ones that I hate the most are the ones where we're 930 is like in the middle of the range and it just goes one side once and just like never. It just those are the worst. Those are the worst. Well, you gotta tell Austin that our crime scene tape is not 100% anymore. So I ruined the vibes.
Wow, you literally just took a 100% win streak into a 50% win streak.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible.
Yeah, I ruined the vibes.
Terrible. I'm just pulling up my lunch break gunship. You have 5 minutes to spare, sir. No gunships.
Oh no.
Short.
Is Austin doing a training on that tomorrow so that I can actually pay attention?
I believe so. I'm going to go through a few things today, probably. I might take a short right now, actually.
Because when I did this, I said, I turned it on, I said, nope, and instantly hid the whole thing. Clicked it on, and I said, nope. I was going to look at it about 5 minutes before I got on stream.
That's probably not a good time to do it, no.
I was like, no, I'm good. I'm good today. I'm good today. Yeah, the probabilities now for 12 is to take out the 11 o'clock high. That's where our probabilities lie now. And we are closing above this current 3-hour open, so the 3-hour probabilities would be up here until we breach it. So at least for the next 30, 45 minutes, I would expect us to maybe trade a little bit higher. And then from there, it's a range 1 day, so, go back to the 930. But we will see. We will see, but yeah, guys, it was fun hanging out. As always, I hope you guys got something useful from here. If not, womp womp. Come back next week.
And we'll do it all over again.
And then we'll do it all over again. Yeah, exactly.
I'll send you on your sign off early again.
Hey, it's hard when you're just the only one up there, but yapping to yourself.
Yeah, Cody, or PTFX kind of left you hanging for sure.
Yeah, he's on vacation, so.
How dare he?
Yeah,
guy. We don't get vacations.
That guy. Yeah, no vacations.
All
right, y'all have a good one.
See ya.
Peace.
Did you find value in the Ambiguous Hour trade team? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the PackTV group Discord in the description.
Welcome, this is PackTV. New day, new place, Bootcamp Focus. Put your money where your mouth is. Justun, Danny, bring the focus. I think we on to something, and it's gotta be something to notice. And it's gotta be something to notice. I think we on to something. Bootcamp Focus. Bootcamp Focus. I guess I need to. Oh, there I am. A little too big and loud. Let's get rid of that a bit. There we go. So bootcamp, or the gunship front run is activating right now for the lunch break. So I will be taking a short. I was going to try and get in a little bit higher, but I was hanging with Cody, so I didn't quite get executed. But I'm going to see once the 5-minute closes in 2 minutes, if we're still kind of ranging around here, I might get in. I'm going to see if there's a little bit of a pullback first to get a little better positioning on mine. It looks like it's going to give it to me. I'm going to be going a little heavier because it's just an eval. I did finish my fundeds today, this morning during Magic Hour. I'll go through that in a little bit. This will be our first live trade in a while on here, actually. So that's cool. I'll do a screen share, or I'll do I'll copy my live screen. I didn't get my stuff loaded on here properly before we started up, so I'll just do a screenshot of my trade because I'm doing it on a VPS with some other stuff that I'm doing. So, and we got 1 minute left in this front run, and I'll go through some of the gunship stuff if anybody wants to go through that. I like the focus hours usually go. I kind of keep this all about whatever you guys kind of want, whatever we want to get into, and however we want to jive with it. If you guys have questions, I do want to go through some bootcamp stuff because we are coming up to the next version of it. Nice, it's coming up for me.
Let's go. If it comes up and taps this high here, I will go ahead and take it. Sorry, I'll get zoomed in a bit more there. If it doesn't, I'll just take it on the close of this 1 minute candle. But I just wanted to see if it'll come back up here at all. It did retrace a good half of that candle, that 5 minute candle, so that's cool. I like it when it ends up here, but I want to get in before 12 o'clock hit, or as 12 o'clock hits, because sometimes there's a little bit of a mad dash towards where it's supposed to go. So if you guys have any questions, please throw them in the chat. If there's anything you guys want to go into, please let me know. Otherwise, I will enter this trade and then we can start chatting about whatevs. 3, 2, 1. I'm going to get in right at the top of this 5 minute candle, so that's not too shabby. Because now we're printed. Oh, why didn't it? Hello, there we go. Stop, and we're already getting some profit by a limit. So I just got to put some numbers in here, and then I will get back to the chat here. I'm going to take 2 off. So my main cash flow is going to be here. So I'm going to take 2 off at 2. I usually do it a little bit above because sometimes it likes to tick the nine. So 288. 288. I'm going to take 2 off. Basically going in with 6. And then I'm going to hold. I'm going to take probably 2 off a little sooner than that at some point, and then I'll go for the low. And that's basically how I'm going to do this, and I'll show you in just a second here. So from there, I'm going to maybe take some cash flow. I'm going to go ahead for 15 and grab the end of that. By 2. This is an eval, so I'm going to be going a little more aggressive than I sometimes would. I'm only going to take I'm going to take 2 off. And then 1 off at the second TP. And then we're going to do some low a day stuff and see from there. Let me make this a little bit bigger to see, and then I'll pull it over to the screen. And my stop is going to be, let's see, that's a little heavy of a stop, but that's okay. 4044. No, we're not going to need to go that high, but anyways, I'll just put it up there for now. Put it up there and out of the way. So basically, this is what I'm looking at right now. Oh, I don't have my snippet tool on. And then I will get to the chat. Sorry, guys. So this is how we're looking right now on the trade. So if we're green right now, but obviously we're just starting. I'm going to take my first 2 off around here, so around 15 points or so, just at the low of this dip. The rest, there'll be 1 more unit coming off at our TP here, which we're just about to hit our first TP. So boom. Oh, not quite. Just tick denied me. Come on. Don't play me like that. Because I had my TP a little bit. There we go. All right. So we just hit TP. So we got $68 in cash flow. And we're pumping down. Look at this. Look at that first green trade off the bat. Okay, so I'll just show you again this just to keep all transparent like. So I've taken 2 off already. I got new. I'll take the whole thing with showing this. So I took 2 off already. So, and I'm holding that one till the proper front run TP, and then we'll see from there. Because once it hits the front run, we'll still have a lot of way before we actually confirm. So I'm going to take 1 off here, and then the rest I'm going to hold till the low a day. Actually, I guess is that low a day? Not low a day, actually, because the low a day is way lower. Yeah, low a day is way there. Anyways, I'll be holding a little bit for when we break the range, and then I'll have 2 more contracts left to kind of run. Like I said, it's an eval, so I'm not too concerned if I lose money on this one. I'm just playing around live with you guys to show you some live trading, and they'll show you the gun chip. So what this is a front run trade. Let me go to the chat because I've avoided you guys for the first few minutes while I was doing all this. Let's see. Wes, welcome, sir. We're live. Yes, baby, live trading even now, which I haven't done in a while. So happy to do that. I've been a long journey over the last little bit, and it's been a really good one since around February. I've had some really good consistency and expected kind of, I don't know. I've just been playing a lot better in the sandbox, and enjoying it. Gunship has been a nice addition because it kind of trades the way I traded already, because I did a lot of my moves around the OG Gunship. But now that we have the more kind of more in-depth one, we're getting a lot more value out of this, which I love. I'm going to move this to label size small, just to show this table a little bit more. And so, yeah, so we're heading towards my second TP here, hopefully. We'll see how that goes, and then we'll be green. So, Blue, I watched the Gunship videos over the weekend to get an intro and then realized that the new update settings are quite different. Yes, they are, and I'll go through that a little bit. It's not crazy different, but from the version on WAP. So I'll wait for the live session to learn it. Yeah, so we're going to be doing that. I believe Austin's doing that tomorrow. So keep that in mind for all you pack members who are here. You're going to get a little bit more of an in-depth look at this version of it. Why did that not small? Well, that's label size. I did the wrong thing. I wanted to do that. Keep that normal. Sure. I want this to be small. So keep in mind, he will go through a little more details of what you're looking at here. As you can see right now, we've actually got out of this lunch break one, 24 0 failed for the down. So that's why I jumped in on this trade quite quickly in the front run. The front run gives me a lot more accessibility to cash flow before the breakout even happens, which is nice. And so if we hit the second TP, I'll pretty much be cash flowed for the trade, and then be holding for the rest. But the nice thing here is there's a lot of dynamics to this new tool. This is a pack tool, so this is not something you'll get in the boot camp. This is something you get out of finishing the boot camp and then coming into the pack trading group, for those of you who are new here or just hanging out with us. And so this has just been rolled out to the pack traders. The pack traders are just seeing for the first time. There is an old version of this indicator, which was far it was still awesome, but it was far simpler. I think this one's my lunch break one. No, maybe not. Actually, lunch break wouldn't have sounded yet anyway. So, so there's nothing really to show there on the lunch break one, but this is the lunch break on the new one. And the new one gives us a front run, and then there's a range that's been created here and here. And based on it breaking out of either of those ranges, we're going to see a whole lot more data. So I'm hoping we'll get a break downwards for my trade, and we'll be able to show you the rest of the data that kind of gets printed on the screen from there. So a great first look at it. We'll see how it does for us and whether it gives us a nice trade or not, but so far so good. And we're just waiting for our second TP. But for now, I've got $68 in the bag. So I'll show you these three. So this was my trading this morning, or two of these accounts were my trading this morning, and one of them is my trade right now. So these are my two funded accounts. This is an eval that I just started today, and we've got some cash flow already with it. These evals, or these funded accounts, I took a magic hour trade this morning. I believe it was a short, long, and I was able to cash flow a couple of TPs with this one as it was ranging quite a bit, and took these two accounts through two separate trades of that magic hour. So I'll go through those in a minute and what happened there, because it was very rangy. So I didn't necessarily advertise it in the group today because it was a little bit more of a finessing trade that I did there by buying some dips and cash flowing quickly on them. So yeah. Other than that, we're just seeing if that will come out. Does anybody have any questions about Bootcamp? Does anybody have anything, even if you're an existing Bootcamp member and just getting in there? Obviously, I'm really here for you guys, of course, as well. I know, Blue, you've just joined the pack from going through the Bootcamp, so that's awesome. And you even did your Wolf Tank, I think, not that long ago, and got some feedback on that, and hopefully found that to be very good. As well, and you've had some really consistent numbers over the last little bit, so I don't know how much of that, if you wanted to comment, how much of that was thanks to some of the stuff you learned in the boot camp, and how much of that was your past or a combination of the two. That would be awesome to hear from you, since you're hanging with me here. We got another little push here, so we might actually take our next TP, which is pretty awesome. We are just playing with it. At this point, once we hit this, if we hit this TP, I will, I do move my stop losses. I don't do it like crazy. I do have a little balanced approach that I take on that. But in essence, I'll be moving my stop loss to break even at that point with my last 3 units, or just above actually, because I will clear the top of this if we hit it. We'll see. We're skirting with it right now. And I'll get another screenshot for that if that does happen. It wasn't quite a tick deny, but I'm going to leave that alone and let it do its thing. Because again, I do see us potentially. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see because we are obviously flirting with a I don't know what, I had to reset up all my friggin' indicators and stuff, so I'm still messing around with things. This is on the 1 minute, and that's our 9:30 candle, I think. Yeah. So we're still inside the 9:30, definitely a range 1 material. So although I would hope we'd get another touch here because we've touched it 3 times, I'd like to see us obviously come back to the bottom of the 9:30, but that's not a guarantee at all with the way we've been doing today. We had our break above. And I'm going to get rid of some of this stuff here. I got too much stuff on my screen. Midnight Snap Wolf. I do like the distro, but I'm not looking on the higher time frame right now. I don't know what these things are, to be honest with you. Chuck Norris, get all our... So this is stuff that you get inside the boot camp, or inside of the pack trading, sorry. Let's update that one because that'll give us the New York levels there. But there we go. That cleans that up a little bit. And we've had an 05 break out of this one, so that's another good thing where I'm getting some strength from my trade. And we did close outside of the 0.1 of that 05 box. Yeah. So I'm pretty happy with where we're at. And we did hit our other TP. Look at that. Boom, baby. There we go. So we've cash flowed 147 in the bank. So let me adjust things here. This is a great first trade live with you guys. I like it. So what I've done is I've pulled my stop loss above that range. All right, let's show this off. My next TP will be at the 9:30 low, basically, from here. So let's find that. Our 9:30 low is 264. I have 3 more contracts still left. So I'm going to take one from the 9:30 low, not quite the low a day, because these wicks, in case she reverses back from 9:30, is basically my logic behind this. So I've hit this TP, I hit my cash flow TP or my protect the queen TP, and now I'm waiting for a 9:30, which is right, our 9:30 candles right in there. So our 9:30 is basically around here, and that'll be my 3rd TP, and then I'll have 2 more contracts still running in case we break away for the afternoon and just go for a low. Which is interesting because I mean we'll see. We got an instat high-ish here. We definitely have an instat low, so I definitely don't expect us to go too crazy because our instat low is way over here. So I definitely don't expect anything like this, but crazier things have happened with Trump and all his glory. But I don't care right now because I've cash flowed my trade, right? So this is what it comes down to, and I'll just show you again some more screenshots before I go back to the chat. Sorry guys. I am maneuvering all my things. Did I lose my snipping tool again? Did I close it down? That was silly. My computer is acting funny. I just rebooted it because I was doing so many things on the weekend. I wanted to give it a little rest. And now it's giving me a hassle. Oh. Did I lose you guys? Is this recorded? Trey, you must be from the boot camp and you're asking that because obviously we're live on YouTube. But let me get to that chat there because I do see something important I want to look at. I don't know if I cut out, guys, because I just heard the sound. My internet looked like it froze a bit. So
No, it was just me coming in.
Oh, you coming in? There you are.
Yeah, I'm going to answer some boot camp questions.
I was actually
about what the.
But yeah, go ahead.
I'll share screen if you want to.
Sure,
yeah, I'm going to
go
hit that up. All right, so let me share a screen. Okay, so what this is going to look like,
guys, that's I got to go through the boot. There was some things that I think Austin or other people posted inside the boot camp, and that's actually the reason for that confusion. But we're starting up soon, and
Yeah.
Mickey will go through more of that in right now. Now that you're sharing screen.
Yeah, so what they're probably referring to is like I had announcements from last July's boot camp, and I didn't realize that it was leading to this much confusion. But Shannon, you're like the 4th person to think that no, like the boot camp will start April 18th. Now, before we did it all in you know, quarterly segments, right? But now we've automated it where it will be always going. So you can sign up whenever you want, and this will start April 18th. So you're part of the April 18th class. And so, like, let's say you signed up April 18th, well, and a new person starts on April 19th. Well, their 3 months start on April 19th, and another person signed up on April 20th. Theirs will start on April 20th. And what's going to happen is, right, you will come, we got to start this from the beginning. Like, what is this nonsense? Now I'm going to come over here. You come to the dailyprofile.com, watch our cool little animatronic logo. All right. A couple things about this is, like, under the resource, you're going to log in, like, once you're part of the boot camp. But right here, you can see what the flow is of everything. See what the traders are saying that's been through the boot camp. You can see the products that we offer. It's all right here. All right. You can go to the About Us, so I can see who actually are members of the team that built whatever. This is us and our backgrounds, right? Because we got absolutely nothing to hide, right? We're not going to put up a silly little face right there and say we're what's the word I'm looking for? Mysterious
or an
right
AI
now.
website.
yeah, you get to, like, see us, right? Then if you're curious of what goes into the curriculum of the bootcamp, it's all right here as well. Come over to the resource page. These are all free resources. So let's test one of these out. Like, you guys can use this stuff right now. All right, let's say we want to get an Apex 150K, right? We select the Apex 150, end-of-day drawdown, right? And you can fill it out however you need to. Let's say we trade the MNQ. All right, and our last 30 days win rate is 47, and our average winners, let's say, and these all can be found on your account. Our average loser is 225, and our average winner is 285, right? And we're gonna run our simulations, right? We can do that, and it will load up in the course today, and it will say over the 1,000 times that you tried to do that. Over the 1,000 simulation with this win rate, this average win and loss, and the trading 3 times a day, over majority of those, right, 366 would fail, right? They would breach the 4,500 drawdown that you were required, and 465 of them would pass them, and then 169 of them would be timed out, meaning it didn't hit it within the 500 trades. It didn't hit the 159, the 9K profit, right? That's just one of the tools. Now you can, and this is open to anybody, right? You can do the prop firm challenge planner, the printable risk matrix, the edge and risk calculator, the trading paycheck calculator, drawdown recovery calculator, tick reference, when to stop trading, pre-market checklist, session time cheat sheet, ATR stop loss. These all are for you. Break-even calculators, all for you to, mess around with, and they're all free. All right, going back to your original question, right? We hit login and it brings us to this product page, right? If you want to do your trade journal, that would be located here, right? If you want to do the profiler, right? This is what the trade journal looks like. Candle signs, the profiler, right? So this is open, high, low, close probability. This is session probabilities, and this is your trade journal. For you bootcamp members, this is where you're going to be clicking right here. And it will take you to here. And one thing that we're building right now is your calendar. Like, you have your My Plan, so you can kind of adjust your learning style, and build a plan of how you're going to learn the material, and then you'll automatically get a calendar, right? And then you go into phase 1, which we're still uploading videos and all that, but you have your intro video and all that. But, like, let's say this is a first class of it, right? You come into here and you got a bottom line up front video, which is about 10 minutes long. Then you take a quiz on that video, right? Which is 8 questions. right? Then you get a very, very in detailed class on it right here. Right, this video is an hour long, so you take a 10-minute class, then you take a test, and then you do an hour. And then after that, you go into simulations, right? So what does simulators mean, right? That means like we've got this right here, right? And we just hit play. And we just let it play until it asks us the question. And it's asking us a question. Price breached the point 5 basis points above the 05 box. What does this tell you? Since it's in electron, it's overnight, right? We know that momentum is strong, right? And then it moves on. And so you're like doing a simulation. Well, every single class is going to be like that, right? And then you're going to have to pass that before you can move on to the next one, right? And there's different concepts that we want you to master before we let you move on to the next class, right? And so like you have access to all this stuff for 3 months, the journaling, and that goes back to everything on the product page too. All the indicators, the boot camp, and then you're going to have a plan of action and a calendar that you can, you know, learn the way you need to. Because like right now, we're trying to do it where we meet you where you're at. Right? We know that everybody getting up at 5:30 and showing up to the class at 5:30 Eastern time isn't suitable for everybody, and we know that everybody's got different learning methods. So as you can see, we did video, we've got testing, we got simulators, hands-on. We're trying to exploit every possible learning opportunity for you, so you can really get the information down. So when it comes time for you to build your own trade plan, you can do such, right? So yeah, that's what that's going to look like, and I wish this will be updated and going smoothly by the 18th, but we're still under heavy construction, right? Like we still got to build the calendar, we still got to finish uploading the videos. But yeah, like it should be really good. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to this right here, right? And this is the hardest thing for people to realize, right? To come to the journaling and the trade journaling, right? And actually building their trade plan. What is your business plan, right? And defining every single decision. And that's the part that people like will continue the crazy loop and the crazy trading cycle because they won't do this part. But yeah, good stuff. Thanks for letting me jump on and kind of answer that question. I'm sorry for the confusion again. Like I just deleted that off of WAP so it wouldn't be any more confusion, right?
Yeah, I should have been on that a while ago because that was a couple of questions we had before, but didn't know where it was at first, and then I found it and then forgot to delete it. But thank you for taking care of that. And sorry, I guess I wasn't sharing my window with the whole thing, so I'll make sure I share mine now with the whole thing so I can show you those snippets of my trade that I took by showing my entire screen. But
yeah, I was about to say, you said you were gonna show the screen and it never dragged over.
Well, I dragged it over, but I wasn't sharing my whole. I realized afterwards I was sharing my window, not my screen. So now, when I
as long as you weren't sharing your wall, you can share your window, but not your wall.
So here is the trade I am in once I screenshot this, and now you should be able to see that. Okay, it's up there. And let's go to that question search. Are the live session? Are there live sessions? So there's going to be live. Mickey, you're still doing the re-engineerings, I believe, live, correct?
Yeah. So number one, in the pack side, we trade live all day, right? Yeah. And I usually trade the 9:30, the 10 o'clock with Austin, and then we'll do re-engineering at 1500 every single day, Monday through Friday, and then yeah.
There we go. So yeah, so the course itself, I think this is, and this was, I think, something that a few of us might have been a little bit, even I was kind of like, oh, I don't know. But I think this is going to be far better for people's learning and understanding because you'll be able to digest the stuff in a little bit more bite-sized pieces. You can repeat the courses. All of this stuff is going to help with that understanding point. And these new tools, which are like icing on the cake, like Mickey just showed you, where people can see a chart moving and be asked questions based on what they've learned. That's going to be a massive change because normally it was just watching Mickey do things, and then we'd do the focus hours where I'd reiterate things maybe with a little different viewpoint. And A, it was a lot of time, and B, it still left room for people to understand because you weren't doing it yourself. So this forces you to do it yourself, which I think was a missing piece. Although we tried to force people to do it, people still didn't listen all the time. And so this is going to be pretty awesome once it gets into play, and you can do it this way. And like I said, especially with these additions that you've been able to add in are going to be pretty awesome. So
that's the biggest thing is like in order to learn something, there's multiple ways to do it. And if you just watch a video, like it's not going to get you anywhere. You have to have application. There's so many different senses. Watching a video is just your eyes and your ears, and most of the time it's just your ears, right? You're always multitasking something else.
Yeah.
And so you're not really learning it. So like it's very important to, as the educator, to provide this in a way where it forces you to do the things that you don't want to do.
Yeah.
But then you, as the learner, will be grateful for that because you'll learn it faster.
Yes, sir. Any questions on all that, guys? And thanks, Mickey. Of course, you have access to a little bit more of the stuff to show it off than I do yet. I'm looking forward to showing it off once I get access and can play around with it a little bit more. But
I'll let you get your show back. Thanks, man.
No worries. And yeah, so that was a little bit of an insight into that, which is what's coming, which is awesome. Other than that, like I said, I was going to probably use this time to go in a little bit more into Gunship to show you guys that. We are coming back on our thing a little bit, which really honestly is just us ranging inside this 930. So let's go to I'm on the 1 minute candle. So there's our 930 candle. So we're coming back to the top of the 930 range, which we knew for sure was going to be a possibility in this trade. And that's why I cash flowed the way I did. And I have half my position still here waiting to see if we can stay below this or whether we're going to come back up. And just to look at my trade, so I didn't show you guys because I didn't have it screen capturing properly. But in essence, there's the trade I'm in right now with my 3 units that are left. And this morning I did take a couple of moves using the same tool, using the Gunship, and that's my 2 accounts here. These accounts are my funded accounts that I've taken 2 payouts on one and 1 payout on the other. And so I'm just getting my cash flow with them. I don't necessarily aim for $250 a day, but once I kind of am able to pass that threshold, I do oftentimes kind of keep the trades that. And if I get some gravy, great. But if I don't, no big deal kind of thing. And so that was using the magic hour version of the Gunship. So while we're waiting for this trade to play out, we'll maybe go take a little peek at that. This definitely was a little harder trade this morning than the Gunship often is. And you can see right here the front run move. I'll do a little replay to get it back in here. But in essence, we weird, that cash flow line was lower. Maybe because of today it went out. Because we basically tick denied that front row. So I'm gonna have to take a look at the data a bit for that. Maybe it tick denied it a little late. Oh, there it is. That's the move I was looking for. And as you can see, it adjusted there afterwards with the new data. So with this morning's trade, we actually didn't break out of either range because the magic hour range, which Drez, Karl, and Eldianis live trade with us in the morning, and you might have seen them if you were on this morning. With that trade, they trade this hour between usually 6:30 and 8:20 when Austin and Mickey come on. And during that trade, basically, I did take the front run. And what I had done is I had actually gotten in late and took a couple of scalps from the bottom here. And every time it would come up and I'd get my cash flow TP and then it would come back down. I'd buy back in again and back up. And then I was on my 3rd trade, I think, where I just I missed this because this was my actual cash flow for my final hope. And it tick denied me while I was looking away. But either way, I ended up making what I wanted to make in the morning, which is really all I asked for, and was able to secure my cash flow for the day with those. And that was taking those separately. I was not copy trading these. I was trading one and then the other, and went from there. So pretty sweet stuff there, and happy with how this morning went. And this is my 4th day, I think, taking cash flow, usually using the front run. I think one day we didn't have a front run and I took the breakout. But pretty handy tool, giving you lots of data and lots of ways for you to play this. It's not a buy or sell indicator, but it does give you lots of tools to make up your own trading system with. And that's what I'm doing with it on my own, is kind of finding my own groove and how I'd like to trade the gunship, and I really love it. So we've kind of come back almost to my entry. My entry is a little bit above this, but that's okay. I have my stop loss pulled into around here, just because I've got some cash flow and I've taken a live trade and I'm happy with that. But we have not hit it yet, so we're just seeing what happens, whether we're coming back up, because I think, yeah, my stop loss is above the 930, which is really what I want. 753. Yeah, it's actually even above. It's above here. So my stop loss is way above here. So it's above the 930. If we do end up breaking out over the upside, that is what it is, and I'm okay with that. And if not, we'll keep going down. So I got to fix up my charts. Apologize, guys, but otherwise I'm just sitting here. So let me head back to the chat and see what's going on as we break back down there a bit. Break down the tables and info. There we go. Austin's giving me some pointers on what he wants me to go into. Break down the tables and the info behind it and why each is important. I will try and do this to the best of my ability. Although I helped build this stuff, the data is really from Austin's stuff. So, but I did obviously want to get to know it myself. So a couple of things to note here. Up at the top is the main one, kind of your summary, which is kind of your important table. I'm going to move this guy off for a second, and that's the summary on. Oops, I think it's that one. Oop, no, not that one. What am I doing? Overlays, live session. That's what I want off. Come on, I'm just gonna move these off because I just want the summary one on, which is the one that's up top there. Overlays. There we go. It was this one. I knew it was the overlays. So here we are here. This is kind of your first screen that you can see if you wanted to really simplify everything. And this one just goes through the breaks that happen above the range, which is obviously up here right now. It's a pretty big range for the magic hour. And the breaks that break below, so the bottom side. So we actually are able to break it down whether you're taking longs only or shorts only, which you can do so inside the settings and choose. And you can see specifically if we have a down break, so breaking the bottom here, we've actually had 24 of those happen that were positive and 0 failures. So 0 times did it break down, which is pretty crazy effing numbers. And then the P20 is kind of your TPs. So inside here, if I turn on, actually we can't see them right now because it hasn't broken out, but I can go through another move later. Hopefully we break up below the bottom and you can see it all. It takes MFE data to find out how far we might go in that trade, and you can use this data to kind of for yourself kind of figure out. So profitable 20 is kind of your zones. I'm explaining this horribly, but we're looking at these guys here. Austin will be so much better at this. He will go through it with you guys. I look forward to hearing his explanation, and I will become better because of it. He is far more intimate with this whole thing than I am, but I do love it, but I use it fairly simplicity. I'm using the front runs mostly are my favorite move, because honestly, this is what I did a lot of times in my afternoon session, is I would attempt to front run. I want to see your bluff version. Thanks for putting me out there. So oftentimes what I did already with my lunch break is I had a front run of my own that I kind of did, and oftentimes would take it as it breaks. But with this, what I'm doing is I'm getting kind of a ahead of the show kind of thing, and it's also helping me. The biggest thing for this front run move, and it being printed on here, is it helps with my discipline. And this has been one of the big things for me that I've been working on over the last little while. I'm going to take this conversation and move it into more of a psychology one. My biggest problem is I would take front runs, maybe put my stop losses too tight, maybe not manage my size very well, or something like that. I'd take a paper cut, 1 or 2 paper cuts, and then I'd finally hit the right move. But when I hit the right move, or the move that I was expecting, because I had taken those paper cuts, because I maybe had stop losses in wrong spots, or exited the trade too early, or whatever mistake I made from my own problems and my own mistakes of how I manage trades, I oftentimes was trying to catch back up, and I oftentimes did. I ended up making my trades back and being a little green, or the opposite would happen, and I'd go on tilt or something, right? So where the gunship, and why I think this is such a value proposition for the Pack Trading Group, is it's helped me take the trades I already do, which is my magic hour, my market open, which is this one here, and my market open I still do my own. That one I still practice taking my own live trades without any assistance of indicators or anything like that. But with my other ones outside of that, I wanted some more structure to be not overly mechanical, but more mechanical with my trades, and get more defined how I want to take the trade, because oftentimes I might even guess up or down wrong, and so it's taken 50% of my trades off of the table basically by just giving me a direction that I'm comfortable with, because I back tested it, because I'm comfortable in how the method is used and what it does. So instead of guessing whether at 12 o'clock we were going up or down and having a continuation of the 11:30 to 12 o'clock candle, or whether it was a reversal, I let the gunship kind of tell me, and it's based more on where it is inside the range and stuff here, so which is great. And then on top of that, it gives me my breakout. So when there isn't a front run available, it gives me my breakout opportunity there of the regular breakout, or if I want to do a pullback, which is another entry method system that we have on here. And basically it's just set up as zones. These are all guidelines. These are not for you to be taking longs and shorts off of. It's just for you to help build your plan from. And that's, again, the other real value I find to the gunship, is it helps give you what a lot of people I think struggle with when it comes to building a plan for themselves, is there's so many ways you can do it. There's so many entry methods. There's so many exit methods. There's so many taking the 05 breaks, taking the second, the third 05 break, all of these different ways you can start building a plan. It becomes almost overwhelming to a point for many people. And so what this has done for me and for others is it's simplified what I look at for building my plan off of. I mean, again, the 930 has its own set of whatevers and so many ways you can take it, that it's fairly easy because there's so much volume. You can build a plan around that just by simplifying it yourself. But outside of the 930, we don't get that 1 minute candle we can build our stuff off of. You have to look at more larger ranges like this one, or maybe 15-minute ranges or whatever, and you need to build a trading plan from there. So where gunship has helped me is to help me build a trading plan around my 12 o'clock trade that I liked and that I saw, because I often saw lines more than apexes, and it's just something I knew there was edge there, but I didn't know how to measure it, or I back test stuff and I'd talk myself out of one way and into another way of trading it, and so on and so forth. This very cleanly simplified my process and how I wanted to build my trading plan. And now I'm taking trades with very little hesitation and very little emotions, because even though we're going to get stopped out here possibly, I don't care. I'm okay with that. And we're actually really close to our stop loss. It's basically just wicked us, and there it is. So now my trade is closed. I did not make as much cash flow as I'd like, sort of. But again, it's an eval, so I was just playing it easy on my first live with you guys. But there we go. I cash flowed $80 and my trade is closed, and green is green. I may take another stab at it, especially if we get a full breakdown. If we come up and see some of these invalidation levels, I will also possibly take another short off of it. And because we're really close to the 930, if we break back into the 930, I again would look at it. So I will take multiple trades off of this, potentially based on all the data that I see, as if we continue this range motion. But if we just keep printing green candles up and up and up, then I'll just stay out of it and let it go. So yeah. So green for the day, all around, which is great. Look at the front run stat, go M30 to pull a ton of days. Oh yeah, to 30 minutes. So I can technically go to the 30-minute and we can see more data here. Thank you for that. So look at that, 185 days, 20 failed. So we're over 95%. This is like insane math, right? And Austin lead M2K. Let's see if I can type. Is this one even crazier? Maybe I should just switch to M2K. Oh, we actually already have a breakout. Maybe I should go on long right now. front run and breakout. So here you go. So this is also, so now we can get to look at some other stuff. So if I hover over the front run, so look at that. So the front run hitting the cash flow percentage is 97.9%. So that's obscene numbers. So again, I could have taken a long out of here off of M2K, and the chances of it hitting the front run cash flow, which I believe is this one right here, and I'll just turn on these to make it easier. I like the offset ones actually, but we'll do the active labels. So there's kind of our front run cash flow. So hitting that number right there is and that's a big move, just that alone. If we were to take it from let's just take it, like, you know what, let's take it from the top of that cash flow box, but technically it's from the bottom, come to think of it. But again, just looking at that, there's 0.16 right there, just off of taking the worst of the front run. So if you got in right about now and took that long, it's all good. Wes, he's giving me some pointers and some things to talk about. I don't mind when the chat gives me some things to talk about. And so now we're getting a little more data here though. So this is off of M2K. We're seeing now what it's doing is it's printing some different data points, and obviously our median MFE is right here. So our median MFE of where our breakouts, which we've now potentially broken out, it's still, oh no, we did close. No, we didn't close. We're still possibly closing. So this might suck back in before the 5 minute. Oh, I'm in the 30 minute. So we go back to the 5 minute on this one. We've now closed. Sorry, I'm muting for just a second. Sorry, it's holidays, so the wifey's home. So yeah, sorry, getting back to this, as you can see, there's our median MFE. So definitely another good cash flow, and then our breakout cash flow here. So lots of ways to structure your trading plan. Isn't a close? That's right. Yeah, it's breakout. Duh, I knew that. So the way the breakout happens for this one, guys, I'm good at this, honest, and I've been helping build this whole indicator, so I should know the stuff. But the lunch break specifically, only it enters when it breaks the range. So as soon as that wick happened and it broke the range, it automatically is entering the lunch break trade. All of the other trades, they have to close outside of the range. So that's why we're in a trade right now. That's why the breakout is technically closed and on the screen, whereas other ones it won't do that. And so the big thing that I wanted to show here, though, is the fact that we've got all these different options of how you can structure your trade using the MFE boxes, using the daily New York levels. This is basically the daily New York levels indicator processing on here. So you can see your very high probability cash flow section right here using those, or you can use your MFEs, which are drawn on the chart. And these are all different ways you can trade. So whether you're using MFE distribution or the tactical mode, which is the one, which is these guys here, these boxes here, you can backtest this and decide your own way of trading even just the gunship, using very differentiating ways of trading it based on what your probabilities are and based on your backtesting of the gunship. So pretty phenomenal how much depth you can get into here and how much things you can do with all these different things turned on and off. And there's even failure data, which we built in later on during the process, which will then tell you your invalidation zones. And this is also telling you, it's taking in all the failed attempts and showing how they work out, kind of thing, on the process. So again, Austin will go through this stuff in a little more detail. And then on top of that, you can put the clouds up here. Now the clouds, I believe, need tactical on. And so these will show you the different levels of where the price has moved using all the wiggles like we do inside the daily profiler. Doesn't flip, it's either right or wrong for that move, so it keeps your mental. Yeah, exactly. And so this shows you all the different moves, and then you can put this into kind of a simple mode, which just shows you the median kind of thing going up and down, and then the clouds with it. So this gives you an idea of how a lot of the different afternoons lined up that was getting all this data that we have on the screen, and how it played out during the day with the ones that went in our favor. So it can kind of, again, give you an idea of time base now. You know what, maybe I want to be out from here, or I want most of my position out at this time, even if we haven't met and kind of come up to this cash flow area. Maybe I want to take, even if it's down here, maybe I want to take this trade off, or most of the trade off, because it's going to range for the rest of the day. So again, a plethora of ways you can manage your trades using all the different data that we have built into this indicator. And again, as much as I take credit for helping get this finally out to everyone, this has been Austin's baby for a long, long time. And a lot of the data and the things you see on the screen are due to his back testing tons and tons of hours. And as a pack member, you get the benefit from all this work. And this tool alone can be worth the $60, $75 a month for a pack member. So this is just all the different things that we bring value to you. And to get into the pack, you do have to go through the boot camp, which is using this QR code right here. This costs you $100 for 3 months of learning, and you can take as long or as little time as you want to go through that learning process. It is a little bit of a gatekeep for getting into the pack. And the reason why we do this is Austin, during everything, as the pack trading group grew, it became very hard for new people to come in and not get lost in the sauce, because there was so many different things to do and so many ways to play things and do things. So by adding the boot camp, which Mickey has done such a great amount of work in doing and creating something really special there, you can be more versed before you come into the pack. And then from there, there's even an orientation into the pack. And then there'll be videos done on the gunship itself. And then on top of that, even more so, we're going to start working on something where hopefully you can take the gunship, if you don't want to trade this and you want to use the gunship to diversify your portfolio. Our goal is to now then take all of this information, all of this data, and turn it into a bot-driven system that can trade passively for you. So much value in everything you get inside the pack trading group and the boot camp. So just all that tidbits of information for you, just dumped on you. Could have multiple trades for the same gunship. Sorry, I'm just going to your question here, Wes. So, okay, so the front run could have multiple trades for the same gunship. Example, 12 p.m. hit. That was a reply. Okay, so are you playing around? But so it is amazing. So happy you feel that way. So yeah, so it's not necessarily you get multiple front run entries and stuff. You get your one zone of entry, and then how you build your plan around using the front run as an entry method and as a system for you to trade, that's up to you. So whether you wait for the pullback into the invalidation zone and take a trade from there, whether you take it as it's printing, it actually will print during the candle beforehand, which gives you a little bit of a lead up to know that it's there, and whether you want to take your trades based on that. And then how you TP it, whether you're going to take kind of a cash flow TP or whether you're going to wait for the front run cash flow, which is a high probability cash flow zone here. I basically take a cash flow before that, and then I have this as my secondary one, and then I hold my runner for the rest of this stuff. And I try and have multiple contracts to run so that I can take something off here and still leave a runner in case we hit a max MFE and beyond. So all kinds of ways you can structure your trades off of that. I will keep getting better versed in how to present this. As I said, this has become my afternoon trading system. So I probably will start coming to you guys with more focus hour sessions and live trading sessions. Now that I've got a structure that I feel more confident in. I've always felt confident in my afternoon trades. I've always done well with my afternoon trades. But I wanted to be a little bit more structured in how I can talk about it and not just be like everybody. I think we all have a little sense of willy-nillys with some of our trades. I've spoken about myself having my own struggling with taking trades that maybe are from feelings as opposed to from data. This has brought data to everything I do when it comes to my trading outside of the 9:30 open, which was really important to me in my structure. So for those of you maybe who are new-ish or whatever, I've talked about my story a lot of times and will continue to talk about it. And my journey has taken a twist for the positive in a really good way. And I've always, every boot camp, when I've done my focus sessions with the actual live boot camp members, I've often talked about hoping my hero arc is finally happening. And as much as I've had really good growth from each one of the boot camps that have happened, I really hadn't created my cash flow for myself that I wanted. And it's taken a long time for me to finally get to that point. But this year alone, since about February, I have pulled numerous cash flows from the same prop account, which is something I'd never done. So prior to this year, I had never taken more than one payout from a prop firm. And that was a huge barrier for me, where I would cash flow a prop firm and then go back to the races and screw it up and then go back and try and get a payout again. That was a massive problem I had. And none of that was anything but my fault. And I think a lot of us don't realize how our errors in trading and our problems and our hurdles that we're having with trading are often, actually 100%, are our fault. We want to put blames on the market. Oh, it's the way the market's moving this week that screwed up my account. Oh, it's the way I wasn't feeling it. Like, we want to put so many excuses that don't internalize our problems outside of ourselves, which is not a good way to do it. And it's not a healthy way to manage yourself. So a lot of what we try and teach inside the boot camp is more around that and how to process yourself and how to find trading opportunities, or how to put stats to your trading opportunities to help you manage yourself a lot more effectively. And it's funny that it doesn't present itself that way, but it becomes that as part of the learning. And Wes is putting this face on because he was supposed to follow in my hero arc. He was supposed to partner with me as I got better. He was going to get better, and he knows, because he's putting this face, that he needs to do much better now, because he's still making mistakes. But hopefully these chats that we have help others kind of get out of that rut, because that's what I've always been inside the back trading group. I have never advertised myself as a great trader. I have never sorry, I'll read some of those comments in a second. I have never I've always been here to be the I've always labeled myself, and then there's a few of us that fit in this group as the island of misfits. I'm one of those guys that is going to make trading work, but was still having a hard time finding my way and finding my raison d'etre, finding my plan. That was one of my biggest things. I never had a plan early on. I always thought I had a plan, but it was never a complete plan. It was either an easy cop-out, oh, you know what, I'll do 05 breaks. That'll be my plan. But 05 breaks aren't a plan. Those are an entry model, but your entries, your exits, and which ones you're going to take, whether you're going to take them in the first quarter only or second quarter only, or all those things create a more robust plan. And for me, it was always I guess in the end, I was always taking the easy road. Sorry, I'll go back to the comments for a second. Wes looks like, depending on what, here's. Sorry, I don't quite get that comment, but I mean, I'm here for it, but I don't know. I don't have access. And Horizon, sorry, let's go through this one here. I'm exactly where you were, Justin, hoping to be where you are now after boot camp. And that's going to depend. And that's what, and that's a great comment, Horizons. That's a great comment, actually, that I can speak around. Is a lot of that is going to come whether you have the ability to do that or not do that, and it will be up to your actions that will define that for you, right? It's not necessarily that boot camp is going to do it, because I've been through 4 or 5 boot camps and I still wasn't until now. And there's lots of other people, hopefully, that can be far more ready than I was to succeed. And I've seen people come through the boot camp and start being very profitable right away. And a lot of it comes down to you. So Horizon Trades, the one thing I can give to you as advice, and as not advice, but you know what I mean, as tips of doing it, is you need to be very focused on creating your plan for you. And then your success is not going to come until you start following that plan to a T and being disciplined to that plan, and focus on what it matters to you to make that happen. So yeah, anyways, but I do agree. I think that's a great thing that you said that, because it just helped bring that kind of back to what I was just babbling about. So, because that was my biggest thing is there was lots of things that brought me success. I have been to lots of points where I got payouts after droughts and thought I finally had it, but oftentimes it was because my plan was not bulletproof, or the way I traded, I would trade around my plan, but then make trades that were feeling based and not keep discipline to my plan, that caused me to find kinks in my armor that I then didn't identify. I just broke down and started screwing up after that, and then would go on tilt, and tilting was my biggest thing. And so my green days were great, and I'd have a string of them all together and make pretty good cash flow. But then my one day that I go on tilt, I'd screw everything. I'd take my account to zero and blow it, or I'd take from being one trade away from a payout to just F it all up. Like it was not a healthy environment. And then it causes you to do stupid things like spend too much money on prop firms, and to the point that you don't realize how much cash they're actually wasting spending on prop firms. So I was just clarifying the printing of the front run. I can't post the screenshot to show what I mean. So the print, so yeah, maybe Wes, we can go offline later and have a look together. But basically, the front run will print usually the candle beforehand, and then it will end at the close of the candle. So oftentimes you can get kind of better entries if you either get in early or get in at a pullback. It just sort of depends on how the plan works for you. So stop talking about my trades. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, that's that. And that's what I like. Austin and Mickey and a lot of even our live traders, they look on screen like they have it all together, and they do in a lot of cases, right? And they present themselves very educated and very awesome. I like to be the guy that's a little bit more rough around the edges in a positive way, and hopefully help you guys find commonalities in what I'm going through and what you guys can go through. So I'm glad it's doing that, and obviously it's showing in the chat. So appreciate you guys. Yeah, exactly. It's horizons. That's the big thing right there, right? It's all up to you. And that's I think the biggest thing, because there's even guys in the, and I won't go into names and stuff, but there's guys in the pack that still haven't found their strides, and a lot of it is, and I see it, I even hear it in their chats, the way they type or the way they talk. A lot of it is the same thing I was going through, and I knew all of us had our way of getting out of it, but it was going to take each of us finding our individual ability to get out of it, and it wasn't going to happen overnight. So I did, unfortunately, I got onto a tangent, and I obviously would have looked at a short from my MNQ trade, which obviously is playing out right now. Always, and that's one thing I will always be. I am always going to be transparent. If anybody wants inside the pack, you can see it. Like, I'm not going to necessarily show my account numbers on YouTube, but I will show my account numbers to people in the pack, and especially the bootcamp members. I've always been very transparent with them during our focus sessions, going through what I do and why I do it. And again, it's been I don't know. It's been good and bad doing that. I see only value in it, but unfortunately, when I was live trading for a while, sometimes it was hard. Yeah, so look at that. It came right into the front run activation zone and rejected off. So I definitely would have looked at another short there, because we couldn't really break out fully out of the 05 box. But I'm okay. I'm really not with my evals. I try and take them more during the 930 and try and get some good cash flow out of them, as opposed to trading them bit by bit. But I still might. Cash flow. Yeah, if it comes back again, I might take a short, but I'm going to leave it for now. Am I bullish? No, I'm not bullish right now. Like I said, it can't break out of the 05 box, or the 930. Sorry. So our 930 is here, and what did it break out right now? It just barely. So we're in a range one day. So we broke out not even 0.1, right? So we couldn't even get 0.1 out of the 930. And definitely not 0.1 out of that. Do you have favorite setup within the gunship? Yeah, I can go through. Well, basically, it's a lunch break, which I really like. That's probably my favorite, and I've always had fun with that because it was during my focus sessions that I would do. And then Magic Hour is the new one that got added, and I quite enjoy that one because it's kind of within my time frame when I'm just kind of playing around and sitting at the charts, and usually just puttering and getting my day ready of what I'm gonna do during the day. Because during the live session, a lot of these guys, when like Cody and them, I'm doing pack stuff or boot camp stuff, or in this case, for the last little while, I was helping build this indicator for everybody. So a lot of times I'm doing other things during 11, 12 o'clock, so I can't necessarily trade then as much as I'd like in a way. And this is why I want to get working on this for passively, because I want to have trades outside of my regular time frame. But right now, no, I'm not bullish. I'm not bullish or bearish, really. Like, I think we're going to range. Like, we're going to keep ranging. That's what we're doing. I don't have my chart the way I want it. Sorry, guys. I got to take a look at these, and I just don't want to go through them all right now. So right now, I'd more be trading in this range, and that's why I wanted to take another short, possibly somewhere in here, once we had a pullback, especially if we couldn't get into the invalidation zone. So for me, I would have been taking another trade in here for the downside, and I would have already cash flowed it. And then been waiting for this point to cash flow a second one. As much as I'm replaying the same thing, we're in a range day, so I'm happy to take trades, and that's exactly what I did. And we'll be shutting this down in a second. We're at the end of our hour, so that's exactly what I did in my Magic Hour one. Is I was playing this range, so I was buying low, selling high, buying low, selling high, buying low, selling high, because it wasn't getting to my cash flow points, which this one tick denied my cash flow. Or my main cash flow. I was just building up a buffer in my account. So if I was to take another trade during the day, I had that buffer built. And so that's where I take those two trades. Normally these play a little bit nicer ball, but that's all right. It happens. Do you any other questions, guys, before we shut her down? Because we've been hanging out for an hour. And like I said, I'd only be taking this cash flow there, probably a cash flow around the range breakout if it happens to get that low. And then I'd have a small runner, but I would be cash flow heavy in this one, as you saw Austin, I think, too, this morning when he was doing the 9:30 trade. He was peeling off most of his trade early on in order to protect his cash flow, because we had a sense of a range day already at that point. And that's how I'd be playing this if anybody's still trading, but otherwise we're good for the day. So anything else before I let you guys go? And what we'll do is, I'm assuming Austin will come up here and put the gunship up on the screen. Actually, I'm going to go ping him and see if he's doing that, so I can leave it at that. But Austin, in case he's not around, you posting gunship. Because we may come back down. And so it'll be nice to see if this one live gives us a trade. What's M2K doing? Is it coming down the same way? M2K still, yeah. So this one's going to be an invalidated one, even though it's got a stupid high hit rate. But again, if you had taken the front run, you would have easily cash flowed your trade. As much as you didn't hit these high ones, you should have cash flowed and been able to protect your queen by now, especially during that move there. Pardon me. So I'm just going to see if Austin comes sneaking in, but other than that, I'll be shutting her down. That would have been a really nice second follow-up trade, though, on MNQ. Oh, look at that. Yeah, we would have hit my cash flow again. And then I think that's a breakout of the 9. No, not quite. So I would have had an extra TP probably somewhere around here. That would have been my super cash flow one. And we'll see if we bounce off of that or not. Anyways, hopefully you guys found some value in all that. My pleasure, Wes, as always. We will leave the thing going. I will look at us go. Did we just... Dang, wish I had gotten back in. I didn't hit it yet. Could it go though? Range, well, there we go. So this would have been actually, this would have ended up being a home run day for me had I taken my second trade. But that's why I do these live. I'm not as good at live at doing multiple things at once and making sure. I need to be more cautious with my trades, but I'll get better at that. like I said, I'm going to be really low risk with my afternoon trades if I'm trading live. So I'm okay. I got cash flow out of it, low risk cash flow. But I'll have an account probably that I'll hopefully continue doing inside the pack with us, depending on how things go. But for now, I'm going to be working on the gunship, so I won't do as many focus sessions anyways. But Monday, I'll keep doing them live with you guys. And if people have questions about anything, I'm an open book. So, and we'll see how my accounts do. So hopefully you guys will see my accounts from this week that I showed you still alive, and maybe a new past account or something. I'll see. Hopefully Austin will get in here soon. I'm going to do the outro. What I can maybe do is see on my other computer if I can get the gunship printing on my other computer, and keep this screen up for you guys in case we get a breakout there. But I do need this computer for some other stuff. So if Austin doesn't come in here, I'll try and get my other computer set up, and I'll be back with a screen share for you on here, and we'll go from there. So, see yous.
Did you find value in the Bootcamp Focus team? You can find them on X here. Watch them train daily by joining the Bootcamp link in the description.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. And this is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. And this is re-engineering time on PackTV.
Oh, what's up?
There we go. Hey, hey.
Hey, man.
We're back.
We are back. And I just saw the note. I forgot we had Wolf Tank today. Actually, it wasn't on my schedule. So, like, but then I just looked over the weekend. He did send me a, is this okay? And I said yes, not thinking. Anyway, this will be the second week in a row that you guys get to see what our students do, right? Like, so we have another Wolf Tank presentation. These are done after they learn, they go through the boot camp. This is their process of building, you know, what their trade plan is going to be, defining all the decisions that's going to happen beforehand. And so, yeah, pretty cool experience, and you guys get to witness it right here in the making. So with that being said, today we have this one of the three coming up. These other two had prior engagements. Let me turn them on. Abby, are you there?
Hey, Mickey, I'm here.
Good, good, good. I know this is going to sound useless, but like since we are on YouTube, we definitely want you to introduce yourself. Tell us about the boot camp. Tell us about your trading journey, all that good stuff.
Thank you, Mickey. Thank you, Austin. So before the bootcamp, I've done, I started with options, had a big string of losses. Went to futures, the losses were limited because at least with props, it's the amount that you put in, and it's a little bit more controlled. And with props, with trading drawdown, obviously I started figuring out a pattern for how to passive out and get payouts and all of that. But my personal issue was always risk management and consistency. There would be months where I'd get big payouts, the next month I'd get nothing, and I just have credit card bills that I have to end up paying. So coming into bootcamp, I was a little bit iffy because I didn't want to pay for education again or go through another discard just because I've been through so many hoops and switching models and all that. But it was the best decision that I personally made. What I've learned in the last 3 months is more than what I've ever done so. And the amount of time Mickey, you and Austin have put on this is just unbelievable. So thank you for that. Yeah, so thank you for that. And then, yeah, I can, do you want me to start with?
Give me a second, because I just realized that our boy Austin is in a trade, and I didn't know if you wanted to talk us through that and what trade this is before we start the Wolf Tank. My bad, Austin.
No, dude, no, you're good. This is the gunship stuff. Yeah. If you guys are new here or you tune in, watch these sessions, we just between noon till now, I just put on the screen the gunship and put on a couple of trades here. So we had like an 11 o'clock break trade right here. You can see cash flowed, and then the runner got stopped. And then now it's honestly the same situation here. We have a 1400 break. Gunship moved to the upside where we went long here. Cash flowed right at the tip of this up move. And now I'm either sitting in a runner or the rest of the runner gets stopped. So pretty simple.
Nice. Yeah, we're definitely ready for you to go on and pitch your trade plan and all that. Good to go.
Yeah, man.
You know how to share your screen?
Yeah, let me know if you can see it. It should say fractal sweep.
Yep.
There you go.
See it.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Did you guys host an entire server?
Yep,
to
we did.
Dude,
Yes.
I love these people.
I know, dude.
Not
That's
a
some pretty advanced.
PowerPoint, a server. I love it. All right, let's go.
Dude, these guys are
Okay.
gonna be goat inside of the community because like they don't mess around. Like they just like go all in.
Dude, that is dope. That's impressive.
I think we're in an easier time to do it with Claude and with AI. So it's just leveraging the right tools at the right time, I guess.
Yeah, I like it, man.
So my model that I'm doing for the Wolf Tank is T-Trades meets the pack. I didn't have a model per se for the longest time, and I would just be a classic windfall DCA trader.
Did you say T-Trades?
Yes, it is. T-Trades
Dude,
meets pack.
we love T-Trades. Like he is the main reason we built the candle science.
Yep. So that was the first model that I could resonate with, which is sweep, suck back into range, change in state of delivery, and that's the trade, or that's the entry or the condition for the trade. So I'm just going through, it's a three-phase detection. There is a sweep on a higher time frame level. There's a return back in a lower time frame. There's a change in state of delivery, which is an ICT terminology for any listeners that are not ICT, but it's just market structure shift, or I don't know what else to call it in different patterns, I guess. But I've tested different time frame combinations, which is 4 hours with a 15-minute sweep and a change in structure, 1 hour sweep with a 5 minutes change in state of delivery, 1 hour sweep with a 3 minutes change in state of delivery, and 30 minutes with a 3 minutes as well. The results are a little bit too good to be true. So that's why I'm here to be vulnerable, I guess. And yeah,
Give everybody a little context before you go into this, Abby. So what was the one major thing that, because for the people watching and listening to this, so Abby did and his team, they actually did a Wolf Tank last week, and this is like a refined version. And so what did we go over last week that was like basically your homework and things you guys had to, it's like, what was your biggest thing that we mentioned last week that
right, so
could be a curse, I guess you could say.
Right. So there are three of us. Obviously, it's just solo today that I'm flying, but the two of my teammates will again be presenting on the 16th. This is a different model. The issue that we had in the last presentation was we were trying to overfit the data. So we looked at historical data from NQ and ES and pretty much overfit to pick only the data that shows our winners in a way, and that can't really be applied going forward into the trading psychology and into trades, because not necessarily what happened in the past will exactly be working in the future unless it's taken across different samples of different time regimes and all of that. So I think a lot of it. Go ahead.
I think a great reason, I think you guys don't realize this, but like that was a great lesson because you guys are more systematic mechanical like coders. Like you guys are coders, right? Like you guys are collecting data through code, and like you learning that lesson will teach you something that's very valuable that like I had to learn the hard way, right? And a lot of people have as well, which is called future leaking, right? So not only are we overfitting, we're learning how to overfit models, but we're also, if we're going to collect data and test it through a code, we're going to get future leaks. And do you know what a future leak is?
No.
Okay, so a future leak is when you say, I'm going to code up. So you understand what an overfitting price is, right? Well, a future leak is very similar to that, where it's like you code up a system and that code's going to go run the data for you. But the data, the code can see into the future. So if you do it on the 5 minute, it already knows what the 4 hour is doing. So it's like tailoring the results based off of that. And so like you incorporating that one simple step of MAE and MFE gives you that realistic expectation of what that model is actually going to do. So the hardest thing is like most people don't realize they're doing this, but they don't even measure the MAE, the MFE, and they're just collecting overfit data off of an entry model. And that's what we want to stay away from, whether it's from a future leak standpoint or from a overfitting standpoint. But yeah.
Great, for sure. So yeah, I'll hop onto the model itself. And so I started out with, so the model itself is a sweep back into the range, creating a change in state of delivery. And my entry is the next bar after the CIST. So I have my trading view open as well. I can show you what that will look like. So if I'm looking at the 1 hour,
You
5
get
minutes.
so much bonus points for having a chart, so you can talk over your chart.
So that's, I'm showing a 1 hour, 5 minute. So I'm marking up the high that was swept in the 1 hour, going into my lower time frame, marking up the CISD on the 5 minute chart. So the CISD is the opposing run up, the open of the opposing run. And when there is a CISD that happens where there was a close below the open, that's the CISD that I'm talking about. I take a short, in this case, at the next open. This isn't an ideal sample because obviously the swing low or the swing high would be the stop. And then the take profit would be a mechanical 1:1 at this point, let's say. So that would be the trade setup itself. Has it worked or not? That's questionable, but that's the condition for the trade. And I have added some filters to the trade. Some of the filters that are not present in the T trades that I've added are, I want this to happen. I want the sweep to happen within the Q1 of the higher time frame. So if it is 1 hour and 5 minutes, I want the sweep to happen within the first 15 minutes, which aligns with our bootcamp and pack learnings, where the high or the low is formed in the Q1. And one of the other filters that I also have is I want the sweep to be less than 50% of the previous higher time frames range. So if the previous hour was 50 points, the whole candle from high to low, I want the sweep to be less than 25 points. I don't want it to be a big wick. And those are the main things that I look for. And I tested.
What's giving you the, so why did you choose these exact filters? Because this is a very important question. Was it because you got better results numbers wise, or is it because there's something on the chart that invalidates what you're looking for?
So it was mostly back testing. When you have larger wicks, it doesn't support a reversal. When you have smaller wicks, it supports a reversal. And this is purely a reversal model. It's not a continuation model. And larger wicks go into consolidation before it starts to expand in the other direction. Smaller wicks tend to reverse more immediately.
Okay, so when you say within Q1 price sweep, prior anchor candles high and low sweep must be less than 50% of the range. So that less than 50% though, that's what I'm asking. So is there like an if then statement that like if it's below the 50%, that sweep or above, that sweep would just be invalid? Or did you run multiple scenarios and found that 50% produced,
Yeah, so I ran combination of all the filters. So my filters, the F1, F3, and F4 were the different filters. I had F2, which I ended up removing, but I have different filters, and I've tested the combination of how adding each one or adding all of them and removing different permutations and combinations, how it would react and how it would affect the trades itself.
Okay.
Which is how I got to the data of using the
so this is it right here. So I want to highlight this for a second. So just like we talked about last week, okay, with the overfitting portion of the things that are your if then statements, they need to be universal, not like, this gave the best back test, and so now I'm going to use it. So right here, you see how you have all of these different combinations, and then you have your win rate, EV. You see how all of these numbers of samples are different and varying? Like you see how the F1, you have 2,300, I think that's F1, or F3, you have 2,300 samples with a 75% hit rate. And then you have on your screen at a glance, you would think that F1 prior range, the one at the top here with the best win rate and the highest EV, you would think that that could be more effective, but it has less samples, right? So in my opinion, I would look at this, if you were to give me some sort of just statistical relevance, I would actually be looking at F1 prior range floor. I'd be looking at that. All these ones with anything 65 and above of accuracy, and it has a crap ton of samples like this, I put more weight into that than anything else, because this is your entry process. This is your sequence. Correct me if I'm wrong, this is your sequence that is defining exactly when you finally click the button, right?
100%. And which is why. So I'm just showing you all the combinations that were tested, and even though the one that's the best is not the one that's being used for the same reason that you're quoting, which is sure this produces 195 trades in all time, which is in 12-13 years, which is not a realistic case. And the one that is the default in for this particular model is this one. But just going back to the way I built this. So what I wanted to do was I used Claude for most of this. I wanted to backtest the MAE and the MFE for the trade itself. In this particular case, the MAE would be this, MFE would be 1:1, so it would be the same as the MAE. And I wanted to measure it for all winning trades, all losing trades. I wanted to measure what the MAE for a winning trade as well is, to know how much it went in the negative or the opposite direction before it started working, and the same in the other case as well. So I built out, once I gave the rules, I wanted to find, I pulled all the data for NQ and for ES from Data Bento, which provides 1 minute OHLC data for the last 12 years, 13 years. Given all the conditions, I had to teach it CISD through multiple ways, fed it ICT transcripts and different things. Made it generate the list of trades that match just the entry and the stop loss. And I had different risk profiles set up. So my first risk profile that I set up was TP1 was 1 hour, and I did a 90% exit. I said, let the runner run free. 10% of the runner run free, because I wanted to actually calculate the MFE of the trade. If I said take 100% off at TP1, my MFE would be the 1 hour. So I wouldn't be able to calculate more than the actual to know how much it actually, how it actually behaves and how it what the real numbers are. So when I did that, I collected all the trades, and then I added MAE and MFE study, which showed me what the different percentile values, what the median mode for the MFE and the MAE are. Once I knew the mode, the median, the percentile values, I started using the Protect the Queen in my risk profile. So I built a secondary risk profile, which was TP1 at the Protect the Queen, and then a TP2 at median. And the Protect the Queen was...
But what's that MFE that's giving you the median?
What is the MFE that gives me the median?
Yes. So you said click that drop down box again. It was I think it was the second one. Yeah. So it says TP at not the Protect the Queen, and then TP2 at the median. But what is deriving that median? Remember we talked about this last week. What is
Right.
giving you that number?
So that's coming from my initial risk profile where I let it run, and then I collect the MAE and the MFE of all the trades, losing and winning
Let's
trades.
peel back this onion, because I don't want to go super deep if the structure isn't sound. Okay, I don't want to keep building the house if the foundation is built on cardboard. So run me through, go to your trading view chart and show me your exact process that your code is doing to give you the MAE, MFE count. Like let's go, not this day, but go to another day and just show me, if you were the code running exactly when to measure and not measure the MFE, MAE, show me how you do that.
This is a different day, I think.
And then walk me through, like annotate. You know how when I'm like either Mick or I are live and when we draw stuff on the chart, we're like explaining why we're putting that there. So act as if you're teaching me, like you're doing a class, and walk me through why you put that blue line on the bottom. Why did you put that blue line in the middle?
Sure. So this
How does it
is
all bleed in?
right. So this is my hourly sweep that I'm marking here.
Okay.
And this is my
Hourly,
CISD
okay.
on a 5-minute. And once I get a close below the CISD is confirmed, I take a trade at the next open. My stop loss is structural. So the swing high is the stop loss. TP is 1 hour. For the purpose of calculating the MFE and the MAE, I didn't change the stop loss. The stop loss is still structural. I took 90% off at 1 hour, and I left 10% remaining to know how far it goes. So that would give me.
So if I were to the foundation, right, of this whole trade, if I heard that correctly, when you said the TP1 is going to be at 1 hour, well, then that 1 hour is deriving off of your stop, and then your stop is deriving off of your structure. Right? So how is your MAE being calculated in a consistent manner if your structure is constantly changing in size? Because go back to your chart. Because let's say you have an even bigger high. Okay, let's say this high is another 20 points.
Okay.
So put your stop loss 20 points higher. Okay. So now that TP that you would take right here, that trade would not be where you would TP1 at, right? Because it's not meeting your rules. It's not 1-to-1. You see how that's different right there? That subtle change is the same thing as if I were to tell you to go from Washington, D.C. to Los Angeles, but every time you cross the state lines, you just make a half a degree pivot, and you would end up in like Brazil, like not Brazil, like Mexico or something dramatically off. The same thing there is what I want you to internalize here is if your measurements, if your MFE and MAE measurements are being derived off of something that every single day is going to be a constant change, then the numbers that you're getting, that data quality, you're going to get data because anytime you put numbers in a spreadsheet or any code, you can get data from it. But is that clean data? Is it effective, actionable data? And right here, right now, if you tell me that your MAE is being derived off of something that is structural, and then you build that MAE off of that structure, and then the TP is then off of where you place that stop on the structure, it has to always be 1R. The statistics of that 1R is going to be variable because now I want you to go back, put that risk to reward tool where you had it before, and I want you to go to the previous day. And I want you to see this for yourself. So keep it at 1-to-1.
Okay.
All right, now go to just, the day before and do the same workflow. Okay, so now that's a 1-to-1, right? Okay. So what's the percentage? What's the basis points of that, of both the stop loss and the TP? Well, they're going to be the same because it's 1R. So 21 basis points.
Yeah.
Okay. So now what's that one? Okay. So now I want you to add that same analogy that I told you. Okay. Where if I told you to go from Washington, D.C. to Hollywood, even if you go, where are you from? If you don't mind me, where are you from?
Toronto.
You said Rome?
Toronto.
Oh, Toronto. Okay. So Toronto, you guys don't use inches, right? You use centimeters. So even if you went 2 centimeters to the left and you compound that over the course of from Washington, D.C. to Los Angeles, you're going to end up dramatically in a different direction. That same analogy, I want you to look at just these 2 samples here. These 2 samples, the thing that you're trying to build an MAE calculation off of, and then not only is that building an MAE calculation, but then that's also fueling where your TP1 is. Just these 2 samples, one of them is 17 basis points and one of them is 21. Now multiply that by hundreds of samples. Do you think that you're going to get a meaningful MFE, MAE? Like, do you think that MAE is going to be something that is actually beneficial?
I do see your point, but also isn't MFE always going to be proportional to the MAE in this case, which is always 1R?
But your 1R is always going to be a different size. So that MFE is always going to be built off of a different, every single sample, it's going to be a different origination.
100%. But we take, so hear me out. I see what you're saying. I understand, but hear me out. What I'm saying is, for this particular trade, the way I see it, structure is more important than a fixed risk, which is 15 basis points or 20 basis points. And so once I get the median and the mode MFE.
No, you can use structure. I don't want you to think that the structure is the bad part here. The bad part here, if you want to be a structure-based trader, while I don't personally like that way, I will never push my views on anybody. But if you want to make peace, because everything's a pro and a con, right? There's a give and a take to everything you do. If you have made peace and in your brain, structure-based stop losses are where you find peace on the chart, that's okay, but you have to make peace with the fact you cannot derive a meaningful MAE, MFE off of a structure-based stop, because that structure is always going to be different. So you have to now, how can you come back to all the tools you have, and what are constants within what you're trading that we can use the MFE? Because right now you're using the MFE, MAE, but you're not.
I'm not using. No, so I'm not using the MAE at all. I'm just relying on the structural MAE. But MFE, I'm using it from the derived MFE.
You're using it from what? I'm sorry, you broke up just the last part.
So the MFE, I'm using it from the mode and the median of the MFE that's being calculated. MAE, I'm not using it from the study at all. MAE, I'm just using the structural MAE. I'm not saying the MAE and the risk profile will ever be based on the results or based on the study.
Right, and Max, I just want to answer this question. So those 05 boxes are calculated off of closures and wicks. So the MFE, MAE off of a closure or a wick is always going to be at the closure or the wick. So the constant is always the close of the candle. The MAE off of a structure-based invalidation is going to be different in size. That's what I mean. Not the size of, let's say, an 05 box, but a close above a below. Now, back to the MFE, because your MFE, though, now explain how your MFE, that, because I asked you that calculation, that MFE calculation, that's why I'm talking about the structure-based stop, is because you told me that MFE calculation is still being based off of how, like, all the samples you collected, it's based off that 1-to-1 risk to reward, and that 1-to-1 risk to reward is based off of your stop, right? So the MFE is still being skewed. It's not being calculated correctly, because the foundation of how you are calculating this MFE is a projection of the risk to reward, and that risk to reward is a projection of a structure-based stop. It's not based off of a candle close. It's not based off of a high or low of a range. It's not based off of a time and opening price. So because you're not using something that is projecting that MFE as a constant, the data that you are getting right here, right now, is going to have tons of variability. So that MFE calculation, that's what I'm trying to show you is, I get that maybe you're not using the MAE, but the size is what's going to throw off your MFE calculation.
Mm-hmm.
Let me share you, because Wingo even said, maybe I'm not explaining this correctly, or I guess the best way I can.
So because what I was thinking was just collecting all the historical data and then trying to use it, which I understood that part is wrong, and which is why what I did was, when I built in, I think we spoke about it last time, I did build custom ranges into it where I can pick different times, and I think these are times from what you use for bear market, sideways, bull market. And I also compared the different risk profiles against the different time regimes to see how they perform, did a walk forward and all that. But if the underlying collecting of the MFE data itself is skewed, then this holds no good, like what you're saying.
So okay, can you see my chart?
Yep.
Okay, so let's say I wanted to find the MFE of just anything, like let's say in Asia. So let's apply your concept to just this random little sample here. So let's just, for the sake, I know this probably doesn't fit 100% of your rules, but I'm just using this as an example. So if your first trigger is a sweep of an hourly high or low, so cool, boom, right here. We swept this low, and then the CISD, let's just, for the sake, because I have hardly any idea of how to find that, but I know you probably see it off the top of your mind. Do you see one here that?
Yeah, the previous candle, actually the same candles opened, let's say. The one that created the previous low.
This one? The
one before that, yeah. That's fine. You can mark it for now.
Okay, so let's say this is your entry process, and then boom, we get the entry. So here's the difference between, if I were to calculate MFE based on what you're doing and what I'm trying to communicate. And again, sometimes I'm so overly analytical, guys. I'm terrible at like explaining this. This is why I like having Mickey here, because Mickey can actually take what I'm saying and make it a lot more simplified. So if the MFE calculation that you have right now in front of you is still being derived, that if-then statement that you did to then give you the starting point of calculating this MFE, if it is because you have to have a one-to-one risk to reward, did you say you would enter here or close?
The next open.
The next open, so here?
Yeah. That's
okay,
right.
And then stop will be here, one-to-one. So because the rules itself and how you are building the potential of this trade is all stemming from where are you placing your stop to make this a one-to-one. This will always, and you know this part, so I have to beat this dead horse, this will always be different. And so because this is always going to be different, this MFE that you calculate right here, right now, is not the same MFE that you're going to consistently put in the same environment, as opposed to an 05 box. Here's the 05 box. It is always, there's only two ways that you can calculate MFE off anything from an 05 box. It is either, depending on which way works in your brain. Mickey likes when price just simply crosses a high or low. We call it wicks. So when it wicks this high, so the MFE is always, no matter how big this 05 box is, the sheer if-then statement that will always happen, and it'll always happen at the same, zeroed out level. It's never going to be a derivative off the size of the 05. It's not going to be a derivative off how big my stop loss is going to be or how risk to reward structure is. The if-then statement that is the only variable, you need one variable. The only variable is if price either crosses this high, or in my case, because I like candle closes, it closes above this high. And so this action right here will always be the same action versus this. And if I were to calculate 10 samples, the very foundation of what is starting that measurement is because you need a 1-to-1. But what about all the if-thens that either don't give you a 1-to-1 or maybe halfway near your rules? That action is still happening.
And I got a question. Like, why didn't you do an MAE analysis on this? So we know that the sample set, we can put percentiles right there, where if you just said this opening price, the change in the state of delivery, right, is every single time we cross over that, that's going to be the fixed constant measurement.
Right there.
Right.
Boom.
Then what you have to do is you have to do your MAE percentile analysis so you can figure out where your stop's going to be. Because remember, right, the risk to reward, that doesn't work over time, because the risk to reward, right, can be a 1-to-1 risk to reward based off the size, can put you at the MAE 30. Now, this time, if it puts me at the MAE 30, then I know I've got a 70% probability of getting stopped out, versus instead of shooting for a 1-to-1, I shoot for my stop is going at least to the MAE 50 percentile or the MAE 70th percentile, right? The size doesn't really matter if you collect the data off of a fixed constant, right? And that way you can look at the MAE as a percentile probability over the sample size. If I put my stop here, is it profitable long-term? And same thing with the MFE. Over time, if I put my stop at the MFE 50 and I cash flow at the MFE 30, is it profitable based off of where my stop's going, right? Does that kind of make sense? So
absolutely. So I did
1-to-1, because the risk to reward, that's what Austin's trying to say is your MAE percentile of where that stop's going to land is going to be different every time, right? Because you're trying to achieve that risk to reward. But you did get in it, man.
It makes sense actually, because I did that, and if you look at my my screen, my second risk profile was actually using the stop loss as the minimum of the structural and the MAE P90. So I did do the MAE analysis, but I just removed it because to me, I was thinking it the other way around. I thought because the MAE is a variable, I thought maybe I should keep one a constant.
One what?
I was thinking to keep the stop loss a constant in order to find out how much MFE and my trade model is running. But I didn't realize I had. It makes sense. It makes sense though.
Okay.
But honestly,
remember,
what Mickey just said is perfect. No, all gas, no brakes. Okay. If you literally just went back and did everything you just did, but instead of doing, because you need, and this goes with your team too, you need to get out of, when you're building MFE, MA calculations, stop putting that on the entry process. Your entry process is not the same as under the MFE, MA calculations is your environment.
Yes.
Okay. So your entry is not based, and you building that MFE, MA calculation is not based off of when you go long or when you go short. It is based off of the environment you are putting yourself in. And that exactly what Mickey said. If you just take that opening price, go back to your chart. So as soon as price crosses that opening price, right? Oh,
my bad. Can you put him back on while I get my chart ready?
Right here.
Thank you.
Take that price range tool and anchor it to the opening price that gave you your final reason to be bullish.
Mm-hmm.
No, not your the right there. Yeah, when price crosses that, the physical cross. Because remember what I said, we're not basing MFE, MAE off of entries. You never see me base MFE, MAE off of entries. It's always the environment, the context, the constant. This is a constant. Your entry process will always be built around, or the reason why you're bullish or bearish, the one constant that you have is that opening price. So then what you need to do, because you said you're operating at the same time every day, right?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So now we're getting somewhere. We operate the same time every day. I want you to do exactly the same thing you did here, because you did a lot of good quality work, and that's why I'm beating you up so much. Is I like to invest in people that actually give a crap. This right here will be 10 times more valuable to you. So that way you percentiles of the MFE. So if you like structure-based stops, then don't do the MAE portion. Literally do an MFE percentile of where you have a bucket of every 5 to 10. You could do every 10 if you want to, if you want less samples, and do a bucketing system. Just like that hits the distribution, the MFE profile you see Mick and I use, and find what is your 10th percentile, your 20th, your 30th, all the way to 90. And that way you will now know the environment for when your entry process comes in. Take that price range tool and put it to 50 basis points. I got it drawn out right now. Nick.
What's up?
I got to hop off here real quick. So let me right here. So let's say that 50 basis points was your median. Okay. And now when your entry process sets up, now you know how much budget is left in your environment. Does this make sense?
Yep, that makes sense.
There you go. All right, I got to hop off.
All right. Let me share a screen. How do I get it back on my screen, damn it? There we go. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
All right. So this would be the fixed constant, right? We're not worried about entry. Remember, whenever you're collecting data, and let me make sure Wingo's tracking too. Wingo, you there? Type in the chat that you understand it, because I'm about to break it down, right? Like you're a 5th grader. Not a 6th grader, but a 5th grader. All right, so this is a simple breaker, right? You can do the same thing with the change in the state of delivery. You can use a propulsion block or a failure swing, whatever you use on the failure swing side, right? But we know that this right here will be the fixed constant. And once this action happens, let's say it's a wick or a close, you say it's going to be a close or a wipe. It doesn't matter, right? At that point, we start measuring, right? MAE, MFE. We're not worried about entry. We're not worried about EV. We're not worried about profit factor. We're not worried about anything other than action happened, and now I'm going to start collecting MAE. Action happened, and now I'm going to start collecting MFE, right? At this point, right, nothing else gets collected, right? Now you go collect 1,000 freaking samples, right? Or 100 samples or whatever, right? Doesn't matter, right? We say 100 for math, right? Let's make this black, right? Just like if this was an 05 box, this would be it swiping outside of the 05 box for a true, or if it's going to go false, it would be hitting the other side and I'd be collecting MAE, right? It doesn't matter, right? So at this point, I start collecting after this fixed constant. So you're changing the state of delivery or the snap or whatever, right? I start collecting MFE and MAE. That's it, right? At that point, right? At that point, all right, now I collect 100 samples of data, right? I know that this is now I know that this is my 30th percentile, or yeah, my 30th percentile of pullback after this action happens. This is my 50th, this is my 70th, this is my 90th, and this is one time, right? So out of this 100, right, let's break this up, right? We know that 70 went past this level, or where the 30th percentile is going to go, right? Right here, 50 has gone here. We know that 30 has gone past this level, the 70th percentile. We know that 10 has gone past this level, right? And then the same thing to the upside. This would be your MFE. We know that 70 went higher than that. At 50 went higher than that. At 30 of them went higher than that. And at 10 went higher than that. So out of this 100, let me draw MAE, MAE, and MFE. So now we're at the point, all right? So now we are at the point where now the expected value, the profit factor, the risk of ruin, the consecutive losses, and all that shit matters, right? So now we have our MFE and our MAE analysis, all right? So now we're going to say, hey, based off this fixed constant, is it more profitable? And that's where we use those measurement tools, expected value, profit factor, blah, 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 blah. You understand what I'm saying? To say, hey, if after this action, is it more profitable if I just take position here, right? Obviously, we have to do our risk per trade, right? Where are we going to put our stop? Where are we going to put our entry? Where are we going to put our TP, right? Just a basic, right? We can cover the queen at the 90 here. We can go into that later, right? But this point, it's just like, we're going to enter right here at the fixed constant, right? And we're going to put our stop at the 70th percentile of MAE or the 50th percentile of MAE, right? Are you tracking so far?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
And then we're going to test, right? If I just entered here with that fixed amount and my stop was right here, my 225 or whatever, where would I put my TP? Would I put it at the 70% probability, the 50? It doesn't matter. We do each level, right? And then we evaluate just off of this being the entry, right? And I stop here where our TP is going to be. And then you can do it spread in this way. And then, right, once we'll say this is where our stop's going to be, low here, and our TP is going to be at the 50, right? God bless it. All right. This is where our TP is going to be, right? And then we're going to view our expected value, our consecutive loss periods, our profit factor, our risk of ruin, our consecutive losses, our max drawdown, right? Now we're going to take it one step further. We say, all right, that's profitable. And then you can do level to level. Like now I'm going to move my TP up here, or I can cover the queen here, or I can do cover the queen here at the 70th, cash flow at the 50th, leave runners for the 90th, right? This is where that whole knowing your market environment will tailor your TP, right? Like today, like if I got my trade in and I was trading long, I would have been cash flowing the whole position right here at the 70th, because the likelihood of us making a new high a day and not ranging to get to this 90th percentile is less likely. So today would have been like a cash flow hit cover right there and be good with the day, right? I'm not shooting for crazy shit, right? My stop loss would have been still right there, right? So now you understand the basic framework of it. Now what we can do is we can say, hey, now that I've tested where my TP is successful at, and because remember, there's multiple levers that you get to pull, but the most important ones are where you place your stop loss and where you place your TP, your MAE and your MFE. Then there's a lever where it's like, when do you enter the trade? When do you turn the system on? When do you turn it off? And then like how much risk per trade you are going to trade. That's all environment based, right? So now that we said we enter here, now what if I entered here or I enter at this? If I know that 70% of the 100 at least make it to this level, is it more profitable just to wait for my entry to be here and skip the 30 that did not even make it here? Would it be profitable, right? Does that part make sense to you? And then where does my TP structure go here? And same thing with the 50. If I know 50% goes here, is it more profitable to wait for this pullback and reduce this risk to target the 70 or the 50 or the TP, right? And then we use expected value, consecutive loss, max drawdown, all that stuff, right? Sharp ratio, all that to measure, right? Is it more profitable for my entry to be here, 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 and here, not touch my stop, not touch my TP, and then like jumping level to level off of that MFE, MAE percentile, right? Does that make sense? Did you have some light bulb moments go off? Wingo, did you have some light bulbs? Tell me in the chat if you had light bulb moments. This is the proper step. That's why I say step 1 is always MAE, MFE analysis. Then, and I'm going to fix this because I taught you guys purposely, and I told you when I was teaching you, I'm going to teach you what overfitting looks like, and then I'm going to teach you how to do it the right way. The MAE, MFE analysis is always step 1. Then it's, where's my entry go? What's my stop loss? What's my TP? Which one's the most profitable, or which one's the most frequently? And then how does my position size come into play? And then how do I cover the queen? And when do I TP? What kind of market environment has to happen when I TP here versus just here versus leave runners and take cash flow here and all that, right? Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense. I think so. The step that I missed, Mickey, in all of this is I kept the stop loss, the MAE constant, and did an analysis on just the MFE. I understand.
Well, that's too easy. Listen, the only thing that absolutely has to always be fixed is this right here, the fixed constant that you're going to measure MAE and MFE off of. And then you got like I said, what does the stop look like? Well, we know I'm not stupid, right? If I know that 70% of my data is right here, maybe my robot Bebop can take this trade where my entries here, my stops here. But me as a person, as a manual based trader, I'm too freaking emotion to place my stop right there. I'm going to adjust my rules. I'm going to do all kinds of stuff because I know 70% of the 100 got stopped out. So more than likely my profit factor going to look like this, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it might be profitable over time, but this ain't me, homie, right? So go back through and adjust. So these are the things that you can shift. MFE, up and down, MAE, up and down, and entry, up and down, right? But the one thing you can't ever shift is this, how you measure that MAE and MFE, right? And then, as you shift MAE, MFE, stop, TP, entry, that's when you use the expected value of the move, right? And then you say, hey, can I get away? If the 70%, if my stop is right here and it shows me, right, that, and my TP is right here at the 30th, right? Right, the 70th percentile, 30% of the 100 goes up here, right? If this is my risk structure, and God, I fucking don't want to do this, but I'm going to. And this is just for educational purposes, all right? But if this is what my risk profile looks like, right? And I measured all the different ones, right? And this one says this is good. This happens, then maybe I'll have a robot do it. But for the most part, me as a manual-based trader, this doesn't make sense to me because I know I'm going to just sit here and pain myself out 70%, and then the 30%. So remember, 30% of these go this way. That doesn't mean the sequence is all coming off of that 70, right? Some of them went all the way down to the 30 to make it to this 30, right? So that's where not knowing the streaks and how the streaks are going to play is very important, right? And so that's why we reduce the variable of streaks, right? Because that part makes sense to you. Just because I put my stop here doesn't mean that this 30 hit when we net it off of here to here. No, that 30 that made it all the way up to this MFE could have came off of a 70 percentile MA to a 30 or 70 percentile MFE, right? So that's why it's always better to reduce the amount of time, the amount of failure, and just be in the trade once versus 20 times to see if it's going to be that streak that gets hit. I probably didn't explain that well. All right. Does it make sense? And now let's go forth and build a plan for you to redo, right? Or it's not going to take you that long. Listen, man, it took you a weekend to redo this. So now what do you need to go back and redo? What's the one thing that needs to be fixed constant? What is your fixed constant going to be that you measure MAE, MFE?
The environment.
Nope. It's got to be a fix. For your model.
Well, you're right. The MFEME gives you the environment, but what's that specific action item? What's that?
It has to happen every single time. That says start measuring MA MFE, not entry, but start measuring MA MFE.
Would be the change in state. So when that happens,
Okay.
I start measuring.
No, beep, no. What did we say was the constant in your process? What's the one constant we have? That red line that Mickey's drawing there. What's that showing you? What's that projecting from?
Well, no, his change in the state would be an opening price, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Or is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it is an opening price.
Yeah.
Okay, well, when you're talking to me, don't use these terms. Say opening price. Daggone it.
Yeah. So yes, absolutely. The change in the state. Now, when that happens, you go measure the MA MFE every time.
And to everyone, not just if you get a positive reward.
Listen, look at this. So after this happens, there's going to be plenty of times. Well, guess what happens? It's going to go like this. It's never even going to make it back up there, which is why the time cutoff is hell of important, because you have to factor this time in. Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right. So have a cutoff time. We're done trading at this point, so we can capture this, because then your data is going to be skewed. You need this data. Let's say this went 51 basis points off of the structural low. You need that, because over time, over that sample, right, you need to be able to account for this happening for your risk and your entry. It's like you don't even think about entry into your MA and MFE, because the entry comes off of the risk profile, which is based off of the stop and the stop and the TP, which all has to be accounted for and tested.
Sure, that makes sense.
Guess what else this shows, Abby? So if you like using structure-based stops, I'm going to ask you, what do you think on Mick's chart right here will do for your structure-based stops? You see that swing low that he drew right there? What is that doing for your swing low?
I will take out my trade.
It is giving you objective statistics around your swing high and swing low. But let's say there was because remember what I said at the beginning, those swing highs and lows are going to be different sizes, right? Well, what if in this scenario you see that the MAE percentile is 30%, right? A 30th percentile, and your swing low is hovering over the 30th percentile. Now you know the actual probability, the sheer objective proof of where in price can it move, that it's rarely going. So what is this going to do for you? If you have a big structure, I want you to answer this. If we have a giant swing low, but you still have a positive expectancy trade, are you going to put your stop all the way down at the bottom of the swing low, or where do you think would be a reasonable stop?
Would be one of the percentile levels based on.
Exactly. So what does this also do for you, Abby? This allows you not to overfit and to over perfect your training model, which is what kills 90% of traders. You get to say, okay, maybe I can't put my stop behind this swing low, but I still know there's positive expectancy if my stop is, and I'm just using random numbers, not anything crazy. If I know that based on my math here and based on my research, I know that maybe I can't place my stop at the swing low today, but I can put it behind the median. Maybe when we get a pullback, I can put it behind the median. Maybe I can put it behind the 40, the 30, or I'm sorry, the higher one. So it'd be flip-flop, Mick. It'd be 30 would be on the top, 70 would be on the bottom, because it's the other way around.
No. I'm saying 70% of this 100 at least cross this line. So this is 30. How do I make this bigger? Let's make this bigger. There we go.
There you go. The other numbers was throwing me off. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So 70% of the time, there you go. So if let's say your entry process, or there's just a pullback or something, we pull back into this 50th percentile here, and now we pull up and you get your entry. Well, now guess what happens? You already have context that price has spent the budget of at median what it's typically doing, and now you're either going to place your stop somewhere that has a very low probability of being hit, or you don't have to spend that much on a huge. But then the other side of the coin, you don't have to limit yourself on just taking the most perfect trades, because even ugly trades have positive expectancy, and you're going to see this when you transform this data.
So remember when I say, just because so remember that strategy I said, every hour at least, I forget which one it was, like has at least 25 basis points per hour drawdown. This doesn't mean that I have to enter here, right? And I have to sustain this drawdown now, right? I get to actually find which one is it smarter for me to take. Let's say this is the MAE, right? I don't have to sustain all 25 basis points drawdown. I can be smart about that shit, right? Maybe like I can test it. Number one, like I explained here, I understand where the percentiles and the probabilities are, number two. And number three, I can wait for like candle signs or other things to tell me when to enter the trade. So if price comes to here, to the 30th percentile, and then we get a candle signs probability flag flipped, I'm taking the position down here, not up here, right? Let's say 3-hour probability flags, 1-hour probability flags are still up, right? And then we flip down, and then the probability flags flip down, and then it flips back up the next hour. Like, the world is your oyster if you know how to do this properly. But you got to stop thinking so linear, dude. Like, and you got to just put a little bit of MAE, MFE analysis before you start rushing to entry, to stop, to expected value, to consecutive loss. Because remember, where's the statement that they always make you read? Like historical, how does it go again? Past results don't equal future something, right? But guess what? MAE and MFE is realistic expectations for you to play around with, right? But yeah, man, like, was this aha or not? Like, tell me the truth. It was like
it was. I just can't believe it backwards twice.
I just want ICT-based traders or structure-based traders to see this concept, just to see this concept. Like so this is what drives me nuts, right? And I'm going to tell you this right now. They think that this, all right, so I see a breaker, a change in the state, a market structure shift right here. And they think failure. But then when there's been so many times, because it got stopped out underneath that structure, that it bounces off the 50 and goes to TP. And they would know this if they had, that's why I say, don't read PDF stop losses and TPs. Like, go collect the data off of that fixed constant and just get it, man. Like, because even though this, in the world of structure-based traders, tells you a stop, MAE-based traders like, dude, you can't even hit the 50th percentile. Like, this is super fucking strong as it's coming back up. I'm targeting, and I'm extending my TP up here to the MFE.
And vice versa. Let's say that swing low is even lower, Mick, and then let's say we do take that low at the 30th or at the 70th percentile. Well, then now you do know objectively that swing low is invalidated.
So now I can, or like from a position size, remember, we use risk per trade. So as we get closer into this MAE, the amount of position size contracts I'm taking up here, if the trade is still valid, is increasing. So like as we're coming down, I'm increasing my risk per trade because my invalidation, right? Price is getting closer and closer to it, which means my stop versus my entry is getting smaller and smaller, which means that along with my risk per trade is allowing me more positions to shoot for this, right? That's why one of the best things you can do is learn the median MAE, median MFB of the gunship moves, because most people in their linear thinking thinks it has to hit the green before the red, but in reality, it has to hit both sides 50-50 probability. 50-50 probability, dude. So it's like if it goes up and hits the MFE first, and I'm targeting the MAE of that gunship move. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I mean, like the moment I learned this, like I jumped up and down. So much freedom was to be had.
You're like Cody in here.
So much freedom was to be had. The moment I realized that if this is the max drawdown, aka the MAE, over that sample size, this is the 1%, this is the, you know what I'm saying? I realized I don't have to sustain the drawdown. I can be smart as fuck about how I enter inside of this drawdown. Well, if I'm going to enter down here, I need to test it. Does it actually make it 70 to 30, 70th MAE to 30th MFE? Well, what does that risk profile look? What is the expected value, the profit factor, the consecutive loss, the risk of ruin, the SQN, all that stuff, man. Oh, it does work. Holy shit. Where people are thinking too linear, then they think they have to take entry here, and they're only capturing this when they could be taking entry here to capture this. God, this shit gets me fired up. Like, I'm going to spend the rest of my life with you or without you doing this shit. So you better get on board, man, because like you understand Claude. You know how easy it is to data collect now?
Yep.
I mean, let's get it, dude. Like I want to show ICT traders, I want to show auction theory traders, I want to show volume-based traders, I want to show the moon cycle traders, I want to show everybody. Like, listen, guys, give me just the next constant.
Okay, I'm saying this right here, right now. If we connect with a moon cycle based trader and we build MFE, MAE calculations off their moon cycle decision making, I'm a moon trader. But yeah, dude, even the ICT stuff. Yeah, like this is where I think we get super passionate about this, and we wish more ICT based traders would understand this. Is like, dude, stick with what you're doing. Stick with using structure based if that gives you peace, but know the numbers. Know the numbers around that structure.
You know why Adrian, and he's slept on, people sleep on Adrian, but you know why he's profitable? This is 900 days of breaker data from the 5-minute close, right? He did a 5-minute close above the market structure, right? That's it, right? He knows exactly where his MAE 30, 50, 70, his MFE 30, 50, 70, his standard deviation, fib extension probabilities, what they are. So he can tell a cash flow, extended targets based off of the market environment, his risk profile, his risk per trade is all right here. He's doing the same damn thing you're trying to do, except for he said, I don't care about all the fancy lingo. The moment we fucking have a close above this, I'm collecting MAE and I'm collecting MFE. That's all it is, man.
Moon trading 2026. That's all I hear, baby.
Robin's Cup moon trading.
Abby, I hope this was helpful though. Seriously,
it was, Austin. It
Thank
was. I can definitely see what I should have been doing. So thank you, absolutely.
Well, the cool thing is you can go do it now, and you got the rest of your life. And now I already built the video for this for the automatic boot camp. But yeah, like now I have another piece. And we got to do it live. So if this is your first time or you're not part of the pack or the boot camp, please type it in the chat. I want to see, did I just talk to the same people about the same stuff, or did somebody new
in the chat? I see Mr. Hunt in the chat. Mr. Hunt trades.
I don't know who that is.
Hunt's an ICT trader. Hunt is an ICT based trader that is 2 weeks into the statistics world.
Listen.
What Abby's going through right now, Hunt's going through it too.
Well, guess what, Mr. Hunt? I have all your kill zone data. I have your high day, your low day, your range data. I've got anything you need or want.
He likes RTH gap fills.
Well, guess what? We have exactly that. We have the 25, 50, 75% gap fill. We have it all. All we ask is that you open your brain up. Listen, like I know ICT, and I know like my best friend trades ICTs. Like I say all the time, he's probably one of the best ICT traders out there. I need numbers. I'm a data dude. I got my master's in statistics. So I can't just objectively follow. I mean, I can't just discretionary follow stuff. It would be a disservice for me and the hard work that I put into my master's degree to sit here and just trade without some kind of data. And it would be a disservice to my capital.
I guess.
So welcome.
This is also a good point too. We practice what we preach, and while we were sitting here teaching and helping, the gunship just hit a full TP. Let's freaking go. But the gunship, guess what it is? It's measured moves off of exactly what we're teaching Bobby.
MFP.
Look at that. Who said those who can't do teach? I'm doing it every day. Nikki's doing it every day. Let's go.
In 2026, I won't be doing it anymore. My little robot will be.
Abby, what other questions you got, bro? Because honestly, like, I didn't want to go super, and I hope you didn't like find it rude. I was like interrupting you when you were going through the trade plan, because I don't even care about strategy. I want to get your workflow and process correct, so that way then we can worry about strategy. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, Austin. No, I will correct the data. Obviously, it's more for myself than for anybody else.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh, it's been an honor hearing you, and I look forward to you. And listen, man, you guys, the stuff that you guys can do with your data is really cool. And like, I'm excited. Like, you guys are doing stuff I dreamed of, right? Like, when a world where
can I share for just one more second? I just want to show.
Go for it, dude.
So what I built.
I don't know how to switch the screen, so Austin's gonna have to.
You got to reshare, Abby. It's not sharing again.
Yeah, I'm sharing.
There. Oh, yep. Is that you?
Oh,
yeah, that
Infinity
is
loop.
me.
We're in Inception. Okay.
So I did build out a Discord bot that through Claude. So so the tool that I built with Claude was a backtest model, but I used the same engine to then get the 1-minute OHLC candles from IBKR, Interactive Brokers Gateway, and passed it through the same engine. And when the conditions met, it would actually spit out an alert to Discord using a webhook. So that could be used as an entry, whatever. Also, so since the last time, Austin, I did build out the custom ranges, which was just you can pass in different time spaces. And then based on any date ranges, it would do walkthrough.
So see that right there, Abby, go back to the one you showed me before. Whatever, the summary page. No, the summary tab. No. Keep it there. Keep the custom ranges. Just go to the right here. When you change your code to give you that MFE MA of exactly what we just went over today, this is going to be your Willy Wonka golden ticket, because now you have at your fingertips in sample, out of sample testing, and this is where you find that correlation of MFE MAE ratios, MFE MAE, how consistent they are at X%. This right here is where you find that.
Dude, I just learned how to do cable management on my computer desk. So you're way more advanced than me.
This is awesome.
So I did quite a bit, but clearly the base data is wrong, which is so I'll fix it. But I even ran through Monte Carlo with 1,000 sims and all that. It was just cool. It was just cool for me to do it for myself more than anything else. Also, I ended up building the indicator, which real time would plot out the risk reward tool as the trade happens. So this is from the indicator. This is not hand drawn.
Dude, that's pretty epic, man.
So based on which quarter the sweep happens, it will be, if it's a late sweep, then it would have different colors, just indicating that it's not a high quality setup. But yep, we'll come back stronger with better data.
All right, brother. Well, I mean, I look forward to it, and it's way more advanced than shit that I do. So I'm stoked, man. I'm stoked to have you on the team too, man. Like, listen, like, you want to build cool stuff, but you want to make sure, without a benefit of the doubt, that it's done correctly. And I think now you're on the right foot, and you guys will produce some pretty badass stuff. So thank you, and thank you for letting us fix you, man. Like, remember, it's never personal. I just know if I let you keep going, then it's only going to set you back behind. So, like, what's the point of, like, smiling to your face and saying good job when it's not valid, you know?
Absolutely.
Like, that's like letting you walk around with a cliffhanger hanging out of your nose and just making fun of you behind your back because you have a booger hanging out of your nose. All right, Austin, we can end it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, big shout out to Abby. Y'all give Abby a good virtual round of applause / good job pat on the back, because this dude and his whole team put in a lot of really good work. So shout out to everybody that tuned into the PackTV from bell to bell. We had like 20, 30 people consistently tuning in the entire time. And then I think at the peak we had right at over 100 during New York. So we're growing. We are showcasing statistical-based trading. We are showcasing not just statistical-based trading, but real, authentic live trading Monday through Friday, with Mondays here on PackTV. And I am eternally grateful for each and every one of you that choose to kind of give a little bit of your time, spend seeing what we do, and maybe you find it valuable to help you and help your trading too. So I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. As always, stay grinding on your freaking goals, and never let anyone tell you that you can't do something they never for themselves. I had a stroke just now. You heard that? I had a stroke.
What happened?
See y'all later.
Later. Glad you stopped by. Outro video. Outro. You always forget the outro.
All right, if we break down here, guys, I'm short for the same cash flow targets. I appreciate you for being here.
I'm sure right now it's target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
All right, I'm taking this.
The upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live pricing, historical data, right? Line